And welcome back to my channel. When I first started writing the Lime Peak Ranch family saga, I planned on a 3-book series. And those 3 books rolled onto the page. Actually, they didn't roll onto the page. I should say they sludged on the page with mind aching slowness because each family member is a main character, and it took a lot more effort than I'd anticipated when I started the project to learn their personalities and paint them on the stage or on the page. In all the work, I realized that I had done a great disservice to one of the characters, and it's William. William was not meant to have a story. He was the forgotten brother. I wanted readers to see him as his family saw him, as difficult to love and stubborn and ungrateful. But I didn't count on the mothers in the book because a mother never forgets her child. And as I would write Anna and Bonnie, I came to realize that I couldn't forget him either. If they weren't going to let him go, I couldn't let him go. And William needed a story. So I set out to write a companion novel, just a short little quick story for him. And I thought it would be like maybe 5 chapters and we would get this taken care of. And I quickly ran into a problem. And that problem was that his family would not stay out of his business. They wanted him back. And since I wanted his story told, we compromised. And instead of a companion novel, William's story became the 4th book in the Lime Peak Ranch. And his struggle with his family and being on the around in part of the ranch, all of that became part of the story. It came to the front of his story. I had planned on writing his story completely separate from the ranch, and he was going to get a happy ending of his own, and it was going to be away from everybody. And it didn't turn out that way because these families will not give up on you. So, and they wanted him back. So I have to tell you how this played out a little bit. The first part of the book is back and forth between William and Olivia point of view. And then as the family is drawn in, more of their points of view are shown. So there's more chapters from other main characters. So it'll go back and forth between William and Olivia for a little bit, and then the others will start to come in and you'll start to see their points of view and how much they really love William. And I hope that in all of this, you learn to love William too. And maybe you can identify with him as a middle child. Maybe you feel some of the same feelings of forgottenness, or if everybody in the family is doing something, you have to do it too, and the resentment that can build because of that. Anyway, I won't keep you any longer, but I'm very excited for you to enjoy the 4th book in the Lime Peak Ranch series. Have a great listen.
Dating the Rogue Cowboy. A Lime Peak Ranch family drama romance novel. Written by Lucy McConnell.
Chapter 1. Oakley Price. A 37-year-old cottage-style house with a leaky kitchen sink and a green roof was not in Oakley Price's life plans. Then again, when had life ever gone the way she thought it should? She frowned at herself. Accusing life of being uncooperative wasn't fair. She lightly ran her finger around the rim of the oversized mug she used to make oatmeal in the mornings. Life had done a pretty good job for the first 22 years. She'd grown up in a small town in Idaho with 2 loving parents and a surprise sister, Bree, 10 years her junior. High school was easy, especially the math and science part, and she'd gotten a full-ride scholarship to Utah State University. Yeah, life had done a pretty great job for a while. Oakley set her half-empty oatmeal mug in the farmhouse sink and listened to the steady drop of water into the container hidden beneath. She didn't have all day to stand around listening to her problems fill a bucket. Not when she had a new job, a commute, and a little sister who started high school this morning without a mom to kiss her goodbye. Nope. No dragging her feet today. This was a day for new beginnings. Bree wasn't the only one who had a big first day today. Leaning against the cold countertop, Oakley focused on calming her first day jitters. Starting a new job was mammoth. Working in Utah's Silicon Slopes was big time and grown up and so responsible it felt like someone else's life. She still couldn't believe that out of the dozen people who had applied for the job, she'd gotten it. All through college, professors told her she had an edge in computer engineering because she was a woman, and companies were under pressure to hire female coders. She'd brushed their comments aside, figuring they were trying to get her to stay in the program after her parents passed away, to not give up. Like she needed any more encouragement than Bree to get a professional job and launch her career. She may be a single, competent woman enlisted as Bree's legal guardian, but she was learning this parenting thing one mishap at a time. The sound of boots on the wooden stairs sent Oakley's butterflies into a tizzy. As nervous as she was to walk into an unfamiliar building and put herself out there as a professional, she was 10 times more nervous for her sister, who had to walk into an unfamiliar school and face hordes of teenagers. Boys weren't much of a concern, yet. Bree was cute and spunky and they would pick up on that pretty quick. It was the girls that had Oakley dumping half her breakfast down the sink. Teenage girls could be mean, and a new, adorable female was often seen as competition first and a possible friend second. Lehigh was bigger than the small Idaho town she grew up in, and it was still growing. She'd spent half the night on her knees begging the Lord to help Bree make good friends. She'd already given up and lost so much in her short 15 years that she deserved a break. Bree flounced into the room. "How do I look?" She spun quickly, showing off her bootcut jeans, lace t-shirt layered with a short-sleeved plaid button-up, and sparkly belt, all in shades of blue. They'd spent hours school shopping at the boot and jean store with a sweet saleswoman picking out clothing and boots and accessories. Oakley tipped her head to the side, trying to picture what the other sophomores would see. The sisters shared the same long brown hair, though Bree's had honey-colored highlights around her face, and Oakley wore hers with a slight wave and a touch of volume. They'd also both inherited their mother's eyes, bright blue with a ring of navy. Bree's eyes were alight with hope and promise, a promise Oakley had made the day their parents died. "You look every bit a cowgirl." Oakley winked. Bree pretended to swing a rope over her head. "Yee, haw. Here." Oakley tossed her a bagel. "Eat something and then look at the text I sent you this morning and tell me what you think about the horse." While Oakley snagged her lunch from the fridge and a lip gloss from the drawer by the back door, Bree nibbled on her dry breakfast and scrolled through the information on a barrel and pole horse. Oakley swung past the refrigerator again and grabbed a travel-sized orange juice, which she stuffed into the small pocket on Bree's backpack. "Well?" She motioned towards the back door. The garage was a separate building placed just beyond the pathetic patch of grass the previous owners had called a yard. "I think I'm in love." Bree hugged her phone to her chest and sighed. "He's beautiful. And expensive." The price tag was $45,000, but that was supposedly the going rate for a horse that had performed well at the NFR 5 years ago. The images of the buckskin gelding made him look like a prize show horse. "I'll call the owner on my way to work and we can check him out this weekend." The horse was in Logan, their old stomping grounds, and she planned to take full advantage of the road trip and spend some time with Bree on the USU campus. With a little push, her sister might just follow in her footsteps and become an Aggie. Bree squealed and threw her arms around Oakley's neck. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." Oakley hugged her fiercely. "I love you, sis. I'm so excited to see your dreams come true." Bree tightened her hold and then released her. "That's because you're awesome." "No, you're awesome," Oakley shot back. "Okay, we're both the most awesome sisters ever, and we're going to be late." They each pressed a kiss to their fingers and brushed their hands over the picture of their parents on the way out the door. The August temperatures were in the lower 90s once the sun cleared the Wasatch Mountains. The mornings were comfortable, not even sweater weather. That wouldn't be the case for long. She hoped the warmer weather would hold up, because they'd be doing a lot of camping for rodeos, and she wasn't a fan of sleeping outside in the cold or in a sleeping bag. But she'd do whatever she needed to for her sister. "We'll miss the first rodeo of the season." Bree set her backpack on the floor at her feet. She scrolled through the Rodeo Association's calendar even as she buckled her seatbelt. It's this weekend. Oakley started the car and backed out of the small garage, making a large rainbow around the Ford truck and 3-horse trailer she'd bought second, or possibly third-hand, in anticipation of actually owning a horse. I know. I have the whole schedule on my Google Calendar. Is that going to set you back? I can qualify for state at any rodeo. After that, I rack up the points. Bree went to tuck her phone into her backpack and found the orange juice. With a thank you grin, she twisted off the cap and took 2 large gulps. Let's make sure this horse is all it's advertised to be before we start collecting buckles. Sure. Bree lifted one shoulder. She fell quiet, staring out the window at the houses and gas stations as they drove by. For Bree, quiet was a bad sign. Oakley yearned to wipe away her nerves as easily as she used to wipe a smear of chocolate off her cheek. Words of wisdom escaped her, and she was once again reminded that she was not her mother. Holding back her sigh, Oakley turned into the school parking lot. Bree reached for the door handle. They hadn't quite reached the drop-off zone, but Bree was already on the edge of her seat, her backpack strap in her left hand. Have a good day at work. I hope you like it. I will. It's what I've always wanted. Bree's forehead wrinkled and her lips twisted to the side. Oakley laughed. What? It's nothing. What? Oakley allowed the car to roll forward. Tell me or I swear I'll torture it out of you. Bree hugged the door. Fine. She watched a boy in cowboy boots and a pair of Wranglers walk by, her eyes lingering on his back. I'm going to start dating soon, and I think you should too. Oakley laughed. Right. Because I have time for that. Rodeos every weekend, remember? Bree shrugged. So date a cowboy. Oakley leaned forward to look at the group of kids walking past the windshield. They all had skinny butts and were rough around the edges. Fine for a teenage girl to date, they were all trying to figure out who they were, right? Not my type. I like the preppy ones. You mean the geeks. Geeks rule the world, my friend. Oakley finally pulled up next to the curb. Bree's hold on her backpack slipped and she muttered, her face darkening. An encouraging thought entered Oakley's head. Maybe it was her angel mother whispering in her ear. Or God answering one of her many prayers to have the words Bree needed when she needed them. She hurried to share it before Bree slipped into the crowd. Hey, you're going to do great. If you get lost, look for a cute guy and ask directions. Bree groaned. I will if you will. She pushed open the door and stood up. Pinky promise. Oakley held out her hand, and Bree reached back in to hook their pinkies together and shake. Go forth and conquer. Bree shook her head and shut the door without returning the silly gladiator cheer. Oakley's heart ached as she watched her baby sister join the throng of kids and teachers headed into the school. Bree tucked her chin into her chest and let her hair fall in front of her face. Oakley wished, not for the first time, that they were closer in age. The 10 years difference and legal guardianship made Oakley more of a favorite aunt than a sister. She wasn't allowed to be immature and fight over borrowed clothing and hair products. She enforced bedtime and checked homework and cooked veggies when sometimes all she wanted to do was plow through a bag of mint Oreos while binging on Hallmark movies with her little sister. Wishes and dreams are fictional things, she muttered as she re-entered traffic. As soon as she was on the freeway, she told her phone to call the number in the ad for the horse. No one answered, so she left a detailed message and hung up. The drive to the Silicon Slopes was longer than expected. Traffic was a bear. Everyone but her seemed to know where they were going. She made a mental note to leave the house a few minutes earlier in the mornings. Having interviewed through Skype, Oakley had no idea where her department was located. Saving the pinky promise she'd made with Bree to find a cute guy for a time when she wasn't already feeling nauseous with nerves, no sense upchucking all over a hot guy's shoes, she made her way to the receptionist to find out where the product management department was in this gargantuan building. Geez, her footsteps echoed. Everyone's footsteps echoed. The entrance was a giant, white-walled cave. Had the floor been covered in carpet, the fibers would have absorbed some of the sound. The modern company didn't have a dress code. Or at least, they didn't profess to have one. Every guy who passed wore a variation of the same outfit, gray jeans or khaki pants and polo shirts. Although, she doubted the men would appreciate her calling their clothing outfits. Her professors had been right, the ratio of women to men was heavily weighted towards the men. Besides the receptionist and herself, she counted only 3 other women in the foot traffic of at least 30 people. Everyone had their heads down, monitoring their phones, most had earbuds. They walked with straight legs and quick feet that thundered through the building. National Geographic could do a nature video, film engineers in their natural habitat. You can see the herd moving in sync. They use their peripheral vision to avoid bumping into one another and dropping their electronic devices. She smiled to herself, already feeling like one of the herd. Go forth and conquer, she whispered. Lifting her chin, she crossed the floor and headed off to master her future.
Chapter 2. William Dumont. William Dumont loved to open a specific type of email. They usually involved a job well done note from the senior project manager, a step up the ladder he wouldn't mind taking one day. Many of the people he'd hired on with had left for higher paying positions in other companies. That's how the tech world worked. If you wanted to move up, you had to be willing to move on. William wasn't quite ready to leave the state for a better salary and more responsibility. His Utah roots ran too deep. Sure, he was single, but growing up on the Lime Peak Ranch tattooed country living in his DNA. He made an honest effort to bury his roots as deeply as possible. Gone were the cowboy boots and the shiny buckles. He didn't wear cinched jeans or a plaid shirt, and he certainly didn't sport a cowboy hat, not even to the company-sponsored cowboy barbecue. His straw hat with the slightly warped brim and the dirt smudges would have been out of place with the Hollywood-style hats worn by management. He'd laughed along with his department as they participated in a stick-horse rodeo, never telling them that they were 1 pole short for the pole-bending event or that the keyhole wasn't supposed to be shaped like a house key. No, he kept his head down and his crazy country family to himself. No one could pick their parents, and William had been given the king and queen of the country bunch. Anna and John Dumont were rodeo. Last he checked, his mom and little sister, Ellie, were sitting in the 7th and 12th slots in barrel racing, respectively. George, the oldest in the family, had already secured his spot in the finals as a healer. William's dad and Olivia, his older sister, had just become an official roping team. Dad's previous partner, Dallas Ruggles, had a stroke not long ago that took him out of the sport. It couldn't take the sport out of the man, though. Dallas was still spending time in the round pen, though he was more of a supervisor than a trainer these days. Working with young horses was in his soul as much as it provided for him and his wife, Bonnie. Dad and Olivia would compete for real money come November. Their earnings would count towards next year's NFR totals. There was no doubt they'd make it to the big show. Dumonts didn't lose. Not when it came to rodeo. His siblings were the cream of the crop, and William? William was the rotten apple at the bottom of the barrel. The one sibling who didn't take his expected place in the family tree. When the family packed up for Vegas, he'd stay right where he was and happily work on the new features for existing software, grateful not to chase a jackpot or buckle or have to argue with his parents over the fact that he was forgetting his heritage. He wasn't forgetting anything. You can't forget what you purposely try to avoid. If you did, you'd fall right into it. Which is why he hesitated to open the email from his Aunt Bonnie. The subject in bold font read, "Sunday dinner invitation, come to discuss holiday plans." He scowled. Holiday plans? PFT. They didn't need him to make plans. Mother could plan things just fine on her own. Always had. Excuse me? William looked up from the screen to find a vision with the most striking blue eyes he'd ever seen staring back at him. His mouth dropped open and he snapped it shut again. His hands froze over the keyboard, and he was suddenly painfully aware that he had no idea what to do with them. She captured her rosy lower lip between her teeth before offering a shy smile. I was hoping you could give me directions to a refrigerator. She held up a blue reusable lunch bag. Before he knew what he was doing, William had popped out of his chair, sending it rolling into the wall with a loud clang. He ignored the noise in an effort to hide the fact that he had almost vaulted over his desk and computer to stand beside her. I'll show you. He mentally kicked himself for stuttering. Somewhere inside of him was a calm, cool guy who easily maneuvered through the singles scene. A scene he quite enjoyed. Thanks. Her shy smile spread into one of gratitude mixed with relief. This way. He pointed down the hall and quickly dropped his arm, wondering why he'd thrown it out there in the first place. He shouldn't have gestured so big. That was weird. He was weird. His shirt was too tight around his neck, and he gave the collar a tug. We don't have a cafeteria per se, but we do have lounge areas where you can eat. He glanced down at her sack as they walked. Do you have a food allergy? No, why? She tipped her head slightly and her long, silky waves draped over her shoulder. If she were on a horse, her hair would fly out beautifully behind her. William tossed aside his wayward thoughts. The company provides lunch. The people who bring food are usually the ones with food sensitivities like celiac or a dairy intolerance, or they're avoiding sugar. Some people are allergic to spices like oregano or cumin, although that's not as common as a gluten reaction. While others can't tolerate certain fruits, say, apples or strawberries. We have a couple vegans too. He clamped his lips shut, fully aware that he was listing ways a person could be allergic to food like a Wikipedia article. That's interesting. She took a small step to the side, away from him. Deflated, William gave up all thoughts of trying to impress her. It's not interesting at all. He smiled warmly. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Look, I spend a lot of time in front of a screen, and sometimes I forget how to talk to people. I'm Will. She smiled tentatively, probably wondering if he was going to go off again. Oakley. My manager didn't mention anything about meals during my 10-minute orientation. I'm pretty sure I would have remembered free lunch. William chuckled. Most people do. What department are you in? She made a face as thought she'd bitten into a gum ball only to find the center full of sour juice. Product management. Me too. I'll bet you are doing way cooler stuff than I am. They have me listening to user surveys to determine how to improve the product. And that's bad? Not bad. It wasn't what I expected. Plus, when people are angry and frustrated, they tend to drop a lot of F-bombs. He cringed outwardly and inwardly. This delicate creature, with her thin wrists and long legs and a sophisticated curve to her neck, should not be exposed to the crassness he knew was in those surveys. Though he was a manager, she wasn't within his realm of influence, and there was nothing he could do to alleviate her discomfort. Sorry about that. Though he wasn't sorry she was in a different department. There weren't rules prohibiting interoffice dating. He could ask out the CEO if he wanted to. He didn't want to date the CEO, but he also didn't want to let Oakley out of his sight. She lifted her eyebrows. Thanks. It's fine. I shouldn't complain. I really am happy to work here. They rounded a corner and entered the large area where the lunch staff hustled and bustled to set up the buffet tables. Lunch officially starts at 11 and goes until 2. You can come down at any time. He continued on and showed her the small alcove with a fridge, 3 microwaves, and a counter. You can put your sack in there. Thanks. She opened the door and set her bag on the top shelf. Turning back to him, she dusted off her hands and smiled. It smells good down here. He hooked a thumb over his shoulder. It's Taco Tuesday. Ah. They headed back the way they came. The moment he uttered the syllable, he wanted to groan. He was not a numb guy. He was mentally tough. He'd once been stepped on by not one but 3 steers during the family summer cattle drive, and he got back on his horse and finished out the weekend, sleeping on the hardest packed ground on God's green earth. Asking Oakley to lunch should not make him a numb guy. "Would you like to have lunch with me today? Maybe I can fill in some of the other gaps in your orientation." "Sure. I'm pretty sure I can find your desk again." Her cheeks lifted and the corners of her eyes wrinkled in the most delightful way. The words sang through his head. Chimchimney, Oakley had him quoting Mary Poppins, in tune. He hadn't watched that show since he was a kid. Ellie loved it, and when he had to babysit, which wasn't often, thanks to Aunt Bonnie, who lived next door, he had to watch it, too. That girl could throw a right nice fit when she wanted to. "Great. I'll see you around noon." He took a seat at his desk and hit the space bar to bring his computer out of sleep mode. That blasted email from Aunt Bonnie glared at him. Dang it all, if he hadn't just been thinking of the time Bonnie saved him from a little sister who loved tea parties and dolls and had been making her older brother a part of it all. He owed Aunt Bonnie. Not just for saving him from playing the dashing Price, but for loving him when he turned his back on the ranch. Bonnie was the one who had sent him care packages at college. Bonnie was the one who emailed weekly with a family update. It was through those emails that he'd learned Ellie had eloped, that George and Carol were back together, and that Bonnie herself had placed a baby for adoption long ago and Robert had come to find her. A man couldn't turn his back on that much love and loyalty, especially when he knew he didn't deserve it. Bonnie treated him like he was something special, and for her, he wanted to be all that she believed he could be. Before jumping into his project, he dashed off a quick note to say he'd be at Sunday dinner. The more he worked, the less he'd stare at the clock and count the minutes until lunch. Taco Tuesday never looked so good.
Chapter 3. Oakley Price. I did it. I asked a hot guy for directions. Oakley sent the text to Bree and suppressed a giggle. It wouldn't do to be caught texting and giggling on her first day. She set her phone next to the keyboard so she could watch for Bree's reply as she listened to a woman scream about not being able to add a new field to her existing document. Oakley stared at the small icon on the screen. Maybe if they made it bigger? Except there were millions of people using this software every day, and they'd been able to find the right button. Her phone lit up. "We said cute, but you went for hot? Way to go, sis. How about you? Any cute guys?" "Loads. Can hardly keep all their names straight."
Wink.
Oakley panicked. Her little sister was teetering on the edge of boys and dating and kisses and dealing with boys who wanted to do more than kiss. Mom had helped Oakley navigate the sea of teenage hormones. She squeezed her eyes shut and prayed that her angel parents were close enough to make sure she got it right. And if she didn't, she prayed her dad could kick a guy's butt from the beyond. "I want a full report over dinner, bugaboo." "You too, kangaroo." Oakley glanced at the clock. Only a few more minutes until 12. This is where things got tricky. If she showed up at Will's desk early, she'd look too eager. Well, she was eager to see Will again. The 3 days scruff and semi-sweet chocolate-colored hair helped with the Hugh Jackman bad boy thing he had going for him. His body was lean and muscular, his shoulders firm. She noticed because every guy in her department hunched forward slightly. Will was tall and straight and confident, except when he opened his mouth. She bit back a smile as she thought about his food allergy tirade. He'd been nervous, although she couldn't imagine why. Maybe she'd startled him. He had been staring intently at his computer screen. Oakley dug her fingertips into her scalp and gave her hair a little SCA douche in case it had gone flat. Arriving early was out of the question since it would send the wrong signals, dating signals. There would be no dating, not until Bree was off to college. That was the promise she'd made to her parents as she stood over their freshly covered graves. She would give Bree all her love and attention and her best shot in life, just like her parents had given her. She took her lip gloss out of her purse and used her now darkened phone screen as a mirror to apply the blush pink color. She may not be looking for a date, but that didn't mean she couldn't look her best for lunch with a friend. Her mom had told her to always put her best face forward. Of course, she was talking about taking the high road, not letting the gossip girls get to her, and being kind even when she didn't feel like it, but mom probably meant a fresh coat of lip gloss before lunch with a hot guy, too. She stepped out of her cubicle at exactly noon and made her way down the long corridor, taking the second left and stopping short when she saw Will standing beside his desk, waiting. Their eyes met and he brightened. "Sorry, have you been waiting long?" she asked, working to keep her own smile from taking over her face. Talk about appearing eager. Maybe she wasn't the only one inspired to sing a love song and dance across the tops of the desks like actors in a Broadway musical. She tipped her head, letting the image go 2 steps further than she should have for someone who wanted to keep life platonic. There were definitely sparks of interest bouncing between her and Will. If he took her hand and spun her around, she would unwittingly fall into step. He nodded, pocketing his phone. "Taco Tuesday is my favorite. My stomach's been growling for 30 minutes. He took a deep breath in through his nose. "Can you smell the shredded chicken? My desk is in draft zone. I can tell you what they're serving any day of the week." Oh. So his stomach had him on his feet, not the prospect of eating lunch, singing, dancing, or wowing the audience of computer geeks with her. She caught her bottom lip poking out in a pout and pulled it right back in. There would be none of that. She copied his deep breath through the nose technique, and the subtle scent of chili powder, onion, and garlic filled her senses. "Now you've got my stomach growling." He motioned for her to go first through the walkway. "Let's go stuff our faces." She laughed lightly. "There's no way I'm stuffing anything. I don't want to earn a reputation on my first day." Will's hand lightly brushed her lower back, sending a thrill up her spine. Like a bird's first song in the morning, it woke up a happiness that had gone to bed years ago. "Trust me, no one will be worried about your table manners," he said. His voice was deep with a note of confidentiality. "Why not? You could eat out of a trough and they'd still think you were beautiful." PFT, impressive flirting skills. "I'm going to have to keep my eye on you, Will." She elbowed him lightly and found his body was hard and full of muscles. Her awareness of him being a man and her being a woman kicked up a notch. "I hope you do." He winked just as they reached the end of the line. Unable to come up with a witty response, Oakley turned her attention to the buffet tables. There were only 2 people in front of them in line, so it didn't take long to load their plates. The tacos were smothered in cheeses and accompanied by rice and beans. There was a side salad and a bowl of chopped fruit and nuts sprinkled with cinnamon. By the time they were ready to sit down, the line behind them had stretched to 20 or more. Will noticed her counting heads. "They come in waves. We had good timing. Or I should say, you had good timing." He grabbed 2 bottles of water in his left hand. Oakley stared at his corded forearm for slightly longer than was necessary. "I guess so." He nodded towards a section of couches that was full of people. "I usually sit over there, but it looks like they're full. We can try around the corner. There are a few chairs." He led the way past the fridge alcove, and sure enough, there were several empty chairs and a coffee table. A lot of people eat at their desks. Some go out. There are good places to eat on the other side of the freeway. He stopped suddenly. "What?" "I'm rambling." "Is it rambling if the information is pertinent?" She sat down, tucking her legs to one side and turning her knees towards him while balancing her plate on her lap. He set the waters next to his chair and grinned sheepishly, which only made his roguish appearance all that more attractive. She squelched the desire to squeal over the fact that she was having lunch with someone who epitomized the phrase ruggedly handsome. She had a hunch that there weren't as many manly men in the office as she'd hoped. She was also pretty sure they didn't get any better looking than Will. "I guess not." He settled into his seat. Where are you from? Swallowing her first bite of tacos, she replied, Idaho originally. I went to college at Utah State and worked in Logan for a couple years before moving here. You? She wanted to get him talking so she could have more tacos.
Yeah.
That was the reason. Not because he was simply delectable in the casual way he ate. Seriously, eating off paper plates in your lap took some skill. She decided to go for smaller bites. Eureka. Excuse me? I'm from Eureka. It's a small town about an hour south. I went to Utah State too. He shoveled a large bite into his mouth as if he didn't want to talk about this anymore. Oakley tasted the rice and beans. The mixture of spices and lime startled her taste buds in all the best ways. She slumped and let out a small moan of pleasure. This is so good. Will nodded, his eyes wide as he took another bite. They ate in companionable silence for a few minutes. Oddly, the image of her parents having breakfast together in the morning came to mind. They hardly spoke in words, but they moved as if doing a well-choreographed routine. Mom passing Dad the brown sugar after he poured his milk and Dad scooting the cream cheese closer to her plate after she sliced a bagel, all without having to say a word. Oakley? Will's voice inserted itself into the movie playing in her head. She blinked several times, not wanting to leave behind the comfort of sitting at the round breakfast table. What? The word was far away, as if someone else had said it. Slowly, Will's face came into full focus. Oakley's neck grew warm under his steady gaze. You were lost in thought. I was worried we'd have to send out a search party.
Ha! Ha!
Oakley took a long pull of her water. I had a memory sort of takeover there. A good one, I hope. She smiled. It was. Care to share? She used her fork to nudge a bean to the side of her plate, avoiding eye contact. This is where things usually got awkward. Grief and loss were not easy topics of conversation. First lunches should be about music preferences and discussions about movies, not therapy sessions for a woman whose parents died. She'd learned quickly that once a guy found out the extent of her emotional baggage, including a younger sister who was part of the package, they didn't usually stay friends. On the other hand, she wasn't interested in dating right now, so she might as well get it out there. Someone in the building would find out eventually, a Google search of her name would bring up the obit, and then the news would spread. She'd be avoided until people learned that she wasn't going to break down in tears if they said hello. It's silly, the things you miss when people are gone. Like what? Like the way they eat breakfast. She smiled but kept her eyes on the tiled floor. My parents died in a small plane crash a couple of years ago. She prayed she could put this out there casually and not come across as an emotional wreck. She wasn't. She wasn't exactly okay with the fact that both her parents had been taken from her and Bree, but she could function at a normal level. Cocking her head to the side, she continued, the strangest things will trigger a memory. Just now, I could see them at our breakfast table. I don't know the exact date of the memory, because every morning when I went into the kitchen, there they were. Chancing a look at Will, she found his brown eyes rimmed with compassion. I'm so sorry for your loss, he said in a deep, chocolatey voice. Thanks, she whispered. Falling deeper into his gaze was all too easy. He didn't turn away, and she suddenly had the desire to lean into him, to borrow some of his strength, to lose herself in the feel of his arms around her. Her phone rang and they both jumped in their seats. Laughing nervously, Oakley checked the caller ID. It was the horse owner she'd been trying to get a hold of. I have to take this. I'm so sorry. Go right ahead. Will stood up and reached for her plate. Are you done with this? She nodded as she stood and said, hello? She couldn't seem to tear her eyes off Will's back as he made his way to the garbage can. Such a fine build. He dumped their trash and turned around. Oakley ripped her eyes off him and paced. The man introduced himself as Tucker and said he'd received her message. Thanks for calling back. I'm hoping the barrel horse is still available. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Will jerk his chin back at her words. He was trying to give her space to talk, but the area was small and then there was the lack of carpet. He's here if you want to come take a look at him, said Tucker. We're pretty firm on wanting to take him home, as long as he's sound. How about Friday? We can drive up after work. Sounds good. I'll see you then. They hung up and Oakley shot her hands in the air. Good news? Will stood just out of her personal bubble. Oakley nodded, her hair bouncing. My sister is getting a horse. This time she didn't hold back the squeal. She did, however, hold back, throwing her arms around his neck. That's exciting news. Will's smile said differently. Happy sparks fired off inside Oakley, keeping her from diving too deep into the reason he'd changed. She practically danced out of the alcove and through the buffet area on their way back to their desks. If we pick him up on Friday, we might be able to make the Saturday rodeo. How far is it from Logan to Salina, anyway? About 3 hours, he answered with the ease of someone who grew up in the area. She nodded. They're starting with the rough stock, so we should be able to leave Saturday morning early and make it in time. You're going to take a new horse straight to the rodeo? A small line appeared between his eyebrows. How many horses do you own? None. This is our first. But Bree, that's my little sister, has been taking lessons for 3 years. All she's ever wanted to do was rodeo. This is going to blow her mind. They reached Will's desk and Oakley held out her hand. Thanks for showing me around. Sure. Will cupped the back of his neck with his left hand while he shook hers with his right. The charge was all that much stronger between them when they made skin-to-skin contact. Has your sister competed before? No. This will be her first. You should come, she blurted before she could stop herself. The color drained out of Will's face. Oakley could have kicked herself for being so impetuous. Sorry. You don't have to. I'm totally stoked right now, and I guess it's my turn to ramble. Thanks for the invite, but I don't do rodeos. He hurried behind his desk, adding even more space between them. He shuffled a few files and put mechanical pencils into a small cup. Confused at his brush-off after he'd been so kind, Oakley pasted on a smile. Oh. Well, if you change your mind, the invitation stands. Her cheeks warmed and her knees shook. Thanks you're a nice guy and I'd like to be friends. He gulped. Loudly. Loudly enough that half the floor probably heard. Friends?
Yeah.
Friends. We don't have to text what we're wearing to work each morning or anything. Just work friends, no pressure. And no chance of falling in love with you. He stared at her for a moment, the wheels spinning behind his eyes. She had no idea why this was such a big decision for him. Maybe he'd been burned by an office friend before. Or maybe he didn't think she would really keep it at friends. He had another thing coming if he thought she was going to throw herself at him in the parking lot or something. Sheesh. Some hot guys and their egos. Friends is fine. He gave her a firm nod. Well, okay, then. She smiled. I'll see you around. See you around. Will sat. Oakley knew when she was dismissed. She spun on her heel and sashayed out of Will's department. She had reason to swing her hips. She'd found a horse for Bree, a competitive animal. That was huge. So many of the horses they'd looked at weren't fast enough to win on. High school barrel racing was ridiculously expensive. Some of these girls used horses that cost upwards of $70,000. Sure, they could use the horse to compete professionally once they were out of high school, but still, that made winning a rich girl's opportunity. Oakley wasn't rich, but she had the money from her parents' life insurance stashed away, and she'd sink every penny into rodeo if that's what it took for her sister to win. As she turned to head down the hall to her department, she glanced over her shoulder to find Will watching her walk away. Feeling bold and sassy and like she wanted to shake up his world, she winked just before she lost sight of him. It all happened in less than 3 seconds, but it sent her heartbeat into overdrive. Not even sure if he saw her, she covered her mouth to hold in the giggles. She wasn't leading him on. He'd blown a fire extinguisher over any sparks between them with his dismissal after lunch. That still stung. It shouldn't, but her chest felt like a long thorn had been shoved in there and then yanked back out. She'd liked him more than any guy she'd platonically spent time with over the last couple of years. Liked him enough that she might have even bent her no-dating rule for him. It was a good thing he didn't do rodeo, because she wasn't sure she wanted him to come to the rodeo in Selena now. He was too good-looking, too easy to talk to, and too. She grasped for the word to describe how he made her feel. Dangerous. That was right. In one short lunch break, one touch, Will had awakened a need inside of her for what, she wasn't quite sure. For physical contact. Yes, that was it. She'd wanted to lean into him, to feel his arms around her. To taste his lips. The thought of his lips on hers had her looking around to see if anyone was watching. She'd been able to push aside, smash down, and ignore those kinds of needs for years, promising herself she would one day let a man close enough to break her heart. But not until Bree was in college, and that was 3 years away. Will was dangerous in that he had her wanting things, feeling things she couldn't afford to indulge in for years to come. She needed to stay away from him. Which shouldn't be too hard, considering the size of the building they shared, the number of employees constantly moving about, the long lunch period, and the fact that she'd be out of town on the weekends. There must be another route to the buffet that didn't take her past Will's desk. Determined to ask her manager, she got back to work, pushing Will to the back of her mind.
Chapter 4. William Dumont. Later that afternoon, a whisper of movement sounded behind William, and he whipped around to see Kel walk by, staring at a printout and muttering under his breath. William shook out his shoulders and tried to get back into work. Normally, he had intense focus, to the point that he could forget to go to lunch unless it was Tuesday. That hadn't been possible today. Not since that morning when Oakley had cast her spell over him with her bewitching smile and intense blue eyes. She was deep. Too deep for him. As awful as it sounded, he liked to swim in the shallow end of the relationship pool where his feet could always find solid ground. Oakley wasn't a shallow end type of woman. She was deep end, high dive, and lifeguard be ready. He scrubbed at the scruff on his chin and stared at the graph on the screen. If they moved the text box to the upper right-hand corner. How did someone survive losing both their parents? She'd said they died in a small plane crash. At least they went together. That was both comforting and awful. Comforting because they had one another. Neither had to live alone for years, pining for the arms of the other. Awful because losing one parent would be hard enough. Though Dallas wasn't his father, wasn't even related by blood, he was every bit a father figure in William's life, and seeing him laid up in the hospital in an ugly hospital gown had grown a lump of emotion in William's throat that returned every time he thought about how much worse it could have been. With therapy, Dallas was slowly coming back to full function. They were lucky. Bonnie would say they were blessed. She had said it several times. They were blessed. He was blessed to have Dallas in his life for however much longer the good Lord allowed him to stick around. The frailty of life was what pushed William to accept Bonnie's invitation to Sunday dinner. They could have 1,000 more family gatherings, or they could have just this one. So he was going to show up at the Lime Peak Ranch and keep his mouth shut to keep the peace. His phone vibrated against the desk. He snatched it up and groaned when he saw the name on the caller ID. "Hi, Mom." "Hello? How are you?" "I'm doing just wonderful. I heard you're coming to dinner." "Yep." He should have waited to answer Bonnie, not given time for Mom to give him the third degree. Are you bringing a date? For the love. William clenched and unclenched his fist. Isn't it good enough that I'm coming? Of course. I'm just asking for a head count. Why? So we know how much food to prepare and how many places to set. Bonnie does the cooking and we eat off paper plates buffet style. Not always, she replied defensively. There was a pause while they both regrouped. Mom was the first one to speak. Who is she? Nobody, he spat. Apparently, the pause hadn't been long enough for him. William Harrison Dumont. I raised you better than that. We don't call people nobodies. No. William pressed his thumb and his finger into his closed eyes. I meant, I'm not bringing anybody to dinner. It's just me. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Why, William? Why what, Mom? Why don't you ever introduce us to your friends? I know you have them. You're probably surrounded by girls. You're so handsome, son. As if he wanted to scare off some potential girlfriend by taking her home to meet his parents. Not to mention his 4 siblings, nephew, brother and sister-in-law, and the goat, Mr. Can-Can. Don't forget the doctor living in the apartment over the barn with his son. Yeah, that was going to happen. Thanks, Mom, he managed through teeth cemented together. But I plan to follow Ellie and Logan's example and elope. When I bring a woman home, you can bet she'll be my wife. Mom gasped. You. A shard of regret lodged between his ribs on its way to his heart. He'd gone too far, said too much. He just reminded himself to keep his mouth shut and keep the peace. I'm kidding, Mom. Relax. I hate it when you tell me to relax. I hate it when you call on false pretenses trying to whittle information out of me. I can't just ask you, you run away from honest conversations. William cast his eyes to the industrial light fixtures. Tell you what, I'll give you 3 questions and swear total honesty. Number 1. Go. Are you dating anyone? An image of Oakley filled his mind. Her long, wavy hair brushing over her shoulder and her eyes crinkling as she smiled. She had captured his attention so completely as to keep him from his work. That was unprecedented. Then she'd gone and burst his bubble by buying a horse and bringing up rodeo. He'd had enough rodeo to last a lifetime. The last thing he needed in his life was a girlfriend who dragged him around the circuit on the weekends. No thank you? Not seriously. Are you still running those races? He chuckled. No one in his family ran for the sport of it. They ran after loose cattle. They ran to the breakfast table. But they didn't run for fun. The idea was a big joke. But his family worked hard all day long. They used their bodies to haul hay, feed animals, work the cattle, train horses, ride horses, and 1,000 other tasks. He'd grown up with that lifestyle, and the excess of energy had to be used somehow. He loved what he did for a living, but he didn't want to grow weak. So, he'd taken up jogging, and his competitive edge pushed him to sign up for a 5K every now and again. Yes. That's too. There was a space where he could hear a horse whinny in the background. Will you come out early and go for a ride? Panda could use the exercise. A cacophony of memories crowded William's head. There was something special about his horse. When William didn't feel like he could talk to anybody, he could always talk to Panda. A black and white paint, Panda wasn't the most beautiful horse. He had a ghost white face with black circles around his eyes, earning him his name. In truth, he was kind of spooky looking, but that was what had endeared him to William. Other buyers had passed by Panda at the horse auction, not seeing past his unique appearance to his valiant heart. At age 10, William wasn't much of a connoisseur of horseflesh, but he sensed a kindred spirit. I want him. He had lifted his pointed chin and dared Dallas to argue. He's different. That's for sure. Dallas entered the stall and ran his hands down the animal's legs, checking for soundness. Wouldn't you rather have that pretty Palomino over there? She's got the look of a winner. William had folded his arms. I can win on an ugly horse just as easy as I can on a pretty horse. Dallas had laughed heartily. You're one of the few people in this world who could say that, and I'd believe them. He lifted the horse's feet. Panda patiently endured the inspection. William had wanted Panda more than anything he could remember, but he knew they wouldn't be trailering the horse home if he didn't pass Dallas's inspection. Only a sound horse, with a certain level of intelligence that Dallas measured by looking him in the eye, would be allowed on the Lime Peak Ranch. Like the children, the animals were expected to perform at the highest level. Dallas circled the horse, evaluating on instinct and years of experience. William had held his breath. Finally, Dallas patted the horse's neck. He'll do. William remembered nearly sinking to the dirt in relief. The day he left the ranch, he buried his face in Panda's mane and told him how sorry he was that he had to go. Panda had understood. He even nudged William out of the stall as if to say, "Go on, you've got to go." And William hadn't ridden him since. No. But why? Sorry, you only get 3 questions. William put an end to this conversation. He couldn't get on Panda, because the horse represented everything good about living on the ranch, and William had to keep that box closed. Mom huffed into the phone. William laughed. You're so very aggravating sometimes, you know that, right? He sobered, thinking of how much aggravation he had caused his parents, his family, over the years. Yep. I'll see you soon. Yep. She huffed again before hanging up. William stared at the phone. Light footsteps crossed the hallway and his head snapped up. Some woman he didn't recognize disappeared around the corner. With a start, he realized he'd been looking for Oakley. All day long he'd been looking for Oakley, hoping she would pass by his desk and maybe smile his way. That's all he wanted, a smile. He'd take one of her sassy winks too. That was way too much fun. He had a vague idea where her desk was but didn't have a viable excuse to walk through that section of the building. No. It was better for him if they didn't connect, again. Because there had been this connection when he touched her lower back. Like 2 magnets slapping together, the collision reverberating through every cell in his body. If touching her had that kind of effect, what would kissing her be like? He banished the question before his head had time to wrap around that idea. There would be no kissing, no more touching, and no more staring like a lost puppy down the hallway. Oakley, and her barrel horse, was not the woman for him. The sooner he embraced the truth, the better. Nodding his head once as if sealing a deal with his resolve, he adjusted his monitor and got back to work. A few minutes later he caught himself jerking around to see Paolo headed to the bathroom. Shoot. He'd done it again. Groaning, he reached for his headphones and brought up his playlist. If he didn't hear the footsteps, his heart wouldn't lift with hope.
Chapter 5. Oakley Price. Oakley didn't pull into Logan until late Friday night. Pulling a horse trailer on the freeway was a daunting task, one she hadn't anticipated being so consuming. She was constantly checking her mirrors, afraid the trailer would come off the hitch or swing wide. If she never changed lanes again, she'd be happy. Her fingers ached from gripping the wheel, and her neck may never recover from being pulled tight with stress. She'd driven 5 under the speed limit the entire time, much to the other drivers' annoyance. They could all go pound sand for all she cared. Getting her and Bree to their destination safe and sound was her number 1 priority. Banishing Will from her thoughts was her second priority. The seemingly endless hours in the cab of a windy truck that was too loud for her and Bree to talk had given her ample time in her own head. What she found in there was a replay of her lunch with Will. She relived every second looking at his square-shaped face with the strong jawline covered in sexy stubble. She took a second and third and fourth look at his trim and fit body, wide shoulders, firm muscles, and brown soulful eyes. She replayed their conversations, changing them at a whim to see what direction her imagination could take the two of them. All too often they ended up leaning closer and closer still until she could feel the taco spices from his lips on her own. Turned out, avoiding Will for several days had only made her like him more. How was that even possible? He should have faded into the background of her work life, a co-worker in a giant building. Instead, the memory of his touch on her lower back surfaced again and again. She puzzled over this near obsession each night until her eyes dropped shut from exhaustion. By the time they made it to their hotel, her nerves were frazzled and her hair matched. She hadn't dared lift a hand off the wheel to pull it back into a ponytail, and the driver's side window got stuck halfway down, yes, down. Not up. Halfway up would be a sign of optimism, and after what she'd endured, her optimism was at an all-time low. I'm going to call Tucker and let him know we're in town. Take my credit card and check us in, will you? Oakley held out the Visa card. Bree nodded. When they'd set out, her sister was all chit-chat and giggles. She accepted the card with her lips pressed tightly together and her brow serious. Oakley willed her body to relax, to find a smile. This was supposed to be fun, a new adventure for the two of them. Instead, it had been a major pain in the neck and head and between the shoulder blades. As the phone rang, she dug Tylenol out of her purse. Yellow? Tucker answered. Hi, Tucker? This is Oakley Price. We spoke earlier in the week about coming up to see Express. I remember. We just pulled into town. Is there any way we can come check him out? It's too dark out there now. My arena lights burned out last week and I haven't replaced them yet. How about first thing in the morning? Oakley did some quick calculations. It would have to be at 5. I can do that. I'll see you then. The tension drained, and so did Oakley's last ounce of energy. Thank you, she said.
Goodbye.
And hung up the phone just as Bree opened the squeaky passenger door. They won't let me sign for you. That's comforting. At least the desk clerk had her credits back. It's okay. I'm coming. She grabbed her purse and overnight bag and explained the situation to Bree. We'll have to be up before dawn. Bree nodded. Will you braid my hair tonight so I can wear it down for the rodeo? All Oakley wanted was a soft pillow and a few hours of sleep. But there were expectations inside a rodeo arena. Long-sleeved shirts and cowboy hats and boots were a must for contestants as well as their helpers. Oakley had packed hers in the small tack room at the front of the trailer. The dress code was the official expectation. The unofficial decree was that the girls glammed and glossed. Oakley couldn't let Bree go to her first rodeo feeling like the ugly duckling. Sure. She smiled as best she could. That's what parents did, right? They sacrificed things for their kids. Bree wasn't her child, but Oakley felt every bit the responsible party, especially after the disaster road trip that got them here. I'll even loan you my lip stain so you don't have to worry about touching up your lipstick. Bree's smile widened. Oakley signed the credit card receipt, and they made their way to the small room. Oakley sat in a chair by the window and watched traffic go by while Bree showered. Tomorrow would be a rush. Her plans to hang out on campus and eat Aggie ice cream were shot. She curled up in the chair and leaned her head to the side to rest. As she fought sleep, she remembered Will had been an Aggie too. She wondered if he enjoyed ice cream. Just one more fantasy and then she'd stop thinking about him and get back to the business of being mom. The sun wasn't up, but there was enough light to see Express tear around the barrels like the devil was holding on to his tail. Oakley didn't need a stopwatch to know this horse was fast. She could feel his speed in the wind that brushed her cheek as he turned the second barrel. Whoa, Bree whispered next to her. Long waves hung down her back, the result of sleeping in tight braids. Oakley looked from her little sister, a wisp of a girl, to the horse, whose muscles flexed and nostrils flared. She swallowed the sour taste in her mouth and chastised herself. Out of all the rodeo events, barrel racing was the safest. It wasn't like Bree was riding broncs or bulls or wrestling steers. All she had to do was ride the horse. A horse that looked like it knew what it was doing. If only she could be sure Bree had the same confidence as Express. She'd had horseback riding lessons for 3 years. She should be ready. Still, none of the animals in Mrs. Darling's barn had Express's vigor and vim. Express shook his head, tossing his mane like a hotshot athlete. Tucker had him saddled and warmed up when they'd pulled in a few minutes ago. The saddle was the same dark color as Express's legs, mane, and tail. His body was tawny, and his eyes were a deep brown and sharp. Tucker steered Express their direction. He leaned down and patted the horse's neck. "You ready to give him a try?" He spoke to Oakley. She shook her head. She'd taken riding lessons, too, just enough that she could put a saddle on and manage a light trot. Running pell-mell around barrels was out of her realm of experience. She checked the time on her phone. If they were going to make it to the rodeo before Bree's name was called, they needed to get on the road. "We're good. We'll take him." Tucker hesitated. "Are you sure?" She exchanged a look with Bree. Did he want to make a sale or not? "We need to get on the road. If you'll walk him to cool down, then I'll get his papers." He shook his head as he dismounted, like he couldn't quite believe they wouldn't spend half the day on Express before handing over the cashier's check. Oakley didn't care what he thought of her or her horse-buying methods, she needed this horse. He handed the reins to Bree, who led Express in big circles to cool him off, just like her riding teacher had taught her. Express walked fast and Bree picked up the pace. "Follow me." Tucker jerked his chin towards the barn. Several horses poked their heads over the stall doors. There was a black horse that was shiny and put off an aura of thunder. His mouth was full of hay, and when he chomped, he sounded like he was chewing rocks. The building was old but well kept. The concrete walkway was clean. Tack hung on the walls and saddles lined up like children in a school hallway. Tucker opened a door labeled "Office" and headed right for a file cabinet in the corner. "He's got some of the best bloodlines I've ever bought." "He knows it," Oakley joked. Tucker pressed his lips together. He paused before saying, "He does. And because of that, he needs a firm hand." Oakley nodded. Agreeing with him was the fastest way out of here. "Got it." She dug through her oversized purse and found the check. Holding it out, she offered a smile. "Thanks for seeing us so early." He nodded in return. "This is the standard sales contract." He laid it out on the desk and signed the bottom with short, jerky script. Oakley added her loopy signature on the indicated line. She took a deep breath. Signing for her house hadn't seemed so monumental. A house was a thing. A building that could be held together with screws and duct tape if necessary. Express was a living, breathing being that now relied on her for food, water, care, and apparently, a firm hand, though she wasn't sure what that meant exactly. They left the barn in time to watch Bree walk Express into the trailer. The horse only hesitated a moment before stepping up and in. He stuck his head out the window as if he'd done it 100 times. He probably had, but Oakley burst with pride because that was Bree's first time loading a horse. She needed to have more faith in her sister's abilities. Just because Express's size made Oakley nervous didn't mean Bree felt the same. Bree shut the back door and secured the latch. "Looks like we're ready." Oakley offered her hand and Tucker shook it. "Good luck at the rodeo." "Thanks." Oakley smiled wide, hoping her grin was convincing him all was well, because her nerves tingled. Bree may be the one entering the arena with a couple hundred people watching, but Oakley had to get them there first. She climbed into the truck cab with a prayer on her lips, in her heart, and on replay in her head.
Chapter 6. William Dumont. William sat in the parking lot of the South Summit Rodeo grounds, pressed his forehead against the steering wheel, and took a deep breath. "Stupid! Stupid! Stupid!" he muttered. He'd spent several days trying to get Oakley off his mind. He'd made a good effort too. But she'd pop up at the strangest moments. Like when he stopped at the gas station, and went inside to get a soda. He reached for a bottle of cherry cola, and the image of Oakley's blush-colored lips pressed against a water bottle filled his mind. At the grocery store, he paused in the chip aisle because one of the bags was the same color as her shirt. He'd decided that the reason he kept thinking about Oakley was because he'd only had a small sample of her. The best of her, because who didn't put forth their best when meeting someone for the first time? If he spent even a few more minutes with her, he would see that no one was as superb as she was in his head. He'd searched for her at work. He'd walked the halls, checked the lunch line at different times each day. He'd even cruised by her department. All to no avail. It was like she'd vanished, or was avoiding him. He hoped she wasn't avoiding him. That would be distressing for reasons he wasn't ready to identify. As a last resort, he'd driven an hour to the South Summit Rodeo grounds in Oakley, Utah, on a half-baked invitation to see Oakley's sister run barrels. Why couldn't her sister play soccer? Or softball? Or even golf? Now that he could smell the horses, he wasn't sure this was such a good idea. Avoiding his family and going to a rodeo was like wanting to stay dry and walking into a rainstorm. His only hope lay in the fact that no one in his family had a reason to be at a high school rodeo. His baby brother, Porter, had graduated last year and officially taken the Dumont family out of the high school circuit. He hadn't gone to one of his brother's rodeos. He kind of hated himself for that. He had gone to hear his brother's band play a couple months ago. And he'd been there for George and Carol's recommitment ceremony. Showing up for the big things was better than not showing up at all. He rolled his window down so he could hear the announcer. They were almost done with the rough stock, and then they would set up for barrel racing. He'd stay in the car until he heard them announce the event, and then he'd find a nice, out-of-the-way spot to watch from. With any luck, no one but he and Oakley would know he'd shown up today. The last thing he needed was his mom getting wind that he'd been to a rodeo. An old Ford pulled past him, hauling a 3-horse trailer with just one horse inside. The truck and trailer bounced over ruts in the gravel parking lot, making the occupants bounce in their seats. He focused on watching the driver pull into a spot in the parking lot instead of going around to where the contestants parked. As soon as the engine cut, the cowgirls were at the back of the trailer. William perked up at the sight of Oakley. She reached her arms out to the side and stretched her back. She and that must be her sister cocked their heads to listen to the announcer. With a nod and a few words William couldn't hear, Bree took off towards the bulletin board where the order of contestants was posted. She came running back, holding up 6 fingers. She was 6th in the round. That wouldn't give her much time to saddle and warm up her horse. He bounced his hand against the steering wheel. Come on, ladies. Kick it in gear. If she wasn't ready, the announcer would turn her out and she'd miss her chance to compete. He'd never turned out, a Dumont didn't turn out, but he'd had a friend who had, and it stunk like a chicken coop on a hot summer's day. Bree pushed the latch up and back and the big door swung open. The horse inside neighed and the whole trailer shook as if he tried to rear up. William's hand found the door handle. His muscles constricted as Bree disappeared inside. He held his breath. A buckskin horse backed out of the trailer like a locomotive, almost running over Oakley. Oakley's eyes were full of fear, and she held her hand out in front of her, as if she could stop the horse like a crossing guard. On solid ground, he dug his back feet into the gravel and pulled rebelliously on the lead rope. Whoa! Whoa! Bree pulled back with all her might. She didn't have much weight on her, and if the horse wanted to, he'd drag her feet off the ground. William pulled the handle and nothing happened. He yanked and cursed before realizing the door was still locked. Hitting the button, he looked up in time to see the horse give in to Bree's insistence and follow her to the side of the trailer, where she tied the lead rope. The announcer called the first barrel racer's name. William fell back against the seat and let out a harried breath. Horses didn't always behave. Heck, Ellie's barrel horse, Zinger, would just as soon step on your foot as let you clean out his hooves. His own horse, Panda, would run under a low tree branch and knock him right off the saddle, had done on a cattle drive once. William had the air knocked out of him, and got a black eye. Panda came back around, head down and penitent. Like people, horses had personalities and pet peeves. This horse was no different. Knowing this was the first time they'd brought the horse to a rodeo only added to his unease. Bree disappeared in the tack area of the trailer, and came back with a saddle pad and brush. The third racer's name was called. William turned towards the arena. The entrance was on this side. The racer gently nudged her horse and they were off at a trot. She looked small. Probably a freshman at her first high school rodeo. One cheek lifted as he remembered his first time competing at this level. George had graduated and Olivia already had a roping partner. He'd found a healer from Vernal, and they shook hands for the first time 5 minutes before their names were called. He wondered what Pete was up to these days. Turning back, he found Bree doing up the cinch. Oakley handed her the bridle, and she slid off the halter and slipped the bit between the horse's teeth. The announcer called the fourth racer's name. Oakley and Bree had a quick, heated conversation and Bree mounted, heading towards the arena. Oakley followed after her at a quick trot. In for a penny. William ripped open the door and planted one dusty, old boot on the gravel. He couldn't come to a rodeo and not wear boots. The alternative was unthinkable. Putting as much distance between him and his car as quickly as possible, he avoided the gate and made his way to the fence. Hooking his elbows over the rail, he leaned in to watch. From his vantage point in the corner, he could see the ground crew resetting the third barrel that had been knocked over. The gate worker swung open the gate to let racer number 5 out of the arena. He cocked a hip as he waited for the next rider to thunder through the gate. "Ooh, that's a tough break. 22.07 plus 5 seconds for the tipped barrel," said the announcer. His smooth voice piped through an ancient speaker system. "Time 27.07. Next up is Bree Price." William put his foot on the bottom rail and lifted himself up to see over the fence. Bree was doing tight circles on the buckskin just outside the gate. Other barrel racers had to move out of her way. She had a thin hold on control. The horse's eyes were wide and he crow-hopped. Bree steered him toward the gate. He turned sideways and pranced 5 feet into the arena like a show pony. Bree tried to turn him toward the first barrel, but he took off running straight down the middle instead. "Broken pattern," William muttered, and stepped to the ground. Her first rodeo was in no time. Bree yelped. William's gaze came off the brown dirt, and his hands tightened on the fence panel as the horse tore the reins from Bree's grip. Bree grabbed for the saddle horn. Her hat flew off. The horse bucked once, putting a foot of air between Bree and the saddle. She kicked his side in an effort to get him to turn back to the gate. He would have none of it. William cursed, recognizing the brilliant but high-strung express. The horse had made headlines, breaking the national finals rodeo record 5 years ago. His erratic behavior had earned him a reputation for needing a strong hand. Few cowgirls were willing to take on a horse with that kind of character. Express rounded the third barrel, picking up speed. He went for the gate, which the worker kept shut in an effort to get the horse to slow down. He didn't. He ran right into the metal, throwing Bree over his head and into the bars with a sickening clang. The gate handler reached under the bottom bar and pulled her out before Express dropped to his front feet. Oakley was there in a flash, running her hands over Bree. Large tears streamed down her cheeks. Something clicked inside William. A prehistoric protective instinct mixed with rage and dashed with ferocity. Needing a release, he focused on the horse. Bucking like a saddle bronc horse, Express kept the pickup men at bay. His twisting brought him closer and closer to William. Barely thinking, running on pure instinct, William climbed the fence and threw his legs over. Express took off like a shot along the fence line. He approached William and, timing the animal just right, William shoved off the fence and landed hard in the saddle. Oof. That was going to hurt. Bree's saddle was too small for his backside and had probably bruised a few muscles that hadn't been used in a while. Clamping his legs at Express's side, he found the horse's rhythm. Still angry, He reached for the reins and gave them a solid tug to get Express's attention before slowing him down from a run to a gallop and from a gallop to a trot. Trotting in the small saddle was painful, so he slowed him to a walk. William had been so focused on the horse and the primal need to protect Oakley from this beast that he hadn't paid any attention to the other people. He was mortifyingly aware of them now. Their stares burned holes in his chest, back, arms, and even his thighs. Whispers were like thunder in the air. "Great job, William! Good to see you," said Huff Goodman, the pickup man. William had known Huff for over 20 years. Worse yet, Huff knew William's family. William dipped his chin in greeting. That was a great bit of horsemanship from one of the finest cowboys ever to ride a horse. The ancient speaker system worked just fine as the announcer continued. "If I'm not mistaken, that there's William Dumont, high school national finals gold buckle winner. Thanks for your help, William." The crowd cheered. William ground his teeth. "Just like your old man." The gate worker slapped William's leg as he rode by. William wished he'd worn his cowboy hat so he could hide under the brim. Not that the hat would hide him. He'd seen pictures of his dad at 27, and they could be twins. Of all his siblings, he'd inherited the same combination of Roman nose, olive skin, deep-set brown eyes, and trim build as John Dumont. His older brother, George, had the build, but his hair curled up around his hat instead of lying flat. His younger brother, Porter, had Dad's nose but Mom's smile and eyes. Dallas used to joke that William was born on a Xerox copier. William didn't think it was funny. Yes, he loved his father. He just didn't want to end up like him, tied to a piece of land and chasing a buckle his whole life. Dad had caught the buckle a time or three, though. He wasn't some down-on-his-luck cowboy. "William!" called Mrs. Tremore. "Tell your mom I said hi." She handed up Bree's hat that had come off during her ride. Someone must have retrieved it while William was cooling Express down. He took the hat. "Thanks." Mrs. Tremore scuttled back to her seat. With the number of cell phones in the stands, he wouldn't have to tell his parents a thing about what happened here. They'd know the whole sordid story within hours. Angry for a whole different reason than when he jumped on the back of this blasted horse, William finally made it out of the arena and headed towards the warm-up arena. He needed to have a nice, long conversation with Express about how to treat a lady. When that was done, William needed to have a talk with Oakley Price about her horse.
Chapter 7. Oakley Price. Oakley gently freed Bree's button-down shirt from her skin-tight pants and lifted it to check her back. There was a long bruise already forming across her shoulder blades and another one lower down from where she'd hit the metal bars. If the gate operator hadn't been so quick, they'd be in the back of an ambulance right now. There was sand in Bree's wavy hair and her hat was gone. She had a black smudge on her cheek and a green smear on her thigh. "I'm okay." "Sheesh." Bree batted Oakley's hands away from her shirt. The fabric fell into place. Bree brushed her cheek with the back of her hand. It could have been worse. She took a ragged breath, tentatively expanding her chest, and winced. "Where's Express?" "On his way to the glue factory, I hope." Oakley steeled herself against the tears burning the back of her eyes. Bree gasped. "You have no idea how scary that was for me. You're all I." "There he is." Bree hobbled away from Oakley's confessions and fears. Oakley threw her hands in the air and stayed with the trailer. Apparently now was not the time for a heartfelt conversation about how much Bree meant to her. Nor about how afraid she was of being alone. Being an orphan was hard enough. Being alone meant no Christmases with her kids and Bree's kids playing in front of the tree, no barbecues with their husbands at the grill, no wedding dress shopping with her sister. She sniffed. There was too much at stake for her not to be scared out of her ever-living mind when a horse almost trampled her baby sister. A few minutes later, after Oakley's hands were down to a mere tremble, Bree marched back holding her arm close to her side, her cheeks in high color, carrying her hat. She was in more pain than she let on, but that wasn't what lit the fire in her eyes. He won't give him back. She kicked a tire and grunted. Who won't what? The guy who brought Express out of the arena won't give him back. He said he wanted to have a conversation with him in the warm-up arena. She made air quotes around the word conversation. Oakley's hackles rose. Who was it? Some know-it-all jerk. She glared at the tire but was probably still in pain from the last kick, so she held her ground. That's not his responsibility. Oakley rose to her full height. Come on. She hightailed it in the direction of a small dust cloud, assuming the practice arena was near there. They had to weave in and out of trucks and step over piles of crap. Her boots crunched against the rocks in a satisfyingly loud manner. She wanted to make a bunch of noise. She'd read once that making noises in the wild scared off most large animals, like bears. People were like that too, right? Bree's 7th grade science teacher had been. She treated Bree horribly until Oakley marched into the principal's office and made a bunch of noise getting Bree transferred to the other class. That was the first time Oakley had stood up for Bree, the first time she'd had to. She'd learned a valuable lesson that day. She was Bree's best shot at success. No teacher, administrator, or friend could or would do for Bree what Oakley could do for her. They weren't invested in Bree's future. Oakley was invested, highly invested. And if some rogue cowboy thought he could come in here and take their horse, he had another thing coming. Bree had fallen behind, walking slower and with care. Her sister needed rest and ice packs and pain meds and a hot bath. The sooner they collected their horse, the sooner they would be home. Arena was a loose term for the freshly turned brown dirt rimmed with tire tracks in an oval shape. There wasn't a fence or even panels set up to separate the area from truck and trailer parking. Several riders loped their horses in circles. A few girls clustered together in the middle, talking and eyeing a couple of the guys swinging ropes. The girls were stunning with their long, shiny hair, blinged-out belts, and thick mascara. The guys were homely by comparison, needing haircuts and ironing lessons. Oakley lifted her hand to shield her eyes from the afternoon sun as she surveyed the horses. Bree's saddle was in a heap on this side of the tractor tracks. Express was easy to spot on the other side of the arena, because he huffed loudly each time his front legs pounded the ground and he was the only horse out there without a saddle. His eyes were wide and his ears back, showing his displeasure with his rider. He slowed, just barely, and the man kicked hard. Oakley's gaze shifted to the cowboy atop her prized horse. He was well built, some might even say strong. She would have said hot if she wasn't so mad at him for bullying Bree. His hair was dark, and his face in shadow with the sun at his back. He moved with the horse as if he'd been riding Express his whole life. The confidence in his movements, the command he had of the animal, his determination, and the rugged manliness that exuded out of him turned her lower belly into a fondue pot. All sorts of thick, gooey, warm deliciousness accumulated. She stepped forward, squinting to make out his features. Wanting more of him to take to dreamland. Express turned at his command, bringing his face into the sunlight. The straight nose, square jawline, and piercing eyes were all too familiar. Will, she asked the air around her. Will's head turned her direction, as if he'd heard her whisper his name from across the arena and over the sound of Express's hooves hitting the ground. He nodded once, acknowledging her, and then his focus was back on the horse. Bree caught up, panting from the exertion. Oakley put her hand on Bree's shoulder for support. The delicious
Go.
in her stomach was seeping down to her knees. What is he doing? Asked Bree. Oakley shook off her disbelief at seeing quiet, slightly nervous will be so, masculine. He was entertaining during their lunch a few days ago. Friendly, too. His deep brown eyes were a well of kindness when she spoke about her parents. Something she rarely did with anyone but Bree. She watched Will lean back, putting his legs slightly forward, and use two hands, one on each side of the horse's head, to tug the reins backwards. Express backed up, going the whole length of the tractor marks. Will called a soft, whoa, and Express stopped. He shook his mane but kept all 4 hoofs on the ground until Will nudged him gently, and they moved forward at a controlled walk. Horse and rider stopped 10 feet in front of them. Will threw his leg over and hopped off. He let the reins dangle, and to Oakley's surprise, Express remained where Will left him. Bree went for her horse, only to be stopped when Will hooked her elbow gently. "Leave him be." Bree's mouth dropped open. Will let go of her elbow and gave her a hard stare. Every older sister instinct inside Oakley sprang to life. She inserted herself between Will and Bree. Placing her hands on her hips, she met Will glare for glare. Keeping her voice even and daring him to contradict her, Oakley spoke to Bree. "Take Express to the trailer. I'll meet you there." Bree's footfalls were lighter, hesitant. Oakley wanted to tell her to hurry up, but there was no reason to snap at her sister. There was every reason to snap at Will. Being this close to him made her blood roar in her ears. She must have been in some kind of huntress mode, because she could even smell his aftershave over the dust and horse sweat and muck. The scent was mellow and invoked images of snuggling by a warm fire and pressing kisses to his firm jaw. With a grunt, she shoved the unwanted image away. "Don't you ever tell my sister what to do," she ground out. Will's eyes narrowed. "Someone has to. She has no idea what she's doing on that horse." Bree and Express stopped behind Oakley. She could hear the animal breathe, feel the bulk of him behind her, but worst of all, she sensed the tears forming in Bree's eyes and the ache in her chest opening up. Before she could defend her sister, Will continued, "And I'll tell you something too, little Miss Sassy Pants, if you let her ride that horse, you're as good as killing her." Both sisters drew in a sharp breath. He couldn't have shocked them more if he'd jabbed them with the electrical hotshot the handlers used to get the steers through the return. Oakley reacted as if he'd delivered a physical blow. She slapped him across the face. Hard. Hard enough her hand went numb and then began to tingle. Hard enough that his head jerked to the side on contact and he took a half step to steady himself. He turned to her, regret evident in the lines around his eyes, the slope of his lips. "Oakley." Bree hissed her name in reproach. Oakley couldn't find words. She'd never slapped someone before. Never felt the need. She lifted her hand to examine her palm and found it an alarming shade of accusatory red. Bree took her by the arm and led her and Express back to the trailer. She may have said something to Will, but Oakley didn't hear it. The walk to the trailer was the longest of Oakley's life, and also the shortest. All the while, Oakley stared at her hand. The sound of the slap echoed in her ears. She had the feeling she'd be hearing it in her sleep.
Chapter 8. Ellie Dumont. The repetitive slap-slap of hot wax being beaten off a new rope matched the cadence of Ellie's boots on the concrete floor. "That's a sign I've worked here too long," Ellie muttered with a smile. As floor manager, she was in charge of the rope-making process and ensuring that each DR rope that left the family-owned shop was the highest quality. Quality was on point, but they were struggling with quantity today due to a broken spinning machine. They were behind and it was up to her to get them back on schedule. She'd call the skeleton crew into work Saturday. "Hector," she called above the noise. Hector jerked his head to let her know he'd heard her, but he didn't take his eyes off the ropes as he continued to slap them against the long black tarp to remove excess wax. The movement wasn't unlike what she'd seen weightlifters do with long, heavy ropes. "Can you stay an hour later tonight?" If Hector could get one more batch done, they'd only be a batch behind when they started Monday, and her stress level would go down by 77%. She'd already asked Tom, the man who tied the Hondas on the ropes, if he could stay, and Tom agreed. Although, he made sure to add that he would be working overtime and deserved time and a half pay. Ellie barely refrained from rolling her eyes. Not once, in all the years the Dumonts had been making ropes, had they ever stiffed an employee so much as a minute. "See," Hector replied. "Yes. Yes." He grinned, showing off his bright white teeth. Ellie grinned back. Thank you, Hector. You are an angel and the best waxer I've ever known. He quickly dropped his chin to his chest, but not before Ellie caught the blush on his dark cheeks. Hector was old enough to be her grandfather, but he thrived on praise. Ellie patted him once on the back as she passed by on her way to the office. The door creaked as it opened, announcing her arrival to her sister Olivia. Well? Olivia asked without looking up from the spreadsheet on her desk. Tom and Hector are staying an hour to finish the last batch of medium softs. We can work in the soft batch on Monday since the machine will be fixed and will be back on schedule. Ellie leaned against the desk, grateful for a moment when she didn't have to run somewhere. She would much rather have spent the day with Logan, who was installing windows on their house. Not that she knew anything about installing windows, but she could learn, and she could watch her husband's muscles hard at work. That was always a good time. Olivia nodded. Sounds good. Thanks. She ran a highlighter over a line in the spreadsheet. Ellie's phone beeped and she opened her messages to see a video from an old rodeo friend. The message said, "Didn't know the Dumonts were branching out into rough stock." Smiling face. Ellie squinted at the grainy video of some girl getting thrown off a horse. She was about to tap the screen to end the lengthy drain on her battery when a man landed on the back of the horse and grabbed the saddle horn as the horse bucked. Pulling her phone closer, she stared at the rider. Olivia? Is this William? She shoved the phone under her sister's nose. Olivia blinked and pushed the phone farther away. Her eyes focused and she pulled it close once again. Holy guacamole. When was this? Ellie checked the date on the video. This morning. The highlighter fell to the floor, and Olivia hovered over Ellie's shoulder as they watched the grainy video again. That's him. Black boots, dark hair. Ellie paused the video and enlarged the image to show William's face. It was him, all right. What's he doing at a rodeo? Ellie exchanged a look with Olivia. He won't come to watch me ride, but he'll go to South Summit? She'd recognized the arena at once, having competed there several times in her high school career. What does he care about high school rodeos? Olivia held up her palms. Like I should know. And for the record, he doesn't watch me rope either. She plunked herself back in her padded black chair. Ellie's eyes dropped to Olivia's scarred and battered left hand. It had been mangled by a tractor engine a couple of years ago. The doctors told her she'd never rope again. Stupid doctors ticked Olivia off so bad she never wanted to see a wild lab coat or stethoscope again. You don't say those things to a Dumont and expect them to believe you. Olivia probably forced her hand to heal just enough to hold a rope to prove them wrong. She didn't have full use of her fingers, but had trained her heading horse to respond to leg commands. The irony of the situation was that Olivia was now dating and completely in love with a Dr. Robert Canton. So, what do we do with this? Ellie wiggled her phone. Save it for blackmail, Olivia quipped. Ellie laughed. I might just do that. She downloaded the video to her phone. I'll bet William would do just about anything to keep Mom and Dad from knowing he was on the back of a horse. Mom would flip. Ellie giggled and nudged Olivia's shoulder. This is our secret. Sister swear. She held her palm in front of her face. Olivia smiled. She put her palm in front of her mouth and they pretended to spit and shake hands. What are you going to ask him for in exchange for your silence? Olivia prodded. Ellie tapped her chin as she thought over her options. She could tell him he had to come watch her race, just once. William was her older brother, and he'd been to all her rodeos growing up. She'd followed him around, believing he hung the moon, and he treated her like she was more than his little sister. They'd been friends. And then he'd left for college and didn't come back, ever. He'd worked summers and only stopped in on Christmas and Mother's Day. She'd been so lost without her protector, abandoned. His absence was something she'd never gotten over. Having him at a rodeo would set things right again. Except things had changed. She wasn't the wide-eyed blonde in French braids and pink boots anymore. She was married, building a house, and planning a future family with Logan. One rodeo couldn't change the past. "I don't know," she told Olivia. "You'll just have to figure out what you want." Olivia bent down to retrieve the highlighter and got back to her spreadsheet. Ellie dragged her feet, leaving the office to sign out the guys in the spinning room. They should be about ready to go home. Her heavy thoughts over her brother and Olivia's darn good question slowed her movements. The guys were standing around waiting on her when she arrived. Life was good. She had a sweet, handsome husband who loved her something fierce. They were building a home on Lime Peak Ranch land. She'd qualified for the National Finals Rodeo in December, placing her at the top of her event. Despite all this, there was a smudge that wouldn't wipe away. She popped out of her brooding and offered a big smile. "Good work today, guys. Thanks so much for coming in." She signed their slips for overtime pay and sent them to the office to hand them in before turning off the lights. In the darkness, she felt brave enough to whisper, "I want my brother back."
Chapter 9. Oakley Price. Sunday morning dawned gray and dreary. Oakley let the curtains drop into place and blocked the barn and practice arena from view. She checked the clock on the microwave. Bree should be up by now. Express needed to eat. With hurried movements, Oakley put the cinnamon rolls in the oven and set the timer. They weren't homemade, not like her mom's had been. Every Sunday for as long as Oakley could remember, her mom had made cinnamon rolls. Oakley was at a loss when it came to yeast, so she bought frozen dough and thawed it overnight. The cinnamon tradition lived on, even if the flavor wasn't the same. But how could it be without Mom and Dad there to laugh over frosting drips on chins? Oakley headed toward Bree's room to wake her. They'd fallen asleep on the couch watching The Man from Snowy River. Bree loved the romantic movie, but last night she'd hardly said a word when Jessica watched Jim ride away. They'd brought Express home without incident. Whatever Will had done with the horse had taken all the fight right out of him. He walked with his head down, worn out. Try as she might, Oakley couldn't remember Will lifting so much as a finger against the animal. He'd just ridden Express. There had to be more to Will's methods than simply sitting on Express's back. The fact that she didn't know a blasted thing about those methods weighed heavily on her. Going to the rodeo was like stepping into another world, a world she didn't know how to navigate. Knock. Knock. Oakley pushed the door open and stifled her gasp. Bree shoved her pajama shirt in place and flopped on the bed. Though it had only been a glimpse, Oakley couldn't shake the black and green bruises from her mind. She'd insisted Bree go for x-rays late last night. The urgent care doc said there wasn't any damage to her spine. His diagnosis allowed Oakley to breathe easy for the first time since Will accused her of trying to kill her sister. Pins and needles stung Oakley's fingers. A memory pain from slapping Will, a moment she wished she could take back. Flopping next to Bree on her belly with just as much drama as the 15-year-old, she tried to smile. "Does it hurt? I can get the prescription filled." Bree turned so they were facing one another. She shook her head. "I don't need anything that strong. It's tender but not painful. I'll feed Express and clean his stall for a few days." They'd agreed that Bree would be over all things animal care, but that was before her back looked like it had been paved in asphalt. Bree rolled to her side, careful not to run into the wall. "I think we should sell him." Oakley hopped to her knees on the mattress. "Sell him?"
Yeah.
Bree sniffed, a sure sign she was fighting tears. "That guy was right. I don't know what I'm doing on him." Oakley's hand stung. She shook it out. "He's wrong. You're a fine cowgirl. We shouldn't have rushed. That was my mistake." She bit her lip as her eyes stung. She'd been so offended by Will's accusation that she hadn't taken any time to see her part in Bree's accident. "I'm the one who is in over her head. I didn't think things through." Bree shook her head, her long straight hair hanging on either side of her face, limp and lifeless. I was shooting too high. It was a stupid dream anyway. No. Oakley pounded her hands into Bree's pillow with the fuzzy pink sham. I don't care what Will said. You were born to be a cowgirl, and a cowgirl you will be. What if I don't want to be one anymore? Oakley set her anger and shock aside. Will was the real one to blame here. She should be better at listening to Bree. After all, Bree was the one who had been thrown into the fence. But Oakley leaned against the wall and gently pulled Bree to her side, careful to make sure a pillow was between her back and the wall. You love riding. I do love to ride. I should have stuck with just riding and not wanted to compete. Those girls, they were fast, and I don't know that I'll ever be where they are. Oh, Bree. Oakley leaned her cheek on Bree's head. I wish you could see you the way I see you. Bree sighed but didn't answer. Did you call the jerk guy Will? Oakley cleared her throat.
Yeah.
Bree sat up. You know him? Oakley closed her eyes in exasperation. If only things weren't so complicated. Remember the guy I asked for directions at work? Bree's eyes about popped out of her head. That was him? Oakley nodded. Was he a jerk then too? He was. Dropping her face in her hands, Oakley stopped before she said something she would regret. Bree grabbed her wrists and shook her. Tell me. Oakley cringed. Nice. He was nice. He showed me around the office and asked me to eat lunch with him. We talked. I told him about Mom and Dad. Bree covered her heart with her hand and tipped her head to the side, taking on the universal posture of a woman melting over a man. A mischievous glint warned Oakley she wouldn't like what her sister said next. He's totally hot. Yep. Didn't like it at all. No. He's not. Oakley got to her feet. He's arrogant and self-absorbed and a bully. And hot, added Bree. Oakley pointed a finger at her sister. I'm done talking about him. Are you done slapping him? Oakley yanked her hand to her side. I didn't mean to. For not meaning to, you sure did a good job. He should not have said that. Bree snorted. I'm pretty sure that's what he was thinking. It's not funny. You're embarrassed? Well.
Yeah.
The kitchen timer dinged, rescuing Oakley from the conversation. She hastened to the door. Cinnamon rolls are ready. It took Bree a while to make it downstairs. She moved stiffly and sat on the edge of her seat. Oakley got up from the table and found the over-the-counter meds. She handed 2 to Bree along with a glass of orange juice. Bree took them and mumbled, thanks. A few minutes passed where the only sounds were chewing, the grandfather clock in the front entryway, and the drip under the sink. Bree finished off her roll and used her fork to gather the last of the frosting. She winced when her shoulder lifted. Will you put an ad up on KSL for Express today? Oakley pushed her plate away. I'll think about it. Bree went off to soak in a tub, and Oakley made her way to the barn. She probably should have come out here first, but she was still angry at the horse. Eating an hour later wouldn't kill him, but it made her feel better to see him stomp his feet impatiently. She gathered a pitchfork full of hay into his feeder and checked his water. He had enough for a couple days, so she let it be. Watching Express eat his breakfast, she couldn't help but miss the time she and Bree had spent planning her life in rodeo. The planning had been much more fun than the actual experience. That was her fault. She'd let her sister down, and she hated that feeling. Even so, Bree may have recovered from her fall and gotten right back on the horse if it hadn't been for Will. In one fell swoop he'd torn Bree's dreams from the sky and stomped all over them. Oakley would forever hate him for that, despite the fact that a part of her agreed with him. She couldn't let Bree ride Express again until she was sure he was safe. What are we going to do with you? She patted the horse's neck. Determined to see Bree ride again, she headed back into the house. Halfway there, she decided proving Will wrong would be a nice little bonus.
Chapter 10. William Dumont. Sunday night dinner wasn't over for 5 minutes before William found himself being dragged into the barn by two determined women. Ellie had his right arm, her steps bouncy and determined. Olivia had his left. He assumed she'd planned that because her left hand wouldn't have been able to keep a grip on him. Not that he struggled out of their hold or was fighting them off. Not by any means. His sisters rarely ganged up on him despite their birth order, putting him smack in between the two. They entered the barn, and a host of childhood memories washed over him. The familiar smells of earth and hay and oats and clear water only added to the deluge. What? The girls released him at the same time and folded their arms. William looked them over warily. Olivia was dark with olive skin and brown eyes and a trim build. Ellie was shorter, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and curvy. They were like the angel and the devil in their coloring, though he had the distinct impression that he may have the labels backward. Sit! Ellie kicked an overturned bucket. William laughed, hoping to keep things light. Yes, ma'am. Panda's head appeared over his stall door at the sound of William's voice. William turned so he couldn't see him. Daisy, Ellie's old horse, nickered. The 19-year-old had taken Ellie to nationals in high school where she'd come in second. But now, Daisy just didn't have the speed anymore. The kids used her sometimes, but she was a little too much horse for his 5-year-old nephew. Panda whinnied at him like a long-lost friend. William fought to keep his emotions under control at the hello from his horse. I thought Panda was over at Dallas's barn. William sent Dallas $400 a month to feed Panda and put him on the walker a couple times a week. The hay from William's lot was supposed to feed his horse, and the family could use whatever was left over as payment for irrigating, cutting, raking, baling, and hauling the crop. Olivia looked over her shoulder. He was, but Logan needed the stall for a filly, so we moved him over here. Logan? Ellie nodded. Dallas hired Logan to run his half of the ranch. He and George are sort of partners. William ran his hand through his hair. The news sat in his belly like a gallon of sour balls. Dallas always talked about me taking that job. You weren't exactly here when he needed you. Olivia had spoken, but Ellie was the one who lifted her chin as if begging him to argue about it. He wouldn't. He'd known what he was giving up at the time. At least, he thought he did. He can have it. William kicked a leg out. So what's with the good cop bad cop routine? Ellie and Olivia exchanged a glance. Show him, said Olivia. Ellie pulled her phone out of her back pocket. She tapped a few icons and flipped it around for him to see. He watched, cringing when Bree hit the fence and groaning when he dropped into her saddle. The inside of his thighs were greenish-yellow and sore. He'd walked gingerly all last night, and caught himself moving saddle sore this morning. He shoved the phone away before Express slowed down. He didn't need to watch any more. You didn't show Mom, did you? PFT. Ellie flipped her hair over her shoulder. This isn't our first rodeo. Olivia groaned. You're not blackmailing him. William tucked his legs closer, ready to bolt out of there if necessary. Blackmail? Ellie huffed. It's not like I could blackmail you, she insisted. It's only a matter of time before someone tells Mom they saw you there. You can't hide in the rodeo circuit, not from our family. I never should have gone. He gently probed his cheek with his fingertips, wondering if Oakley's handprint remained. He couldn't see it in the mirror, but every time he thought of his ill-chosen words and the stricken look on Oakley's face, his cheek burned anew. He didn't mean to imply that she would be cavalier with her sister's safety, or try to kill her. His comment was especially bad considering her parents had died in an accident, and she was alone in the world, raising her little sister. His eyes darted to Ellie. What would he have done if Ellie wanted to rodeo? He would have sold a kidney and bought a horse, that's what he would have done. He slumped lower on the plastic bucket. Looks like you were just in time. Olivia brushed her crippled hand toward the phone. How's the girl? I don't know. William wished he were small enough to crawl under the bucket and stay there forever. Didn't you see her? Ellie asked. I did. And I told her never to ride the horse again. She got mad and stormed off. He glanced up, hoping the two of them would agree with him, hoping to find some salvation in their validation. Ellie shoved his shoulder and Olivia spread her feet and put her hands on her hips. You saw the video. She was out of control, he continued. They pinned him in that spot with glares that could melt rock. Of all the stupid, Ellie sputtered. If there's one thing you don't tell a girl, it's that she can't ride her bloomin' horse. Olivia's face shaded bull in the chute with the cowbell on his back red. Unable to sit still any longer, William jolted to his feet. You didn't see the fear in her eyes. Yeah, she was scared. But you get back on the horse. Olivia punctuated her words with a stomp of her boot. Not Bree. He threw a hand towards the phone. His sister's eyebrows wrinkled in confusion. Oakley. Oakley was scared. He made his way to Panda, needing the stability and calmness the horse provided, and ran his hand over his velvet nose. He squeezed his eyes shut in an effort to block the memory. He could still see Oakley beyond the gate, her hand reaching for Bree and her face frozen in shock. But it was her eyes that had spurred him to action. They were crazy with fear, the fear of being left alone. She'd already lost her parents. Gambling on a horse was a bad idea. Who is Oakley? Ellie finally asked. Bree's older sister. She was behind the gate. She's raising Bree because their parents are gone. Panda nudged his shoulder, his horse's version of a hug. Somehow, Panda always knew when William needed one, and he handed them out like they were oats. Bree's all she has left. I couldn't stand the thought of her sister being crippled or worse because of that stupid horse. Ellie glanced over her shoulder at the open barn door to make sure no one in the family was close enough to overhear their conversation. Most everyone was still on the deck, finishing the last of Dallas's apple cobbler. She turned back, a steely look in her eyes. The one he saw when she insisted she could climb the haystack at the age of 3. She had climbed all the way to the top on her own, only to tumble into his waiting arms on her way back down. Bring him here. I'll work with him. He started to warn her off. Express had 17 years of bad behavior. The likelihood of anyone fixing that horse was beyond low. Even Dallas, had he been healthy, would have had a battle on his hands. Do it. Take my truck and trailer home tonight. You can stop on your way out of the ranch and no one will notice. We'll park your car behind my house and you can bring the horse tomorrow night. The only reason he even considered Ellie's offer was because he'd spent the whole day trying to figure out what he could do to make up for his blunder. He owed Oakley big time for what he'd done and said. He checked with Olivia, who nodded slowly. It'll work. And no one will know. By no one, they meant their parents. Which was just fine by William. The longer the cat was in the bag, the better. Just because he helped Oakley didn't mean he was back in rodeo, or that he even wanted back in rodeo. But that's what his mom would think, and she'd be broken-hearted when he left it all over again. If Mom found out these two were involved in a top-secret project that included him, they'd be as deep in the doghouse as he was. Why? He rasped. Ellie stepped forward and put her hand on his arm. Because this is eating you up. You've been half here and half gone all evening. I have not, he argued. You almost cried, just now. Ellie shoved his shoulder. And you need us, added Olivia. I can help with his gait issues. When I'm done, he will prance into the arena like a prince on parade. Ellie spun on her heel as if the decision had been made. At the door, she stopped and turned back to face him. By the way, I'm not doing this for free. Fine. Will would pay her fee. He had a decent nest egg and lived well within his means. Besides, Ellie was building a house, she could use some spending cash. What do I owe you? 2 nights at the NFR. I want my brother to watch me ride. She twittered her fingers at him and left. William's jaw dropped. His sister had hoodwinked him into going to the world's largest rodeo, where the Dumont name hung on banners and was bantered around by announcers on national television. Going to the NFR would send all the wrong messages to his parents. Not to mention it would look like the black sheep had finally come home. He could hear the whispered conversations and loud welcome backs. Maybe he could hide in the hotel. Olivia laughed. Our little sister has a dark side. I wonder if Logan knows. Her brown curls bounced with mirth as she left him standing alone in the barn, wondering how his life had been railroaded by 4 females: Oakley, Bree, Olivia, and most surprising, Ellie. This weekend was a leap down the rabbit hole. He grabbed a brush and opened Panda's stall. There was no way he was going to leave the barn now, not with the rest of the family out there plotting who knows what. Nope, better to stay in here with Panda where it was safe. He began brushing his horse, using long strokes. Panda shivered and shook as always. Treating his grooming like a day at the spa, he stretched his neck and then his front legs. Don't tell Ellie, but she's right. I need to fix my mistake. He touched his cheek. Facing Oakley won't be easy, though. He moved around to the other side, brushing his shoulder against Panda's rear end to let the horse know he was there. She's a dirty, rotten trickster, bringing the NFR into the bargain. Panda nudged him in agreement. Daisy stuck her head over the partition, nosing in on their conversation. Most of their horses were interested in getting out once in a while. They lipped at door latches and leaned against fences. Not Daisy. Ellie's old horse was content with her little stall. She was content with most everything these days. An idea nestled into Will's mind as he brushed. He didn't like taking Express from Bree without leaving a horse in his place. Without Express, Bree would miss most of the fall rodeo season. Ellie's price was awfully high, high enough to cover horse rental for a couple months in his mind. Yep, if Ellie expected him at the NFR, she'd need to put her horse where her mouth was.
Chapter 11. Anna Dumont. The warm water filled the serving dish to overflowing, soapy white foam cresting the edge, running down the drain. Anna. John placed a hand on her back, sending a little zing through her lower belly. After all these years, his touch still affected her. Most women said they melted when their lover was near. Not Anna. She felt more like a marshmallow in the microwave, growing and growing at the same time, becoming gooey and softer. Anna leaned into his chest. I must have zoned out. She shut off the water and towel-dried the dish. Your noodle salad was good. John pressed a kiss to her hair. Anna smiled. I only made it to show William that I can cook. He accused me of not being able to, so I had to come up with something. John chuckled quietly. The sound was more inside of him than outside. But Anna could feel his chest bounce. That boy gets to you like none of the others ever could. She turned into his arms and placed her hands on his chest. I don't know where to step around him. If I get too close, he scampers off. If I leave him alone, he doesn't come near. He fights who he is. And yet he's so proud of his heritage, not unlike his mama did a while ago. Anna fiddled with his shirt collar. She was not the typical rancher's wife. She didn't enjoy housework or cooking or baking or tending small children. If Bonnie hadn't been there to help raise Anna's kids, she would have stopped it too. Maybe William sensed that he was the catalyst that made her evaluate her decisions in life, and realized she wasn't cut out to be with youngsters all day. That she needed something of her own, something to feed her soul, because calming tantrums was exhausting. The rope factory was supposed to be part-time work that would allow her to work from home, be mom, and be a businesswoman, too. It didn't shuffle out that way. The ropes were too good, the sales too easy, the paperwork consuming. John was right. She was so proud to be a mom and she loved her children ferociously. But she fought taking on that role. When the kids were old enough to hold conversations and confide in her, they preferred Bonnie, who had put in the time when they were tiny. She'd earned their trust and confidence by being in their classrooms and baking after-school cookies. and listening to their recess exploits. Anna finally found her place with them in the arena. She was the best rodeo mom on the planet. The time spent in the saddle had given her a solid relationship with 4 of her 5 children. William was the unreachable one. You can't force him and you can't change him. When William's ready, he'll come back to it all. Did you see the girls haul him into the barn? Yep. Do you know why? She twisted her napkin, watching the 3 of them wander off together. Olivia could play the bossy older sister with William, and it always got his hackles up. Ellie thought the world of her older brother, but she wasn't beyond letting him have it for an offense imagined or real. I'm worried they're pushing him. William hadn't been in the barn for ages. If they were doing some sort of desensitization therapy on their brother, he'd choke. No. But he stuck around for Bonnie's chocolate cream pie, so they didn't scare him off. John paused, staring out the window over her shoulder. He was listening when Bonnie gave the rundown for the holidays, too. Maybe he'll be here for Thanksgiving. Maybe. It's the first year we won't go to St. George for the Dixie Six over the long weekend. Anna would miss pulling the horse trailer up next to their longtime friends' trailers. Porter, her youngest, graduated last spring and took away all the adventures of high school rodeos. The friendships continued, but already Anna was out of the loop. She had reached a new phase in life and wasn't sure how she felt about that yet. John caressed her arms. The South Summit Rodeo was this weekend. I feel like I slept class not being there. It was Anna's turn to chuckle. You're my kind of bad influence, John Dumont. She could joke about that because John Dumont was anything but a bad influence. The man had no disposition to do evil and used his natural ability to see the good in others to bring them to Jesus. His fingers trailed down her arm to her hand, which he picked up and brought to his lips. In some ways, I feel like we're starting all over together. In others, it's like we've been together our whole lives. I wouldn't change a thing, darlin', would you? I guess not. Anna tucked herself into John's neck. I had the strangest feeling tonight. Like there was a whole other conversation going on under our noses. Between who? The girls and William. You want me to ask them straight out what they're up to? Anna sighed. No. For all we know, they're planning some Christmas surprise. John was quiet for a moment. I had a weird feeling when Ellie and Logan left, like they were sneaking off. Ellie's never had a poker face. She's too innocent. Innocent looking. That's what fools you. Her big blue eyes all wide and deceptively naive. It's a good thing I can see through her, or she would have ruled the roost. They don't fool you. Never. That's because you see those same eyes every time you look in the mirror. You can't fool your reflection. John hugged her close and then stepped back. I'm going in to read for a while before bed. You coming? Anna preferred to putter and then fall into her mattress, ready to sleep over, easing herself into slumber like John. I'll be there in a few minutes. He gave her side a squeeze and headed down the hallway. Anna placed the clean serving dish in the china hutch. She wiped up the water spots around the sink and tidied the shoes in the mudroom, all the while wondering what her children could be up to, and then wondering if she even wanted to know.
Chapter 12. Oakley Price. Mondays were not Oakley's favorite day of the week. Were they anybody's? She dropped Bree off at school with enough ibuprofen to get her through the day. Day 3 was worse than day 1, her bruise just got uglier and meaner as time went by, and she moved with care. Because Oakley's mind was filled with worry over Bree, guilt for allowing her to ride the horse right out of the trailer, and a massive dose of self-doubt concerning her ability as a parental figure, she struggled to focus on work. The day dragged on and on and on with small spurts of adrenaline when she navigated the hallways. Running into Will was the one thing that could have made her day worse. She was embarrassed that she'd struck him. Embarrassed to the 1000th degree. Not only had she escalated the situation to a level of brutality that hadn't existed in civilized company for 100+ years, she'd done so in front of her sister. Being the worst example was not the type of example Oakley wanted to be. She had higher standards for herself than sinking below Will's level. Thankfully, her parents were the best guardian angels in the heavens, and she managed to avoid Will the whole day. She pulled the pan of frozen lasagna out of the oven and breathed in the smell of warm cheeses and tomato sauce. One of these days, she was going to learn to make all the dishes her mom and dad had made. She had Dad's recipe folder. She needed time, and there never seemed to be enough of that lying around. "Bree, dinner's ready." Bree didn't answer. Probably had her earbuds in. She'd been wearing them more often lately. Oakley tried not to take it personally. Just because Bree wanted to listen to country music every second of every day didn't mean she was shutting Oakley out. But it kind of felt that way. She went up the carpeted stairs to Bree's room and knocked. No one answered, and when she pushed the door open, she found Bree's school-issued Chromebook open on the bed. Her phone was on the nightstand, charging. "Bree," she called down the hall toward the bathroom. No answer. "Okay, don't panic." Bree was not the small 10-year-old with a penchant for talking to strangers that had Oakley considering getting a leash just to make sure no one took her. Oakley crossed the room and wrenched the curtains aside. Bree's bedroom overlooked the arena and barn. There was a strange truck and trailer parked on the long gravel drive. She shoved off the window frame and darted down the stairs. Her feet slipped across the wood floor and ran right out the door in her socks. The wet grass soaked her feet in 2 steps. She didn't care. "Hey," she yelled, hoping to scare whoever had pulled in into deciding to pull out. Bree came around behind the trailer. "Oh, hi, Oakley." She rubbed her right arm and then clasped her elbow and hung on. "I was, we were," a telling blush crept over her cheeks. Oakley pulled herself back. If this was a boy from school, one Bree wanted to impress, screaming at the kid wasn't going to go over well. Her eyebrows lifted in question. Bree glanced over her shoulder. "He brought me a horse." "I know I haven't dated in a while, but don't guys usually bring flowers?" Oakley teased, though her heart pounded. "Lame guys send flowers. If you really want to say you sorry, you bring a horse." Will came around the trailer, shoved the latch up, and disappeared inside. Oakley stared after him. Bree reached over and lifted Oakley's chin to shut her gaping mouth. "What's he doing here?" Oakley hissed. Had she been wearing a cowgirl hat, Bree's shoulders would have brushed it, she lifted them so high. "He just got here." From inside the trailer came the sound of kisses. "Bree, go inside, please." "But. Please?" Oakley begged her sister to listen with a look. "I'm not sure what kind of example I'm going to set here, and I don't need you seeing my bad behavior." "Fine." Bree flounced off. There was a clomp-clomp noise as the horse backed out, followed by the skittering of rocks on the gravel drive. William finally stepped down. Oakley hated herself for noticing how good he looked in a pair of jeans. She turned her attention to the animal. The horse, a brown and white paint, pawed at the ground. "Oh no. He is not." Oakley gingerly picked her way over the gravel, her feet taking a beating. "You can't leave that horse here." Will stroked the animal's neck. "This is Daisy." "Daisy, this is Oakley." He introduced them as if she hadn't spoken. "Hello?" Oakley waved her arms. "I said he can't stay." Will lifted one eyebrow like some teen heartthrob. "Daisy is a girl. And my sister took second in the national high school rodeo on her. She's better trained and better behaved than that sorry excuse for a horse in your barn." "Congratulations," she said to the horse, before turning back to Will. "She can't stay here. And do you want to know why?" She took 2 steps forward and forced her face not to grimace as a particularly sharp rock got her arch. "Why?" "Because you ripped apart my sister's dream and stomped on it. She doesn't even want to ride anymore because of you. So you can just walk Daisy right back into that trailer and hit the road." Will scratched the back of his neck. "You don't have to worry about feeding her. I brought hay." I don't have to worry about feeding her because she's not staying. Will's jaw flexed. Oakley's belly swooned. He walked around her and tied the horse to the hitching rail in front of the barn. I went through a lot to get this horse for Bree. She stays. No one asked you to. Oakley folded her arms. Will headed back to the trailer. Daisy cocked her hip and took in her surroundings. Oakley dogged Will's footsteps as best she could without shoes. I'll call the cops. And say what? He went inside the trailer and came out with a bale of hay. He held it by the strings. Oakley was momentarily distracted by the image, his muscles bulging and tight. It was something she would hold on to for a while. As he passed her, he winked. Groaning in frustration, Oakley shook her fists at his back. Here. Bree thrust a pair of running shoes in Oakley's hands. I told you to go inside. I did. And then I came back out. Bree shrugged. You also tell me to wear shoes in the barnyard. Oakley sighed. She couldn't fight both Bree and Will, and her sister was the lesser of her worries right now. She slipped on one shoe and then the other. Can running shoes go in the dryer? If not, the wet socks were going to ruin them forever. When she finished tying the laces, she looked up to see Bree nose to nose with Daisy. Daisy sniffed Bree's pockets and belly. Bree laughed, the weight of the last few days falling off as if she were shedding scales. She proceeded to run her hands down Daisy's neck and across her side. The horse waited patiently for the exam to finish. All the while Oakley watched Bree, Will walked back and forth unloading half a trailer's worth of hay. When the trailer was empty and her hay storage full, Will headed towards the cab of the truck. Do you want to go for a ride? Bree asked Daisy. What about your back? Oakley asked. It's fine. We'll just go for a little walk, Bree replied. Oakley stepped forward and then back again, dithering between letting Bree get on the horse, another horse they knew nothing about, and keeping her on the ground until she was all better. Will approached Bree with a halter in his large, square hand. This is her bit. Every horse has one type they like more than another. Daisy will respond to this one better than the one Express uses. Bree nodded solemnly, soaking in the information. I brought her saddle pad too, but she'll be fine with your saddle. I'll go get it. Bree headed toward the back of the barn, where they kept tack in an extra stall. Can she lift it? Will asked Oakley. I mean, is she hurt? Bruised. Oakley nodded. Her back. Will ran after Bree, a determined set to his jaw. My, but he was something to behold. If her insides would just listen to her head and stop acting like she'd never seen a good-looking man before, she'd be able to think clearly. Oakley closed her eyes and tried to breathe. Just breathe. A few minutes passed where the only sound was the cars driving past her house and Daisy adjusting her stance. A chill wind ran over Oakley's arms, raising goosebumps and making her shiver. Stupid wet socks. And she figured it out. Will's voice was all chocolate and charisma and encouragement. He and Bree emerged from the barn at the same time. Bree was smiling up at him like he was some sort of Greek god sent from Olympus to bestow the secrets of barrel racing. She had the bucket of grooming tools. Will carried her saddle with one hand, hanging it over his shoulder as if it didn't weigh a thing. His muscles were taut but he walked upright, like he'd carried saddles all his life. She's roping now? Bree asked in awe. Without a hand? Every day. Will slung the saddle over the end of the hitching rail Daisy wasn't tied to. She still has the hand, it just doesn't work like it used to. Bree got to work brushing Daisy. Will was right behind her with the saddle pad and then the saddle. They moved quickly, probably afraid Oakley would stop them any second. She debated doing just that. Bree's smile stopped her from sending Will on his merry little way. Cut all her arguments against him to the quick. In no time, Daisy was saddled and Bree was settled on her back, pleased as punch. She flipped her braid over her shoulder and made her way into the arena. Will walked just in front of her, the horse's head nearly touching his back. Oakley bit her lip as they neared the gate, wondering if Daisy would balk going through the narrow space. Her head stayed low and her eyes docile. Make a few circles along the fence line at a walk. She's not as young as she used to be, and she'll need a while to loosen up. Will leaned against the fence. Oakley stayed on the other side but stood about 3 feet from him, her arms resting on a rail. Is she fast? Bree called. Oakley picked up on the hint of fear in her voice and offered up a short prayer for protection on her sister's behalf. She can be. But she'll wait until you're ready, Will assured her. Oddly, his voice caused a warm feeling to bloom in Oakley's chest and spread to her toes. She sensed they were safe with him, that he wouldn't put Bree, or Oakley, in danger. Daisy plodded along, content to walk. They watched her make several laps around the arena. Her ears twitched at the new sounds, which showed she was paying attention to what was going on around her. Her tail flicked a couple times. After another few rounds and some figure eights, Will called Bree in. Let's get her settled in the barn. I need to get the trailer back tonight. Bree nodded. She sat tall in the saddle, like her back wasn't hurting at all. When she got off the horse, she beamed. Oakley sighed heavily. What's the matter? Will touched her elbow as he walked by. Fire ignited her skin and she yanked away from him, rubbing the spot where he had touched. The fire wasn't unpleasant. It was just too much all at once for her to handle. She needed a warning before he touched her so she could prepare herself. Irritated for reasons she couldn't put a finger on, Oakley scowled. I can't send the horse back now. Oh. Love at first sight may not be real, but love at first ride clearly is. She gestured to Bree, who had pulled off the saddle and was tenderly brushing Daisy's again. Daisy was so calm, her eyes were half shut. I'm glad they're a good fit. Will headed into the barn. And I beg to differ on love at first sight. Really? Oakley caught up to him and matched his long stride. He had the walk of a man who knew where he was going and didn't have time to spend getting there. Really? He grabbed a shovel and entered Express's stall, where he proceeded to clean it out. Care to elaborate? He tossed the muck into the wheelbarrow and leaned on the shovel handle. The night my dad saw my mom for the first time, he knew she was the woman he wanted to spend his life with. He snapped his fingers. That fast and he was a fool in love. Oakley shrugged. One story that worked compared to millions that didn't. I guess that's where my mom came in. Oakley lifted an eyebrow in question. She always said that you can't always choose who you fall in love with, but you can choose to love the one you fell for. While Oakley was taking a minute to wrap her head around that one, Bree came in with Daisy. Where are we going to put her? They had a 3-stall barn. One stall was used for tack and the second for hay storage. In here. Will snagged Express's halter from where it hung on a nail next to his stall. I'm taking Express in for a tune-up. Alarms went off in Oakley's head. She put both hands up. Wait just a minute there, Cowboy. We paid good money for that horse. I'm not ready to let you haul him off. I'm not stealing him. How do I know that? Will rolled his eyes. Because I don't want a horse. I don't want to ride him. I don't want to train him. I especially don't want to run barrels. Then who's giving him a tune-up? Oakley threw back at his attitude. Will shifted his weight from one foot to the other. Does not instill me with a lot of confidence, Will. He mumbled something into his chest. Oakley touched her finger to her ear. I didn't catch that. My sister. And who exactly is your sister? Oakley pulled her phone out of her back pocket. I'm going to need her phone number. He shuffled his boots. This isn't a big deal. It is a $50,000 deal. He snapped his mouth shut. Oakley glanced at Bree to find her forehead wrinkled, her hand resting protectively on Daisy's nose. For the love. She stepped closer to Will, hoping Bree wouldn't overhear. I sank the last of the money from my parents' life insurance into that horse. We pinned all Bree's dreams on Express. I can't let you walk out of here without some security. Will looked deep into her eyes, and she was swept up in the confusion and inner battle raging in his soul. Whatever it was that held him back, he was finally able to overcome, to gain a foothold, albeit a shaky one. Her name is Ellie. Oakley's thumbs flew over the keypad. Ellie Dumont? Ellie Labrum. Bree gasped. Did you say Ellie Labrum? You know her? One side of Will's mouth lifted. A glint of pride shone in his eyes. She's my baby sister. Bree shook her arm. Oakley, do you know who Ellie Labrum is? Oakley shook her head. She's number 12 in the NFR standings. She's, totally amazing. She's going to train my horse? She clasped her hands to her heart. I'm riding her old horse? Will chuckled. She said she'd work with him. Express has a long history of misbehaving, so I don't know what she'll be able to accomplish, but if anyone can sweet-talk him, it would be Ellie. Will's voice dropped, but Oakley swore he said, or she'll blackmail him into it. I don't like this. Oakley could only imagine what training from a top-ranked barrel racer would cost. She made good money, but she still had to budget. As if reading her mind, Will said, don't worry about getting a bill. I've got it covered. I can't let you do that. It's too much money. Oakley turned to Bree. Take her back to the trailer. Bree hesitated. She's not charging me money. We're family. But you said you were covering the bill. I am. We're swapping favors. Oh. What are you doing for her? Maybe we could help clean stalls or something. Will held up a hand. That's between me and Ellie. He stepped back and put the halter on Express. I really need to get on the road. At least let us follow you out and help get him settled. A streak of worry passed over Will's face, but it was gone so quickly Oakley wasn't sure if she'd seen it at all. Someone needs to stay with Daisy. Can you check on her once an hour until bed and then first thing in the morning? Bree nodded vigorously. My room overlooks the barn. Sounds great. Will clicked his tongue and Express followed him out of the stall. Oakley made sure Daisy had hay in her feeder and then left Bree with the horse. By the time she got outside, Will already had Express in the trailer and was climbing into the truck. I'm going to have to insist on getting a phone number. If not your sister's, at least yours. She held up her phone, her thumbs poised over the keypad. You can have mine. Will rattled off his number. Oakley concentrated on saving it and not accidentally hitting cancel. When she was done, she looked up to find Will studying her. He glanced quickly away. Will, I swear if this is some scheme, I'll come after you. Will swallowed. Oakley, I'm the last person you have to worry about stealing a horse. Oakley thought about the way he'd taken charge of Express, of how natural he looked riding bareback, of the calm way he handled an animal that was out of control. Then, his harsh words and dark scowl came to mind. I wish I could believe you. He frowned. I do too. With that, he climbed into the truck, pulled through the horseshoe drive, and turned right out of their barnyard. Oakley watched until the taillights were no longer visible. She had a strange feeling that she was letting something important slip away. The problem was, she wasn't sure if the feeling was for Will or the horse. She'd played a game of poker and lost. Will had been carrying all the cards, and he drove away the clear winner. She kicked the gravel, sending stones skittering along with part of her anger. For some stupid reason, if she were going to bet on a guy, she'd bet on Will.
Chapter 13. Ellie Dumont labrum. Ellie sat on the front porch swing Monday evening. The nights were still warm enough that she had a fresh coat of bug spray on her bare arms and neck. Bonnie used candles on the deck to keep the mosquitoes away during dinners. Ellie made a mental note to pick one up the next time she was in town. Her eyes wandered to the road. William was due to arrive with her new project sometime tonight. Things hadn't worked out exactly as they'd planned on Sunday because William insisted on taking Daisy as a replacement for Express. Though she wasn't happy about sending her beloved horse off to parts unknown, she'd done it. Having William at the NFR was big for her, big enough that she didn't mind a covert operation. She'd managed to get him and Daisy out of there a couple hours ago without anyone noticing. Getting a new horse in would be much trickier. Every once in a while, her nerves would get the better of her, and she'd kick off to set the two-seater in motion. To take her mind off things, she craned her neck around to consider the home she and Logan were building together. The design was modern country with a large garage that would serve as a tack room until their barn was done sometime in the next couple of years. The windows were in, which was a relief. Logan had been working night and day, sometimes with help and sometimes without. He was determined to have the house done before Christmas. Some of the big home builders down in the valley boasted that they could build a house in 45 days. He was determined to come as close to that timeline as possible. They made a good team, she and Logan. He managed the construction end of things, and she worked with the bank to keep the finances in order. They may have had a rocky start, not between them, but with her family, but things were good now. They had yet to spread his father's ashes, but the time would come. There was no need to rush. Logan came outside and sat down next to her. "Oh, what's wrong? Why do you think something's wrong?" "Because you're swinging, Dot." He gave a little kick to set them in motion and draped his arm over the back of the seat. Ellie didn't hesitate to snuggle into his side. The smell of fresh cut wood on his skin was intoxicating. She could forget everything and sit right here for the rest of her days. "Ellie," he prodded. "Nothing's wrong, Percy." He kept up the rocking movement, letting her get her thoughts in order. That was another thing she loved about Logan, he had the patience of Moses. She smiled. "I used to think Noah had to be the most patient man on the planet with all those animals making noise and the rain never letting up and the smell." She waved her hand in front of her nose. "Now I kind of feel for Moses putting up with the children of Israel for 40 years in the wilderness. They had miracles happen every day and they didn't get it." "Are you relating to Moses or to the children of Israel?" Logan twirled a lock of her hair between his fingers, sending pleasant shivers across her skin. "Moses." He encouraged her to continue. She sighed heavily. "I made a deal with William last night, and now I'm feeling bad about it." "Are we changing subjects or just taking a left turn?" Ellie elbowed her husband lightly. "Left turn." "Keep up." He grinned. "Go on." "I kind of tricked him into coming to Vegas in December." Logan dropped her hair and began making circles on her arm. "William is a big boy. I'm sure if he didn't want to come, he would back out." Ellie stared out at the hay field across from their house. "William owned the land. I wish he'd build out here with us." Logan didn't comment. He just kept making circles on her arm and held her close as she continued unloading her heavy heart. "I've been watching you and Robert. While I'm glad you found your half-brother, it frustrates me to see you two working together on the ranch and not have William here. To watch Logan and Robert together, you wouldn't know they'd met less than 6 months ago." Ellie wanted that, she and William were close as kids. "I'm sorry you're hurting, Ellie." She slipped her arm across his middle and soaked in his warmth. They stayed that way until they heard the rumble of a diesel engine turn off the main highway. Ellie sat up, aware that she hadn't finished telling Logan about the deal. "Will you help me with this horse he's bringing in? I know you're busy with the house and the ranch and training the filly, but..." Logan silenced her with a kiss. Surprised, it took her a moment to respond, but when she did, fireworks went off behind her eyelids. A soft moan escaped from her and a low growl came from him. Ellie giggled and pulled back. "I'd do anything for you, Ellie." Logan's stormy gray eyes bore into her, testifying of the truth of his words. "I love you." She pressed her lips to his once more in a fiercely possessive kiss. The truck horn blared. Ellie and Logan's laughter broke their kiss and welcomed William to their home. He left the truck running on the dirt road and walked briskly in their direction. Ellie pointed to his worn black boots. "I thought you'd thrown those out years ago." William looked down. "Why throw out good shoes?" Ellie had to check her grin. Maybe her brother wasn't so lost after all. Logan came up behind her and offered William his hand and a hello. "Where is everyone tonight?" William asked. "Mom and Dad are up at the house. Bonnie and Dallas had a meeting with a travel agent." William's eyebrows shot up. They were planning to go to Florida this December but decided to put it off until February, Logan explained. "They want to be around for all the Christmas festivities with Jax." Ellie nodded. One of the biggest blessings in finding out that Bonnie had a son was that he came with Jax. The 7-year-old was the light of Bonnie and Dallas's life. She'd taken him back to school shopping a couple weeks ago and practically needed a horse trailer to haul everything home. William and Carol went to buy a new couch or something, and Robert and Olivia are on a date. Porter is giving Jax and Levi a roping lesson in the arena. Ellie dusted off her palms. She'd texted all afternoon to keep tabs on the family. "Which means you had better get out of here or you'll be spotted." Ellie made her way to the truck. She would pull it into the barnyard. That way, if anyone asked, she could say she'd taken on Express as a project without having to bring up William's name. "Hey," William called after her. She spun on her heel and walked backwards. "Yeah. Thanks, Goldilocks." Ellie's heart warmed at the use of her childhood nickname. "Don't thank me yet." The research she'd done on Express didn't fill her with hope. But she wasn't doing this for the horse. She wasn't even doing it for William, not really. Her reasons were 100% selfish. While that ate at her conscience a little, she figured doing the right thing for the wrong reason was still doing the right thing. She just hoped she wouldn't have to lie about where the horse came from and add that to her growing list of crimes.
Chapter 14. Oakley Price. Oakley rubbed her eyes. An 8-hour workday was the standard at the big company, one of the few rules they carefully monitored. There wasn't a dress code, the building had a gym, a basketball court, and a weight room, lunch was provided every day, the health insurance was phenomenal, and there were themed parties once a month, which all added up to make the company to work for in the tech world. Magazines and newspapers ranked them at the top of the pile every year. Grad students studied their laissez-faire philosophy and wrote dissertations extolling the owner's virtues in valuing his employees. All of this freedom was great, but if you shorted the company a half-hour out of the 8-hour workday, you were written up. Managers didn't care if those 8 hours were accomplished before the sun came up or after it went back down as long as Oakley logged in a complete day. That meant she'd gotten to work at 4:30 in the morning on Friday so she could be off in time to drive Bree and Daisy to Vernal, Utah, for the next rodeo. Oakley rolled her head from side to side. A dull ache kept her from relaxing too much. Good thing, too, or she'd likely fall asleep. They passed a sign informing them that Vernal was Dinosaur Land, home to the largest quarry of Jurassic bones. "Wanna see some dinosaur bones while we're here?" Bree asked. "Maybe tomorrow. As soon as you ride, I'm going to bed." They made their way down Main Street, where there were a surprising number of fast food and sit-down restaurants. "Are you hungry?" Oakley asked. Bree shook her head. "I'm too keyed up to eat." Oakley bit back her need to remind Bree that eating would keep her energy up. After all, she'd munched her way through a bag of chips and halfway through a bag of chocolate on the ride, and she wasn't any more awake than before. Maybe the food had kept her from falling asleep at the wheel, but the promised sugar rush never came through. They pulled into a spot next to a purple semi-truck and matching trailer. Bree pointed at the door. Nice. Oakley followed her finger to read sponsored by Daddy in silver on the side of the semi. She smiled at Bree even as her heart squeezed tight. What she wouldn't give to have her dad in the driver's seat. Not that she couldn't take control of the vehicle. Even pulling the horse trailer was easier this time. It was just, she missed having her dad around. Most people would finish that statement off with, at times like this. But that wasn't true for Oakley. She missed having her dad around every second of every day. Time had healed the pain, aching for him or her mom didn't happen as often as it once did. There was nothing to cure the loneliness, the empty feeling in the place he'd once filled in life that was now vacant. She shook off the melancholy. Being tired and worn through wasn't a good time to pull out memories. Let's get Daisy unloaded and you can take her over to the warm-up arena. Oakley pulled the door handle and fell out of the truck. She grabbed the door and hung on, her legs plumb worn out from sitting for so long. Shaking off her exhaustion, she stretched her back and then headed toward the trailer door. Daisy unloaded easily enough. The horse had a calm about her, like she knew what was expected and had no desire to do anything less, or more, for that matter. Oakley found herself humming as she helped brush down the horse and get her saddled. She'd taken a few riding lessons with Bree a couple years ago. Lessons 1 and 2 were all about how to care for a horse. The information came back to her with each stroke. I'll get her pad and saddle. Bree's boots kicked up a fine cloud of dust, making Oakley sneeze. Oakley finished brushing Daisy and lifted her feet to check for clumps of dried mud or small rocks that would bruise the horse's foot when she ran. While Express had put Oakley on edge because his ears were constantly flipping back and down and he hardly held still, Daisy did the opposite. She kept her ears forward and only shifted her weight. I might even consider riding you, Oakley cooed. Do you think Will is going to come? Bree asked. She kept her eyes on the task at hand, moving too precisely for Oakley to believe her question was a casual one. I doubt it. She didn't tell Bree, but she'd gone out of her way to avoid Will at work all week. This included scooting into elevators as the doors closed and ducking into the restroom when she saw him coming. She wasn't sure what to say. Thanking him for the horse would be a good start, but then, this was a horse. It wasn't like thank you really covered it. She and Bree spent more time than they should have trying to figure out how much Daisy was worth. The answer they came up with was less than Express, but more than they dared consider. Thanking a guy for a $20,000 to $30,000 animal was hard. A simple thank you wasn't enough, a card was trite, so that left, what? Falling at his feet in eternal gratitude? No. Will was far too bossy and smug for her to give him the satisfaction. Since she didn't know what to do, she didn't do anything. And that probably made her look like the world's biggest jerk. He's got his own life. No, he doesn't. What do you mean? Bree tightened the cinch. I googled him. He comes from this royal rodeo family and... Royal? Oakley interrupted. There are these families that have been in rodeo for several generations and they crank out winners. Everyone knows who they are. Oh. Oakley hadn't given much thought to Will's family. She wondered if all the men had the cut jaw and nice body. Anyway, everyone in his family competes at the highest levels. His dad and sister are a roping team. His older brother ropes with this guy from St. George. His mom and little sister both run barrels, and his little brother has his rookie card. Oakley lifted her hands to indicate she had no idea what that meant. Bree blew her hair off her forehead. She'd opted for long and straight today, and her hair hung beautifully down her back, nearly touching her belt. To join the PRCA, you get a rookie card, and you have to earn so much money that first year to qualify for membership. If you do, then you can join officially and earn money toward the NFR. She paused, lifting her eyebrow asking if Oakley needed her to spell that one out too. Oakley knew what the NFR was, because Bree made her watch all 10 nights of competition every year. Anyway, Will's the only one who doesn't compete. He went to the high school finals, and won, and then he just disappeared from rodeo. Oakley chewed her bottom lip. Will said he was the last person to want a horse, which was weird considering what Bree had just told her about his family. Okay. Bree dragged in air. I think we're ready. Daisy might be ready, but Oakley and Bree hesitated. Oakley avoided thinking about sending Bree into the arena again. Bree had probably done the same thing. Neither of them brought it up during the week and neither spoke of what happened with Express. It was like they'd agreed to bury that horrible experience in the past. What a pair they made. Well, they couldn't avoid the arena any longer. Oakley held Daisy's bridle while Bree hoisted herself into the saddle. Daisy shook out her mane, startling Oakley. She burst a laugh. I guess that means she's ready. Are you? Bree met her gaze. She pressed her lips and nodded. Oakley handed her the reins. Pretty soon Bree was off to the practice arena. Oakley waited for that jolt of adrenaline that would give her the energy to follow Bree and watch over her while she warmed up. It didn't come. Either I'm too tired or I trust that horse. She wiped her brow with the back of her hand and puffed out a breath. It's the horse. She went to work sweeping the sawdust out of the back of the trailer. Daisy hadn't left a mess in there, so the small space smelled like pine, which was good, because she hadn't been looking forward to sleeping in a place that smelled like a barn. She set up their cots and unrolled the sleeping bags on top. This was the first weekend in September, and it was still warm enough to go without a hotel room. That wasn't going to be the case for much longer. Hello? Oakley jumped out of the trailer, the adrenaline rush she'd been waiting for finally cutting through her veins like 1,000 tiny knives. I'm here. She held the side of the trailer as she took the corner, only to run right into the man who had called hello. They bounced off one another. Ouch! Sorry. Oakley's face burned with embarrassment. She looked the man over. He rocked on his boots and gave her an easy smile. I thought maybe you were, she cut off, not wanting to bring up Will to this stranger. I'm sorry, again. She tried to smile, but her effort was wavy. Her chest hurt where she'd collided with his elbow, but it wasn't like she could rub her chest in front of a guy. No harm done. He hooked his thumbs in his pockets. I'm Matt Fargo. Matt was thick in all the right places. He was also tall, a couple inches over 6 feet. Oakley had to tip her head back to look at his face. A tuft of curls hung below his hat and covered the back of his neck, and he had really pretty green eyes for a guy. Oakley Price. She looked around, wondering why he'd come to talk to her but not knowing how to ask. Matt tipped his hat up off his forehead. Are you here with Bree? Heaven help her, Matt was here to break the horrible news. Is she hurt? Oakley grabbed the arm of his shirt in her fist. Tell me. He glanced down at her hand and took a step back. She's fine, I guess. I mean my brother goes to high school with Bree. Okay. Matt sure was taking the back road. She gave his arm a little shake to encourage him to talk faster before letting go. He was wondering if she's been asked to Cowboy prom. Prom? Oakley squeaked. A nervous laugh escaped her, and she wanted to crawl back into the horse trailer and never come out.
Yeah.
Judd's still kind of nervous about being turned down, even if it's because the girl already has a date. He asked me to come over and see if Bree's available. A whole new sensation filled Oakley from heels to the tips of her hair. She wanted to grab both of Matt's sleeves and jump up and down while turning in circles and screaming. If little brother looked anything like big brother, Bree would faint. Play it cool, a small voice whispered inside her head. She cocked a hip. I can understand his dilemma. What a sweetheart being all nervous. I'm already loving this kid. A big, dopey grin filled her face as she imagined dress shopping and trying different hairstyles and getting pedicures the day of the dance. So has she? Asked Matt. Not that I know of, and I'd probably know. Oakley's smile slipped along with her certainty. Bree told her everything. Well, almost everything. What was Cowboy prom? Where was Cowboy prom? Matt's smile was more confident. I'll tell him to go ahead and ask her, then, if it's okay, with your parents. He winked. There's no way you're her mom. Oakley warmed under his interested eye. I'm her sister and guardian. All right, then. Matt pulled his hat back down, a signal they were to wrap things up. Are the Dumonts with you this weekend? The who? Oakley knew darn well who he was asking for, but for some reason she didn't want to mix Will with this guy. The Dumonts. I heard William came with you guys last week and I saw Daisy warming up on my way here. You guys must be tight if Ellie loaned you her horse. She loves Daisy May. Oakley was too stunned to find words. There was no truth to the statement that she and Ellie were close, she didn't even know the girl. And, she didn't like that people were talking about her and Bree and Will. William? Perhaps because of her silence, Matt continued, Ellie and I ran in the same group. I wanted to congratulate her on getting married. I thought maybe she'd be here. Oakley felt the blood drain from her face. She's not. We're on our own this weekend. PFT, and every weekend. I've never met the Dumonts. But she had the strangest feeling that she should have met them long before she borrowed a beloved horse. Well, tell them the Fargos say hello. The Dixie Six won't be the same without them. I'll do that, she replied. In a daze, Oakley didn't see Matt walk away. She sat down on the wheel well and debated putting her head between her knees. The rodeo world was a maze of family and friends and probably enemies, too. She was sure to meet someone who hated Will or Daisy or the whole Dumont family and therefore her because they'd roped her in with them. She rubbed her temples. The dull ache from before suddenly reared its head like a lion missing dinner. She wasn't here to get involved. All she wanted to do was fulfill her sister's childhood dream and then move on. There weren't supposed to be entanglements. The cot called to her, so she made her way back in the trailer and lay down. Falling asleep was not an option. Her thoughts swirled all around Will. Matt spoke of the Dumonts as if they were legends or royalty. That's what Bree called them, rodeo royalty. Grunting, she sat up and reached for her phone. Will's info was easy enough to find, considering she had the contacts list of a 12-year-old boy. In Vernal. The Fargo family says hi. No. She hit the delete button until the words disappeared. Thanks again for the horse, she's great. Nope. Definitely not. This wasn't something she could hash out in 150 characters or less. Answers like the ones she was after could only be given through verbal communication. Her thumb hovered over the call button. Oakley, I'm up in 20. Bree's voice startled her and Oakley fumbled with her phone before dropping it. 20 minutes or 20 barrel racers? Oakley called. Her voice sounded tinny inside the trailer. She managed to pick up her phone and slip it in her back pocket as she headed to the cab. Somewhere in there was a bottle of headache medicine, and she was determined to take some. 20 riders. Let's get going, then. Oakley managed to keep her shoulders back and her chin up as the opportunity to take out her headache slipped away. She couldn't miss Bree's ride. Not when she was the only one there to cheer for Bree. Bree headed to the gate where several other girls and horses clustered together, waiting for the announcer to call their name. Oakley's pride swelled as she noted that her sister looked like the other girls. Sparkles and shine in all the right places. She was just as pretty as any of them, if not more so. But then, Oakley might be a little prejudiced in that area. The stands weren't packed. The variety of spectators made for good people watching. Some families had expensive stadium chairs with padding. They didn't leave them in the seats when they got up to buy a burger from the concession stand. No siree, they packed them on their backs coming and going. Other families sat on blankets that stayed in the stands, holding a place. Still others didn't have any padding but roamed, taking up a seat next to whoever needed to have their ear talked off. Oakley set her sight on an open area 3 rows up. She felt eyes on her as she climbed the steps and was astonished to see several people watching her or looking behind her. Her hackles rose, they were looking for Will. Or his family. "Hiya, hon, how was the drive?" asked a woman who had to be in her 50s but had permed chestnut brown hair down to her belt buckle. She wore a jean jacket, and not the latest one available on Amazon, but one that looked like it had been kicked around the arena a couple times. Oakley stared for a second longer than was polite as she tried putting a name with the face. She couldn't. She'd never met this woman before. It was fine. How about yours? Her voice drifted off in uncertainty. She glanced at the seat she'd selected, behind this woman and her husband, and reconsidered. "Oh, we had a fine time. Trevor's already been thrown off his bull, so we're just enjoyin' the evening." She waved her hand toward the arena. "Sounds good." Oakley lifted her foot, intent on getting to her seat. "Where's my manners?" "Scoot over, Tim." The woman shoved her husband off the blanket they were sharing and made room for Oakley. Oakley took the very edge, feeling bad for poor Tim, who'd lost his warm blanket. The man was as wrinkled as a raisin. His eyelids hung heavily over his lashes. The announcer called Bree's name and Oakley sat up taller. "That's your girl. Am I right?" Oakley nodded, afraid to take her eyes off the gate. Bree thundered in at a speed that was beyond her practice this week. Oakley clasped her hands together in front of her chest and whispered, "Be safe. Be safe. Be safe." Bree made a wide turn around the first barrel and then cut too sharp and nicked it with her foot. The barrel teetered before falling over. "5 seconds," said Tim. His wife elbowed him in the gut, and he grunted. "What was that for?" "Shh." Bree took the second barrel closer and knocked it over, too. She managed to graze the third barrel with her stirrup, and it went down. Kicking for all she was worth, Bree took Daisy across the timer and pulled back. Daisy immediately slowed and walked out of the arena. Oakley dropped her hands to her lap. 25.7 plus 15. "That's the worst time I've ever seen," said Tim. His wife turned her back on him and plastered a smile on her face. "Don't listen to him. He's all backed up and not happy about anything." Oakley closed her eyes, wondering if she was required to say anything after a statement like that. Daisy's lost her touch. Tim rubbed his palms together. So much for the great Dallas Ruggles training program. Oakley's stomach dropped to her boots. Despite his heavy-handed ways, Will was doing them a favor. And even if she resented him for butting in, she should protect the horse's reputation. "Don't blame the training. Really, my sister's new to rodeo. She's just learning." "Of course she is," said the talking perm. Anyone with eyes could see that. Oakley scowled. The perm wasn't done. "It's surprising to see someone from the Lime Peak Ranch do so poorly. We aren't from the ranch. I've never even seen it." Convincing these two of anything outside of the demise of the Dumont family and whoever this Ruggles man was, put a heavy drain on her remaining energy reserves. There had to be a polite way out of this conversation. "Oh." Tim leaned forward. "Then where'd you get that horse?" Oakley's head throbbed. She stood up, politeness be darned. "Thank you for the seat. My head is pounding. I'm going in search of some Tylenol." "Smart girl." The perm nodded. Tim jerked his chin in dismissal. Oakley's stomach rolled, and she wasn't sure if it was a premonition that this couple was trouble or a result of her headache that was fast becoming a migraine. She picked her way along the aisle and down the stairs, gripping the handrail to keep from tripping. Looking down made her dizzy. Unfortunately, keeping her eyes up meant she could see the way people cupped their mouths as they whispered to their friends and family as she passed. The names Dumont and Ruggles were all she could make out. She dropped into her cot and threw her arm over her eyes to block out the light. Bree was under enough pressure, she didn't need unreal expectations. Oakley could do without them as well. As soon as her head was better, she'd set the record straight. She'd put as much distance between her and Will and his family as she could. She just had to figure out how to do that.
Chapter 15. Dallas Ruggles. Dallas leaned to the right and stretched as far as his arm could reach, and he still couldn't get to his phone on the side table. Dang blasted thing. Bonnie, he called over his shoulder. Her name came out sounding more like Vonnie, because the left side of his face had been affected by the stroke. He wasn't normally a man who ran off at the mouth saying whatever fool thing entered his head, but his rate of speech was too slow even for his liking. He could make the B sound if he concentrated, but the podcast he wanted to listen to started in 3 minutes, and he was anxious to get going. I'm washing dishes, Bonnie answered. This was their new way of communicating. If he called for her, she would tell him what she was up to, and he would tell her what he needed, and she could manage her time versus his needs. A trip to the bathroom was worthy of interrupting most anything she was doing at the moment. Thankfully, he'd avoided any type of accidents. His pride wouldn't be able to stand his dear, sweet wife seeing him in that state. He'd rather be left in the desert to die. Bonnie wouldn't think any less of him, but he would think less of himself. A man's got to have his pride. Never mind. He pushed the button to raise the chair and help him stand. If he could shuffle over there, using the chair for balance, he could pick it up. Bonnie came around the couch, wiping her hands on a dish towel. She had on an orange and brown polka-dotted apron with wet spots on the front. Her blonde hair was beautifully styled, and her jeans, with all the sparkly things on the pockets, hugged her hips just right. What you trying to do? She asked. Tim's podcast starts in a couple minutes. I wanted to give it a listen. The chair stopped and Dallas worked real hard to concentrate on which muscles in his body needed to move. Walking was easier once he got going, but getting started could be tricky. He'd learned that the hard way. Bonnie came close and put her hand lightly on his arm to let him know she was there if he needed her. He shuffled a couple steps to the side, turned and picked up his phone, then shuffled back. Bonnie grinned, triumphant. You'll be ready for our trip in no time. Dallas eased back into the chair. He looked into her blue eyes flecked with green, so full of pride and admiration. It constantly amazed him how becoming an invalid had made him stronger in her eyes. Real love wasn't about the big things, it was about the everyday things. About feeling greater joy in the other person's triumphs. His Bonnie had fought her own demons when Robert showed up at their door and announced he was her son. She was growing too, and growing always brought some pain along. The silver lining in all of this was that they were growing together. I love you, Bonnie Ruggles. You're more woman than I deserve. Bonnie's hand pressed over her heart. Dallas, she whispered as she leaned over and pressed a kiss to his lips. I love you too. He used his right hand to cup the back of her neck and give her a kiss worth writing home about. When the kiss ended, he caught a mischievous glint in Bonnie's eye. If you kiss me like that again, Dallas Ruggles, you're going to miss your podcast. She gave him a chaste kiss on the cheek before he could tell her to throw his phone out the window. Why are you listening to Tim McGinnis? Old habits die hard. The high school rodeo circuit wasn't broadcast on a major network television station, or even a minor one. The only way to know what was going on, besides sitting in the stands and checking standings online, was to listen to Tim. He gave a rundown of all the events as well as commentary on the rodeo. He didn't broadcast during the rough stock events, because his grandkids competed in saddle bronc, and they needed Grandpa's coaching. Do you miss chazzing after Porter? Dallas pressed the button, and the chair began to lower to a seated position. I miss the people, the environment. Rodeo had been his livelihood twice over for 30 years. On the side, Dallas trained rodeo horses and developed bloodlines that would put the Queen of England to shame. Bonnie worried her bottom lip between her teeth. You know what? The dishes can wait. I'll come listen with you. She glanced down. Go ahead and get it started. I'll take off the apron and put a few things to soak. Dallas nodded. He turned his attention to pushing the right icons on his phone to bring up the podcast. Logan had set him up real nicely with his smartphone. Made things a lot easier. Tim started off with his glowing account of his grandkids. Tucker had been bucked off, but you think it was the timer's fault for taking a full 8 seconds to buzz, and not the kid's fault for losing his grip. Bonnie settled in on the couch, a Diet Cola in her hand. She kicked her bare feet up on the coffee table and took a sip. They listened as Tim listed off the winners in each event. The barrel racing took an interesting turn tonight when an old friend came to compete. Many of you may remember the horse trained by Dallas Ruggles and ridden by Ellie Dumont, Daisy May. They went on to take second place in the high school nationals. Bonnie jerked her feet off the table and sat up. Well, Daisy May came tearing into the arena tonight, the old fire in her eyes, but she couldn't make a turn to save her life. Bonnie jumped up and grabbed her phone, her thumbs flying. Dallas didn't have to ask. She was texting Ellie to get her little butt up to the house immediately. With a disappointing time of 27.03 plus 15 for 3 count them, folks, 3 knockdown barrels, Daisy left the arena with her head hanging low. Her rider wasn't all that happy either. Who? Bonnie asked him, as if he could answer. And how could she be, with such a disappointing time? Of course, a 27 plus 15 was much better than Bry's ride last week, where she was thrown into the fence and saved from being trampled. Ellie burst in the door with Logan hot on her heels. Bonnie waved at them to shush. If William Dumont hadn't jumped in, that horse may have been declared a danger and not allowed back. Ellie's eyes widened and she reached for Logan's hand. I spoke with the big sister of Oakley Price, who said they are new to rodeo, but one has to wonder if Dallas's training was really the reason Ellie went so far. Dallas's face heated like a potato in the fire pit. There's nothing wrong with my training, he muttered. Knowing no one would understand him anyway, he called Tim an unchristian name. Tim moved on to the goat tying, and Dallas muted the phone. He turned his attention to Ellie, who gripped Logan's hand like a lifeline. Dallas swallowed twice and thought real hard about what he wanted to say, and how he wanted to say it. Where's Daisy May? He finally got out. Ellie's face went white. Logan spoke up. Ellie loaned him out to a friend. Bonnie sputtered. What do you mean? Who? When? And what does William have to do with this? Dallas nodded, once thankful his wife could get out all the words he couldn't. She gave his arm a squeeze to let him know she'd seen his nod. Logan nudged Ellie. You have to tell them, love. His reputation is on the line. Ellie tried to hold back, bless her tender heart. But she was never good at keeping a secret, nor at telling lies. William likes Bry's older sister. He won't say as much, but she was the reason he went to that rodeo, so I know he's into her. Bry wants to rodeo, only they bought a horse that was too much for her, and so I told William the first would work with Express, and Bry could use Daisy May. She gulped in a breath as if the confession had sucked her lungs empty. Bonnie gasped. William has a girlfriend. Ellie shook her head. I don't think they're a thing, but he liked her enough to watch her sister ride. Well now, that's something. But he made us promise not to tell you guys or mom and dad, and so I didn't, because I was afraid you'd scare him off from dating her. Have you met this girl? Bonnie pressed. Dallas huffed. He had questions, too, but he couldn't get them out fast enough to head off Bonnie. I haven't. Ellie crossed her heart, and Dallas's softened at the sight. She used to do that move when she was a kid in pigtails. Bonnie opened her mouth, but Logan held up his hand to stop her. What did you want to say, Dallas? Dallas gave the boy a grateful smile. The womenfolk could speculate over William's dating life any time. There were more important things to discuss. Can she ride? Who, Bry? Ellie twisted her long blonde hair around and between her fingers. I didn't ask. After hearing Tim, I don't think so. Tim's a grouch, but he's usually honest. Dallas agreed, but he wasn't going to say so. She needs to learn. I don't have her contact information. Ellie shrugged and then her face pulled tight. This wasn't supposed to be that big of a deal. I never imagined William would give Daisy May to someone who wasn't capable. Dallas turned to Bonnie. There were 1,000 thoughts swirling in his head, but he could only form 2 words. Road trip. Bonnie's eyes twinkled. Sounds good to me. Ellie panicked. You can't. I promise, Will. Bonnie stood up and ran her hands down her pant legs. You didn't tell us. She winked. We heard some things on Tim's podcast and decided to investigate. At least we know the horse wasn't stolen. Ellie cringed. I'm sorry, Uncle Dallas. I don't. Now that the initial confrontation was over and the shock had worn off and there was a semi-decent explanation for things, speaking was easier. I'm glad you helped your brother. Ellie rushed him with a bear hug. He chuckled and patted her back. What can I do to help? Logan asked. Put the cooler in the back of the truck for Bonnie, will you? The one by the back door. Dallas used to take care of that chore, but he wouldn't be hauling a cooler around for some time if ever. The stroke was doing all it could to humble him. Asking for help was impossible before. Taking it when offered was a little easier now. At this rate, the Lord would have him eating humble pie at his last supper. I'll be happy to. Logan headed for the back door to take care of things right away. Ellie kissed the top of Dallas's head and hugged Bonnie. Let me know how it goes. And, she paused. I want to know everything about Oakley, so get the dirt. She darted away. Oh, you. Bonnie swatted at but missed Ellie's backside. Bonnie ended up shaking her finger at the girl. Ellie threw a grin over her shoulder as she went out the back door to meet up with Logan. Dallas watched their exchange with a fondness. If he had to spend the rest of his days in a chair, he would do it happily surrounded by his family. Ellie wasn't technically his and Bonnie's daughter, but Dallas would adopt her at the drop of a hat. Bonnie dusted her palms together. So, we're going to Vernal in the morning. I think it's best. Are you ready to see everyone? Since his stroke, many people had come by the Lime Peak Ranch to check on him, but Dallas had yet to go in public. I always say everything and everyone I need is right here. But, Bonnie prompted. But William. William was different from the other kids. He was quieter, more thoughtful in his actions and words, and he felt things deeply. Dallas had always tried to key into William's moods before speaking to keep from ruffling feathers. Because of that, they had a deep respect for one another. Even as a surly teen, William hadn't mouthed off. Not like his older brother George. George was impetuous, a lone ranger who didn't feel the need to reveal his plans before jumping in. If William loaned Daisy May to this family, he had a reason. They weren't likely to get the information out of William. If he had feelings for this Oakley girl, then he'd go silent as a fence post. That just wouldn't do. Since he and Bonnie hadn't had any children of their own, the only way their family was going to grow was through marriages and births. As far as he was concerned, sons and daughters-in-law were family as much as anyone born on the Lime Peak Ranch. They needed to meet Oakley and tell her she had a place here, so she knew that it wasn't William's family keeping her away, so she knew she had people who would care for her no matter what. William needed to know that too. Dallas's throat clogged with emotion, making it more difficult to speak. It's time to bring the lost sheep home.
Chapter 16. Oakley Price. Morning came awfully early for people sleeping in a horse trailer. Oakley groaned as the sunlight blaring through the windows worked its way down her face. She turned to the side in an effort to stay asleep. Bree grunted and groaned, not wanting to get up either. They stayed that way until Daisy kicked the side of the trailer. Pound. 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 That horse is the world's worst alarm clock. Oakley rubbed the sleep out of her eyes. She's hungry. Bree sat up, her straight hair in a nest on the left side. I'm hungry. Oakley pointed to their bags and things at the bottom of the trailer. I packed Pop-Tarts. Bree scooted out of her bed and foraged through the plastic shopping bags. The noise made it impossible for Oakley to go back to sleep. She sat up and put both hands on the sides of her head as the world turned. How's your headache? Bree asked around a mouthful of strawberry tart. She worked her pajama bottoms off and shimmied into her pants. Better. I slept through the worst of it. A package of Pop-Tarts landed on her bed. You need to eat something and you'll feel better. Oakley made a face at the silver wrapper. Eating that was not going to make her feel better. She needed warm eggs and toast. You feed Daisy, and I'll get dressed and we'll go to Denny's. Sounds great. The more Oakley moved around, the better she felt. Taking care of Daisy didn't take too long. They drove to Denny's and back just as the bull riders were finishing up. Bree didn't have the luck of the draw today. She was the last barrel racer on the list of over 200, which meant they had hours of sitting around before her name was called. Oakley wasn't too keen on sitting in the stands after yesterday's experience. She pulled out her phone and opened the Kindle app, hoping to find something to distract her. Bree took Daisy over for a light workout and the day passed at a leisurely pace that did wonders for Oakley's stress level and therefore health. However, avoiding the arena couldn't last all day, and she soon found herself headed back to the dreaded bleachers. Instead of climbing stairs, she took the first row and faced forward, resolutely ignoring any finger-pointing or gossip-mongers. "Our cleanup driver is out to a late lunch, so Harry's offered to take over," said the announcer. A low groan came from the stands. Oakley barely refrained from turning around to glare at them all. This guy was giving up his time to help the rodeo run, people should be grateful. A giant green tractor came into the arena to rake, it was like a Zamboni for the dirt. It didn't take long for Oakley to see why the stands groaned when his name was announced. Usually, raking was accomplished in under a minute, the tractor flying in an efficient pattern while the attachment dragging behind chewed-up dirt clods and filled-in trenches. This driver kept the machine in low gear and had a perfectionist's outlook. He didn't quite like his first turn around the arena, so he started over and did it again. Oakley could have crawled over here from the trailer and still would have been faster. Everyone settled in for the long haul, watching Harry make circles. During his third go-around, a low rumble went through the crowd. Oakley followed the outstretched hands and pointing fingers. An older gentleman was making his way across the dirt path to the front of the stands, using a walker. He wore a pair of faded but clean jeans and a flannel shirt with a white t-shirt underneath. His gray felt cowboy hat was pushed down low to hide his face, but she could see the color of embarrassment creeping up his neck. He scanned the front row for a seat. Looking up and down the rows, Oakley realized the closest open seat was next to her. She scooted over and patted the empty spot, giving him an encouraging smile. She could totally relate to what he was going through with all the eyes on him. Helping ease his discomfort was the least she could do, and maybe if the two of them sat together, neither would feel so out of place. He dropped his eyes to the ground and headed her way. When he sat down on her right, he tipped into her. She placed a steadying hand on his arm and leaned back until he was situated. "Thank you." "You're welcome." She smiled to let him know she was happy to help. He maneuvered his walker, one of those sporty black kinds that doubled as a wheelchair, off to the side. "I'm Oakley Price, by the way." One side of his mouth lifted in a smile. Oakley tried not to stare at the left side of his face, which hung a little lower than the right. Instead, she looked into his sparkling eyes. "Well, it's nice to know that something is going my way today." He held out his right hand. "Name's Dallas Ruggles." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Oakley. I hear your sister's running a horse of mine." Oakley's heart pounded so loud she could no longer hear the tractor in the arena. "Ruggles," she whispered. Her worst nightmare had come true. She'd wanted to put space between her and Will's family, and not only was she face to face with one of them, she'd motioned him over to sit by her like they were best friends. No good deed goes unpunished. One and the same. "This is my wife, Bonnie." He motioned to a beautiful blonde as she sat down. She wore some of the most beautiful leather jewelry Oakley had ever seen. They were the kind of pieces found in designer clothing magazines and stores that smelled like money. "Phew. Sorry that took so long, I had to go out a ways to park." Bonnie patted Dallas's knee as she sat on the other side of him. "Oakley was just keeping me company." Bonnie tipped her head as if asking him a question, he smiled in response, and she said, "So this is our Oakley." Something inside Oakley's chest expanded at the words "our Oakley" and the motherly way Bonnie's eyes softened while taking her in. She fought the swell of emotion threatening to spill tears on her cheeks. She hadn't been anyone's for a while now. Even though she didn't know Bonnie and Dallas, she had this feeling that she'd want to be. Well, aren't you a pretty little thing? Bonnie reached across Dallas and gave Oakley's knee a squeeze. Oakley's cheeks warmed. Thank you. The tractor cleared the gate and the announcer tapped the mic. Is this thing still on? He asked, earning a chuckle from the crowd. A couple people stood up and clapped. All righty, let's get this show on the road. Thankfully, our racers are faster than Harry. Up next is Bree Price. This is our girl. Bonnie clasped Dallas's hand. Oakley shook her head in amazement. She'd never laid eyes on these two, and as far as she knew, they'd never seen Bree before, yet they were fretting and holding their breaths as if it were their own flesh and blood out there. She sat a little taller in her seat, boosted because Bree's cheering section tripled today. Bree and Daisy tore through the gate and passed the timer. Daisy nicked the first barrel with her back leg and it flopped over faster than a college basketball player trying to draw the foul. The second barrel was the same. Oakley stood as Bree headed to the third barrel, pleading with her maker to help Bree turn clean. Bree turned Daisy too sharp and hooked the barrel with her boot, dragging it along a half a foot before it too tipped over. Bring her home, yelled Bonnie. Kick! 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 Oakley saw Bonnie out of the corner of her eye, cheering for Bree like she was a champion instead of the only girl to knock over all three barrels. Her arms were in the air making a big V. Bree kicked, and Daisy had a burst of speed before crossing the timer. Oakley was drowning in disappointment and embarrassment and self-loathing for not being a better rodeo coach and didn't hear the final time. She sat down, barely feeling the cold bench through her jeans. I'm so sorry. She's just started, Anne. Dallas's half-smile stopped her apology. What's there to be sorry for? He started loud and clear, but the longer he talked, the closer she had to lean to hear him. She didn't win. Nobody, and I mean nobody, wins every rodeo. Bonnie nodded her agreement with Dallas. It doesn't happen. There's too many variables. As long as a contestant does her best, we're pleased as punch. Besides, did you see her on the final stretch? She pushed Daisy and wasn't at all timid. That girl's got some skills. Oakley dabbed at her eyes. She knew she missed her parents, but she hadn't realized how alone she'd felt raising Bree until Bonnie started cheering, until she had someone standing next to her. Thank you for coming today and for supporting Bree. The perm lady and Tim stopped in front of them. Well, said the perm, planting her hand on her hip. I never thought I'd see the day when one of your horses went green, Dallas. Dallas pressed his lips together. There was a fire in his eyes that Oakley would hate to be on the other side of. Daisy May is sound. So you're blaming that ride on the rider. She lifted a drawn-on eyebrow and looked pointedly at Oakley. I don't blame anyone for anything. That was a solid ride. Bree stayed in her saddle and finished strong. Dallas's words slurred slightly, but the meaning was clear. The Lime Peak Ranch has certainly lowered its standards, added Tim. Oakley dug her fingers into the bench. Hey! She started when she realized the one-word accusation had come out of her mouth. Dallas and Bonnie looked at her with curiosity, while Tim and the perm were open with their challenge. First, my sister is not below anyone's standards. Second, the only people I see lowering themselves are you two. I don't appreciate the way you're fishing for trouble. I don't appreciate your tone, young lady, said Tim. Where I come from, we respect our elders. Oakley flung her hair over her shoulder. Where I come from, respect is earned, and you haven't earned a penny's worth of mine. Come on, Tim. We don't have to take this. They stomped off together. Oakley let her hands off the bench. She wanted to snort after them like the bulls did after throwing cowboys off their backs. Bonnie hooted out a laugh. She came around and sat on the other side of Oakley to put her arm around her. Dallas, I'm keeping her, she declared. Dallas patted her knee. Yes, we are. Oakley looked back and forth between them. You aren't mad at me for telling off your friends? They aren't exactly friends. More like frenemies. Bonnie laughed again. I don't think I've ever seen Phyllis's eyebrows so high, and that includes the time she let her granddaughter draw them on. Oakley snorted a laugh and threw her hands over her mouth. Why don't you take us to meet your sister? Dallas pulled his walker in front of him. Oakley eyed it warily. It's kind of a hike. Are you sure you can manage? I'll walk out of the arena and then take a seat, and you can push me where we need to go. Bonnie's hand landed on Oakley's arm, and she gasped quietly. Oakley leaned over to hear her. He hasn't let anyone push him in the chair. Her eyes sparkled with unshed tears. This is big for him. Oakley nodded and patted Bonnie's hand. I'll be good. You be you and that will be perfect. Bonnie moved over to brace the walker as Dallas worked to pull himself to standing. They didn't break any speed records, but they eventually found Bree at the trailer, holding a bucket for Daisy to take a long drink. She gave Oakley a "who's this" look, but smiled for Dallas and Bonnie. Oakley did the introductions, and Bree about dropped the bucket to shake their hands. It's great to meet you. You too, Bree. That was quite the ride. I don't think Daisy May has had that much pickup in years. Bonnie beamed like a mom whose kid just won the spelling bee. Thanks, but it wasn't all that great. Bree tucked her hair behind her ear. You sit a saddle well. Dallas's voice was low and gravely. He cleared his throat and worked his lips for a moment before continuing. Won't take much for you to have a clean ride. Bree's head popped up, her eyes full of hope. You think? I know. Dallas winked his right eye, and his left eye slowly closed and opened. Oakley absently scratched her arm. I've been asking around about a coach, but no one's available this time of year. Bonnie tapped her finger to her chin. I think William's available. Oakley grabbed Bree's arm to keep her from spouting off about the situation between Oakley and Will. Mostly because there wasn't a situation, unless you count her slapping him and him bringing her a horse. Then there was a situation. But at least 5 days had passed since then, so the situation had blown over, maybe. Oakley ignored Bree's scowl. Will I.am has already done so much. We couldn't ask him to give up his free time. Politely turning down the idea was the best option. She was on an avoid Will campaign and doing great. There was no reason to involve him in their lives. Especially since the hero in the romance novel she'd been reading all day had an uncanny resemblance to Will. She couldn't read about those great kisses without picturing him and his stubble-covered jaw. Stupid. 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 Daydreaming about a rogue cowboy wasn't going to help her face him in person, if she ever had to. Bree yanked her hand away. I could, she said, not quite under her breath. Bree, Oakley warned. You're not the one out there tipping barrels. My pride is shot. I'll call him right now. What's his number? She had her phone in her hand before Oakley could blink. Oakley pressed her lips together and warned Bree with a hard stare to save the conversation for later. She tipped her head towards Dallas and Bonnie, reminding her sister they had witnesses. Company. Dallas and Bonnie exchanged a look. I could use a rodeo hamburger, Dallas announced. Me too. Bonnie was too bright for her reaction to be genuine. They were doing their best to cover up the uncomfortable situation. That was fine. Oakley was grateful for the change in conversation. Bonnie linked her arm through Bree's. Why don't you show me the way and we'll talk strategy? Oakley wasn't too happy with them conspiring against her to get Will involved. I mean barrel racing strategy. I may not have competed, but you don't live on the Lime Peak Ranch without picking up a few hints now and again. Bree brightened. That's great. They wandered off together chatting like old friends. Bree threw a wicked grin over her shoulder, and Oakley had the distinct impression they weren't talking horses. Oakley put her hands on her hips. No offense, Dallas, but your wife's a tricky one. Dallas laughed from his seat. She can be downright devious when she sets her mind to it. His eyes were suddenly looking through Oakley to see something in the past. He frowned and then shook off the melancholy. Her heart's in the right place. It's Daisy May we need to talk about. Oakley ran to the cab of the truck to find a pad of paper and a pencil to write everything down. She gave up worrying about Bree for a minute and pulled a camp chair out of the back of the truck so she could sit by Dallas. All right, oh wise one, lay your wisdom on me. Dallas leaned forward. What kind of setup do you have at home? We have an arena and a 3-stall barn. He nodded once. That's good. Daisy May needs exercise every day. He continued on, laying out a competitive horse's needs, which included everything from a bit of molasses and oats on race day to the massage that would help her recover after a workout. Oakley slumped in her chair, staring down at 2 pages of notes. I had no idea there was this much involved. Well, now, there doesn't have to be. He tapped her knee, and she looked into his sparkling eyes. But you want to win, don't ya? Oakley laughed. Winning would be nice. Dallas grew serious. Call William. He's your best shot. Oakley twisted her hands in her lap and then shoved them between her knees. That's not exactly easy. William can be stubborn. His relationship with the family is a tricky one. In fact, I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell him Bonnie and I were here today. But? I'm not asking you to lie. Not exactly. Huh. Oakley folded her arms. She shouldn't have to lie if she didn't talk to Will again, but Dallas was asking her to do just that. If he asks outright, you go ahead and tell him. But he won't ask, so we're safe. He's stubborn, she prompted.
Yeah.
But you've got something going for you that the rest of us don't have. What's that? Dallas chuckled. Oakley felt her ears warm. She had the distinct impression he was talking about her feminine wiles. She'd unleashed them on Will that first day when she asked for directions, and it had worked out well. At this point, flirting with him again wasn't an option. You'll have to figure that one out on your own. Ah, here come the burgers. He tapped his nose. I can smell them a mile away. Sure enough, Bonnie and Bree were back with 2 boxes stuffed with burgers, fries, and shakes. Oakley scrambled to get more chairs out of the truck and set the cooler between them as a makeshift table. Dallas offered grace over the food, a touching prayer of gratitude for meeting Oakley and Bree and for keeping Bree and Daisy May safe during competition today. Once again, Oakley's eyes pricked with the realization of how much Bonnie and Dallas had given them just by showing up. Soon after they finished eating, Bonnie went for the truck, and Oakley helped Dallas into the passenger side. They drove off with big smiles and promises to come to another rodeo. Oakley and Bree weren't far behind them on the road. Bree didn't wait until they were on the highway before she began listing the reasons they should call Will. There's no one else. I'm sure there's someone. We're wasting time trying to find them. The season will be over in 2 months. Not to mention I can't practice in the snow. It will work out. It would work out better if you called Will. Bonnie said he won buckles when he was a kid, before he switched to roping. Oakley put her arm on the wheel and leaned into the door. And his mom and sister qualified for the NFR. It's in his blood. Unless you need a transfusion, I'm not calling him. Bree folded her arms. I don't see why I have to suffer just because you like him. I don't like him. I can hardly stand him. He's such a busybody, showing up at your rodeo and taking over. Who needs that? We do. Bree wailed. We need someone who knows rodeo, and from where I'm sitting, wills it. Then change seats. Oakley merged onto the highway and floored the gas. The old truck wasn't much for hills. Come on, Oakley. Please. Bree clasped her hands in front of her chest and turned on the puppy dog eyes. I want to compete. Right now, the other girls think I'm a wannabe. Oakley's jaw dropped. Did they say that? Bree averted her gaze, and that was enough of an answer. Oakley's arguments flitted out the window and flew down the highway like dried leaves.
Ugh.
Fine. I'll talk to him on Monday.
Yay!
Bree blew her a kiss. You're the best big sister ever. If you only knew. Bree shoved a pillow against the window and yawned. Oakley rolled her eyes and stared at the long stretch of road ahead. What if she just kept on driving? Could they get to Canada and start a new life, one that didn't include Will Dumont? Even as she thought about it, Oakley dismissed the idea. Whether she wanted to or not, she was going to have to face Will. She started making lists of ways to butter him up. Maybe a casserole or plate of cookies. No, those sent the wrong signal. She wasn't out to impress him with her cooking. Not that she could. Her best cookie recipe started with a package of Nestle Toll House dough from the refrigerator aisle. There had to be something Will loved. Their short conversations didn't render any hope, until she remembered the look on his face as they stood in line for lunch on her first day of work. Yes, with just a little effort, she'd have Will eating out of her takeout boxes and happy to coach Bree.
Chapter 17. William Dumont. William was never so grateful to get back to work as he was on Monday. All day Friday and Saturday he'd fought against an unrelenting pull to drive to Vernal. A simple task, like grocery shopping, was like walking through molasses. He silently argued the pros and cons, probably looking like a crazy person as his expressions changed with each side of the argument. On the one hand, he'd be there in case anything went wrong. Though nothing should go wrong. Daisy was as safe as they come. Besides acting like a rodeo lifeguard, he had this craving to be there for Oakley, to sit next to her and cheer for Bree, to help saddle the horse, to give last-minute instructions at the gate. Or, if all else failed, to be something Oakley could lean against. On the other hand, the last time he went to a rodeo, things didn't work out for the best. And Oakley was already mad at him. For what, he wasn't sure. All he'd done was try to help, and she'd hissed back like a mama cat protecting her little ones. Okay, in hindsight, he could have taken it easy on Bree. She'd been through quite the scare getting thrown from a horse and nearly trampled. He shouldn't have been so stern. And if all that wasn't reason enough to stay away, Oakley hadn't contacted him since he'd dropped Daisy off. Her silence was a big, go away, sign that bruised his male ego. He wasn't suave with the ladies, but usually, when he showed interest in a woman, he could get a first date. So even though he'd wanted to drive all the way to Vernal to see Oakley, he'd refrain, barely. Instead, he checked the online postings and found Bree's time. She did horrible. She must have walked the horse around the barrels to get such a bad time. Seeing the numbers only raised more questions and made him feel anxious all day Sunday. Therefore, Monday morning was a relief. No rodeos. No times. No questions. And no Oakley to consume his thoughts. William opened his email account and glanced through. Bonnie had sent him the weekly update. Unnaturally curious, he opened it to find, instead of the usual rundown of happenings on the ranch, a quote in bold. Be open to new experiences and your life will be richer. He stared at it, wondering what she was getting at and when the other shoe would drop. Morning. William spun in his chair to see Oakley set a takeout container on his desk. Boom. Taco Monday, said Oakley with a grin. He looked down at it, and then back up at her. What? Oakley's confident smile slipped. You said Taco Tuesday was your favorite, but it's Monday, and so... She flourished her hand over the container. Taco Monday. William wasn't buying the friendly neighbor routine. The last time he'd seen Oakley, she could have killed him with her glares, and now she brings a gift? Something was up. Why are you being nice to me? He warily eyed the container, wondering what she'd hidden in the food. Olivia had once baked brownies for a guy that made him pea green. He deserved it after rescinding his offer to take her to homecoming. Oakley rolled her eyes. You brought me a horse. Yeah, and you kicked me off your property. She frowned. You were being bossy. You were being stubborn. She folded her arms. Not unlike someone else I know. She pointed at the plate. They locked gazes, daring the other one to look away first. William didn't look away. Thank you for the tacos. Thank you for the horse. She lifted her chin, and William couldn't help but notice her long, graceful neck. He shoved aside the desire to leave a trail of kisses on that creamy, soft skin. You're welcome. He managed to get out in an even tone. Oakley affected him in ways no other woman had before. No, you're welcome. Is that all? He continued to stare into her eyes, watching the light catch the baby blue color. Keeping an edge to his voice became difficult. Not quite. Well? Her eyes dropped, and William blinked several times while she wasn't looking. He wouldn't be able to forget how blue her eyes were when she was angry with him, but he liked it enough that he wouldn't mind teasing her in the future. Daisy is great, don't get me wrong. It's just, Bree knocked over all the barrels on both her runs. William jolted back in his seat. No wonder her times were so bad. How is that even possible? He blurted. She's learning, Oakley ground out. It's harder than it looks. William chuckled. It's running around a barrel. Maybe for you. Bree didn't grow up in a saddle. Things you learned as a 4-year-old are new to her. The hairs on the back of William's neck stood up. How do you know how I was raised? Oakley ran her fingers back and forth across the edge of his desk. You subdued Express, pulled Daisy May out of thin air, and I had several people at the rodeo tell me to tell you and your family they'll miss you at the Dixie Six. That's not good. William stood and paced the small space behind his desk. The last thing he needed was for Oakley to get caught up in his family's drama. The more time she spent at rodeos, the more she'd be drawn into the world he'd worked hard to leave behind. His life would be simpler, and the tangle of emotions he battled when it came to his family would stay safely tucked away if he could stay away from her, and her creamy skin and her blue eyes that tugged at his desire to get closer. He glanced at the computer screen, where Bonnie's quote was plastered in bold, prodding him to give this a try. Oakley cocked a hip. It's not like you're my first choice. Everyone who coaches or teaches is busy with their own season right now. William was drawn to Oakley's soft curves. She wasn't a curvy woman. Her collarbone was well pronounced, and her arms were long and thin. He was okay with that. More than okay, actually. Her small frame lent her an air of delicacy that stirred his protective nature even as her words stung like barbs. Nothing makes a guy feel so useful as knowing he's the last resort. All I'm saying is that this isn't ideal for me either. But you're here asking? Because I'd do absolutely anything for my little sister. And with that statement, she had him. Even though William had walked away from the ranch, if one of his siblings called, he couldn't say no. He'd even subbed at the rope factory for Porter when his little brother went off to California for a Battle of the Bands competition. Working alongside Ellie and Olivia and yes, even his mom, had made it hard not to fall right back into the family. He couldn't, though. He couldn't go back to being the forgotten one. Growing up, he wasn't old enough to do what George and Olivia were doing, and he was too big to be one of the babies on the tail end of the family. No matter what, William was the odd man out in his parents' eyes, and that stung. If I do this, we do it my way. Oakley pressed her lips together so hard they turned white, a stark contrast to the color that filled her cheeks. She was stunning when she was angry. William sucked in a breath, praying he hadn't pushed her too far. Fine. Fine. He hooked his chair with his foot, pulled it closer, and sat down. He kept his eyes on his desk and the papers he shuffled to appear busy so she wouldn't see the desire rolling through him. Monday, Wednesday, Friday practice at your place. We'll start at 6. Since there's not a rodeo this weekend, we'll keep Saturday open as an option. She tapped her knuckles on his desk. Don't be late. William watched her leave. A smile tugged at his cheeks. Oakley had fire inside of her, and he was pretty sure he would enjoy feeding the flames.
Chapter 18. Oakley Price. Oakley adjusted the curtains to hide her from view. Bree had Daisy saddled and was doing slow circles around the arena. Oakley checked the alarm clock on the nightstand. Will had 5 minutes. So help her, if he was late. She should be down there, ready to welcome their new rodeo coach and offer up something to drink, a bottle of soda or something. But after the way Will had turned her stomach into bubbling lava with a look, she was having a hard time facing him. 4 minutes. How he could steal her breath away in one look and make her so angry with a comment, all at the same time, was beyond her. She wasn't used to the strength of emotions he inspired. 1 second she wanted to strangle him and the next she wanted to run her fingers through his wavy brown hair and let him kiss her into oblivion. She was pretty sure he had the skills to do it, too. 3 minutes. The sound of tires on gravel had her clinging to the curtains like a lifeline. Sure enough, Will's blue car stopped directly below her window. She tried to turn away so she wasn't the creepy stalker in the window, but she had to see him. Then she could go downstairs and pick up the living room, dust, vacuum, wash the dishes in her mother's china hutch, anything to keep her from going outside. Will stepped out of his car. He wore the same worn boots he'd had on at the rodeo, but he'd changed out of his work jeans and into a pair of cowboy jeans that hugged his backside. Oakley craned her neck and tipped this way and that, but from this angle, she couldn't get a good look at his back pockets. Disappointed, she dropped down from her tiptoes. He also had on a plaid shirt and a belt with a shiny buckle. He reached into the back seat and pulled out a straw cowboy hat. Oakley pushed away from the window frame. Thanks to that romance novel on her Kindle, she already had a mental image of what Will looked like in a cowboy hat. The picture was strong and hot. No sense verifying the abilities of her imagination. He was here. That's all she needed to know. In a rush to remove herself from temptation, she pounded down the stairs and headed for the front room, which didn't have a view of the arena. She pulled the vacuum out of the hall closet and got to work. Several passes with the ancient and heavy vacuum cleaner channeled her energy into something productive. She was walking backwards to get beautiful lines in the carpet when she collided with something solid. Thick, warm hands wrapped around her upper arms, and she let out a startled scream. It's just me. Will flipped her around and held her steady against his solid chest. Good thing, too, because her head was spinning, and butterflies flapped in her stomach. Her hands hovered over his chest. She wanted to rest them there but didn't want the memory of what his muscles felt like to haunt her. I didn't hear you come in. What? Will asked over the vacuum. Crap. Oakley jumped away from him and hit the power button. The motor wound slowly down, leaving them in a clumsy silence. You shouldn't sneak up on people. You should get a new vacuum. I'm sure that one has been recalled for causing hearing loss. He tugged on his ear and opened and closed his mouth. This thing has more power than my truck. He smiled, ruefully. I don't doubt that. Caught off guard by his smile, Oakley forgot how to speak English. Blurbique. What? Will leaned forward. The smell of earth and some kind of manly cologne or body spray tickled her senses. What are you wearing? She sniffed him. Dot. He looked down at his chest, like the name brand would be written on his shirt. Oakley suddenly felt like a complete idiot. My dad wore Old Spice. She blabbered on. I'll never forget that smell. I keep a bottle in my dresser. It's kind of silly, but when I miss him, I put some on, it makes me feel close to him. She glanced up, and his brown eyes were full of compassion and interest. You don't smell like my dad. One side of his mouth lifted in a mischievous smile. I'm not sure what it's called, but I could bring you a bottle so you could wear it when you miss me. Oh. Oakley smacked his arm. You're incorrigible. She stomped to the couch, grabbed a pillow, and fluffed it, which was actually beating it, which made her feel better about spilling her guts to Will. Not even Bree knew about the Old Spice. Bree said you had some water bottles somewhere. I looked in the fridge and couldn't find them. They're in the pantry. I'll show you. She crossed the room and Will stepped to the side to let her go first. He didn't allow her much room and her shoulder brushed his chest. Heat rose to her cheeks and she picked up the pace. His steps were quiet but she felt him close, her body attuned to his in the most disturbingly thrilling way. He stood right behind her as she opened the pantry door and pulled out a couple bottles of water. Here. She handed him two. I'll put more in the fridge so they're cold and you'll know where to find them next time. Thanks. He grinned. Water wasn't my first choice, but we all have to make do. Oakley narrowed her eyes at his reference to their less than amiable conversation the other day. She smirked, unwilling to let the barb go unchallenged. Nothing makes a drink taste so good as knowing it's your last resort. I guess that means I can't talk you into going to the gas station and getting us all vanilla colas? She puffed her hair off her face. Not unless you're willing to finish vacuuming. No thank you. I prefer to keep my hearing. Good for you. She motioned to the door. William's boots were in the long copper pan she'd bought to set wet and muddy shoes in and save the wood flooring. She dropped her eyes to his feet and took in his white socks. There was something intimate about standing together in the kitchen in their socks. Something homey and comfortable. Something pleasant. Will followed her gaze and chuckled. Nice socks. Oakley wiggled her toes inside the gray, blue, and red material emblazoned with the team logo. Go Red Sox. He considered her feet for a moment. The kitchen got all steamy and the air thick with interest. Okay, well, if you're done coveting my socks, I've got to get some things done around here. Oakley took a step back, the effort monumental considering the forces pushing her towards Will. Will's eyes slowly traveled up her body, the sensation of bubbly warmth following his path. Nothing in his gaze was lusty or leery. On the contrary, he gave her the sense of being as admired as a woman set on a pedestal. A feeling she wasn't at all comfortable with, because she knew all her shortcomings and faults. He just hadn't seen them yet. Although, he'd seen enough that he should have kept a look like that to himself. And you've got a lesson to teach, she reminded him. He held her gaze for just long enough for her to know that he was going because he thought he should be going, not because she'd told him to. With a huff, she stalked from the room and tried to drown out all thoughts of Will with the vacuum cleaner. He had such an attitude. Always having to have the last word or the last look. Dallas was right, Will was stubborn. Well, he wasn't the only one. Oakley wasn't going to let him worm his way into their home or their lives. She'd fill a cooler and put it by the back door, and Will could get his drinks without interrupting her cleaning schedule. With a nod, she threw herself into a dozen small chores that kept a house from becoming a pigsty and managed to block thoughts of Will for a full 5 minutes. Throwing her arms in the air, she gave up. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, she positioned herself at Bree's window where she could watch Will and hopefully get a good view of those back pockets. She hated herself for even wanting to watch him, for allowing herself to be drawn to a man who drove her nuts. Her feelings didn't make sense, except that he had that bad boy, hot cowboy thing that created an attraction that was more powerful than her willpower. Stupid hot cowboy. Chapter 19. Oakley Price. Saturday morning, a pounding at the front door ripped Oakley out of slumber. She cracked her eyes to check the time on her alarm clock. Crap. She threw the covers off and scrambled for the front door, making sure her PJs covered all the important parts. Crap. 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 She yanked the door open and gasped at the freshly shaven, pressed and dressed Will looking like he'd stepped out of a rugged rogue centerfold. His eyebrows shot up. Rough night? What? Her hands flew to her hair, which was still in the ponytail she'd thrown it in after work yesterday. Only, her hair was no longer slicked back, it poked out on odd places and the pony flopped loosely against her shoulder blades. She couldn't remember if she'd washed her face last night. She probably had black smudges under her eyes and pillow creases on her cheek.
Yeah.
I just woke up. Will's lips pressed together to hold back his laugh, but he couldn't keep his enjoyment out of his eyes. Those deep brown eyes reminded her of deep chocolate brownies. Shut up. She glared and turned away, leaving the door open for him to come in. He did, shutting the door behind him and taking off his boots in the entryway before finding her in the kitchen. She frantically sucked on a mint as she rummaged through the fridge, wishing she could wave a magic wand and turn into a princess. "Have you eaten?" she asked. She'd had a sandwich before Will arrived at 6 the night before and then had fallen into bed exhausted. Having him around every other night for rodeo lessons was wearing on her. She couldn't keep riding this emotional roller coaster. At some point, she needed to apply the brakes. The trouble was, she liked the thrills, was becoming obsessed with them. Living for the next one. "I had a bowl of cereal." Oakley made a face. "I would have thought a guy like you would pack in the protein." "A guy like me?" Will lifted his arms to the sides. "Doesn't every guy with muscles drink protein and count carbs?" Will laughed heartily. "Sorry to disappoint you." "Whatever." She cracked an egg into a bowl. "Make yourself useful and get the frying pan, will you?" "It's in the oven drawer." She cracked 3 more eggs and stared at the bowl. 4 eggs fed her and Bree. She added 4 more. Will may have laughed at her for thinking he drank protein, but he probably ate a lot. She added a splash of Tabasco sauce, salt, and pepper, and dumped it all in the pan Will had warming. He had his back to the counter and leaned against the cupboard. She reached for a spatula in the crock behind him, and he didn't back away. Her skin tingled at the nearness. "Are you smelling me again?" he asked. Oakley flushed red all the way up to her roots. She wasn't intentionally smelling him, but sampling his deep smell was an added pleasure to being near him. She bumped him with her hip. "No. And if you bring that up again, I will banish you from the kitchen." "Banishment."
Oh.
She waved the spatula like a sword. "Don't mess with me in the morning." "Is that a challenge?" "You would think so." He grabbed another spatula from the crock and crossed it with hers. "Bring it, Buttercup." She laughed as she tried to tap him. He blocked her move and went for one of his own. She sidestepped it, twirled, and smacked him on the backside. "Ack!" She dropped the spatula in horror. She would have done the same thing to Bree and not even batted an eyelash, but Will was so very different. There were boundaries between them, big, thick lines they were careful not to approach, let alone cross. "I'm sorry." Will laughed, but his cheeks were pink. Whether he was embarrassed that he'd lost or embarrassed that she'd smacked his butt, Oakley couldn't tell. The color made his dark features take on a boyish quality that was quite endearing. Will crossed his heart, drawing her attention to his strong chest. "I solemnly swear that I won't tease you about smelling me." "I do not smell you." The eggs began to sizzle and she yanked her attention back to making breakfast. If Will had seen her staring at his body, he didn't comment. A point in his favor. A point he needed, since he'd gotten under her skin, again. He handed her the clean spatula and tossed the one from the floor in the sink. "Are you coming to practice this morning, or are you going to spend the day cleaning again?" Oakley focused on scrambling the eggs. "Housework is the chore that never ends." Wilt sked his tongue. "Come on. It'll be good for you to see what Bree's doing." She didn't tell him that she had seen almost every minute of practice from the upstairs window. The time Bree spent with him and Daisy May in the arena were her happiest, and she was improving. Bree says you're the Mr. Miyagi of rodeo. But instead of wax on/wax off, you make up games. Will grew thoughtful. My mom had us on the back of a horse the minute we got off the school bus until dinner. Horse games were a part of life. Oakley nodded. She didn't comment for fear she'd give away Bonnie and Dallas. So far, Will had no idea they'd come to the rodeo. Like Dallas said, if he didn't ask, then she didn't have to lie. The half-resentment in Will's tone kept her from laying the truth out there like a picnic blanket. You sound like you didn't like being on a horse, but you ride like you love it. It's not that cut and dry. Their eyes connected, and the house shrank until it was just the two of them. Oakley leaned closer, drawn to his warmth and strength. Will's hand touched her side, sending a shock through her body. She jumped. It rarely is. Cut and dry. Life, I mean. Oakley tapped the spatula on the side of the pan and handed it to Will. Make sure these don't burn. I'm going to wake Bree. Now who's the bossy one? My kitchen. She hurried from the room before he could say anything else or look at her with those intense brown eyes. She'd seen something in them today, a warm amber color that was deep enough to speak from his soul or his heart. The connection was so raw the intensity scared her. The sooner Bree was downstairs, the better. She didn't bother knocking but barged right in. Bree. Come on. You slept in. She leaned over the bed and shook her sister's shoulder.
What?
Bree rubbed her eyes a minute and then focused on Oakley. Come on. Will's already here. Bree grabbed her arm. Oh my gosh. You look awful. Thank you. Oakley stuck out her tongue. Did he see you like that? Yes, he helped me make eggs. Bree sat up, her jaw hanging open. Seriously? She scrambled out of bed. Okay, you find a brush. I'll look for something for you to wear. Bree, Oakley snapped. It's fine. It's not fine. There is a hot guy in our kitchen and you're running around in kitten pajamas with tornado hair. Did Mom teach you nothing? Oakley barked a laugh. Yes, she taught me that a guy who likes me only for my looks is not the guy for me. She tossed her sister a t-shirt. Besides, I'm not trying to impress Will. Bree slouched. You said he was hot. I said he was annoyingly hot. But after talking with him this morning, I think he's something much worse. What? Why? Bree's question was muffled by the shirt going over her head. He's a morning person. Bree groaned. That's a deal killer. Oakley laughed. Come on, breakfast is ready. Oakley managed to avoid all mirrors on her way back down the stairs. Bree's reaction was not encouraging, but she'd hold fast to what her mom had taught her. If Will couldn't see past the pillow hair and pajamas, then he wasn't the guy for her. Not that she thought he could be the guy for her. She wasn't even in the market for a guy. But if she were, she may have added a few items to her must-have list. Like a pair of worn cowboy boots and a chest like granite. Just the thought of Will without a shirt on had her fanning her face as she re-entered the kitchen. Bree was only a few steps behind her. They made quick work of the eggs, and Oakley shooed them out the back door so she could do the dishes in peace. You're always invited out to the arena. Will tipped his hat to her, making her bones melt. Thanks. Maybe later, she managed. As soon as the back door closed, she fell against the counter. Oh my gosh, he's so hot. Her breathing was ragged and sharp.
Ugh.
Why am I so weak? She forced herself up. She was not weak. She'd been caught off guard this morning. And, she was at a disadvantage. Will was pressed and dressed and she was a mess. Her hands went to her hair. It was time to level the playing field. Oakley left the dishes in the sink and headed for her closet. She paired jeans that were just the right amount of sassy with a lace shirt that draped to accent her small curves. One look in the mirror over the bathroom sink had her turning on the shower. She'd have to start from scratch. The trick was to make it all look effortless. An hour later, she skipped the lip gloss in favor of a lipstick that was 2 shades darker than her natural lip color and chapstick over the top. She ran her hands over her hair to smooth down any flyaways, loving the coconut smell that lingered after. We'll see who's smelling whom now. All traces of pillow lines were gone and her jeans were rockin'. It was time to face Will.
Chapter 20. William Dumont. William stood off to the side of the arena, where he had full view of Bree as she loped circles and a direct line of sight to the back door. He'd been shocked at Oakley's appearance when she opened the door. Not because she was bedrumpled, but because she was adorably grumpy and not at all worried about her appearance. He liked that she didn't take herself too seriously to open the door in her pajamas. He'd also liked the playful banter in the kitchen and the way she leaned into him. Liked it enough that he wanted more. More flirting, more leaning, more Oakley. He'd be lying if he said he hadn't thought about kissing her. He'd even touched her hip, wanting to pull her close. He turned his attention back to Bree. "Keep your toes in." Bree gritted her teeth. Riding bareback wasn't easy, but it was a skill she needed to learn. "I'm trying." He laughed. "There is no try, there is only do." She snorted. "That was the worst Yoda impression I've ever heard." "Yoda said that? I thought it was Babe Ruth." "You thought Babe Ruth sounded like Yoda? I have no idea what Babe Ruth sounded like. Didn't you watch him play when you were a kid? How old do you think I am?" "Don't answer that," called Oakley from the back door. William's mouth went dry at the sight of her. Gone were the messy ponytail and soft pajamas. He could still feel the fleece against his palm. In place of the rolled-out-of-bed woman was the angel who had asked him for directions at work, the woman who captured his attention and had him tripping over his own feet. Put together and graceful, she made her way to the fence. Will didn't know how he'd gotten there, but he was soon facing her. "Did you get all your housework done?" he teased. "The answer to that question is always no." She smirked. "Toes in," he called over his shoulder. "You're not even looking," Bree complained. "Don't need to." Oakley bit her lower lip as she watched Bree for a minute. "How did you know?" she asked quietly, bringing a sense of intimacy to their conversation. He leaned closer. "I can hear it." She tipped her head, listening. Will waited until the sound of Bree out of rhythm with the horse came. "There." He touched Oakley's ear. She gasped and he pretended not to notice. She stopped gripping with her legs and bounces. Oakley's dark lashes brushed her cheeks. "I'll have to take your word for it." He retracted his hand, bringing it through the fence. "You know what you need today?" She gave him a guarded look. "What?" "You need to ride." "No, no, no." She backed up a step. He put his hand over hers on the fence to keep her from running back inside the house. She'd spent all week cooped up inside, and he had the feeling it was his fault. "Yeah. You need sunshine and dust on your skin. Trust me. This will do your soul a world of good." Her lips turned down. "But there's not a saddle. Take her at a walk. She needs to cool down, and I have a lesson for Bree." He pushed off of the fence. "Let's get out the barrels." "Finally!" Bree cantered over and pulled Daisy to a stop. "You hear that, girl? We're going to run some barrels." Will winked at Oakley even as he spoke to Bree. "You're going to run barrels. Daisy gets to cool down." "What?" Bree slid off of Daisy and tugged at her pant legs. "We haven't run the pattern all week." She slouched, wearing her disappointment like a lead coat. Oakley put a leg through the fence, bent over, and slid through the bars. Will would hurt himself if he tried that, but she was thin enough she cleared them easily. She stood up and brushed off her shirt. "What?" I haven't been able to slip through a fence like that since I was 12. When was that, last week? She took the reins from Bree and lined Daisy up next to the fence. Will chuckled. He watched her for a minute before asking, "What you doin' there, Pocahontas?" "I'm getting on the horse." Bree stepped forward. "But—" Will pressed his finger to his lips. He grinned mischievously and winked. "Let's let her figure this one out." Bree covered her smile with her hand and nodded. Oakley climbed the fence and judged the distance between the fence and Daisy. She must have decided it was too far, because she got off, went around Daisy, and pushed her backside closer. Will folded his arms. She was cute when she was determined. Oakley started climbing the fence. While her back was turned, Daisy shifted away. Bree stifled a giggle. "How many times will it take before she asks for help?" Will whispered. "From you? 1,000,000,000. He smiled for Bree, but her comment was like a rock in his gut, weighing heavily. That wasn't how he wanted things to be with Oakley. He hadn't liked that she'd asked him to teach Bree how to race, but he liked that he was the one she asked. He wanted to be her go-to guy, whether it was help getting on a horse, help with her sister, or help cooking eggs in the morning. Eggs, he figured, were just about the only thing she knew how to cook. Her fridge was full of pre-made cookie dough and refrigerator rolls, and her pantry had mixes stacked chest high. He'd bet good money there was a brick of lasagna in her freezer. Oakley jumped down and pushed Daisy back in place. She shook her finger in Daisy's face. "Stay." Will barked a laugh. He hadn't meant to, but that was funny. "She's not a dog." Oakley muttered something that sounded suspiciously like, "You're a dog." Will rubbed his chest. A warm feeling grew where his heart lay, and he wasn't used to the sensation. Oakley had just insulted him, and all he could think about was how much he wanted to be near her. So, instead of waiting for her to ask, he meandered over to help her up. He pressed himself between Daisy, who had scooted over again, and the fence. Lacing his fingers together, he cupped his hands. "Step here, like it's a stirrup." Oakley shook her head. "I can do it." "Yeah, when Daisy stops shying away from the fence, which will be when we bury her next to one. She did this to Ellie all the time. Come on. Right here." He bounced his hands. Oakley let out a sigh that pronounced her deep suffering at having to do things his way. "Don't throw me over the top of her. Don't tempt me." Oakley smirked. She placed a hand on his shoulder to steady herself as she lifted her foot. She faced the horse, giving Will a nice view of her profile. She had a pert nose that tilted slightly up at the end. What really drew his attention was the pink across her ivory cheek. "Wait." She paused and turned towards him. He held on to her boot with one hand and used the other to take off his hat and push it onto her head. "Don't want you getting sunburned." Oakley smiled shyly as she adjusted the hat. The brim hung low, resting just above her eyebrows and casting a shadow over her face. The result was that her eyes sparkled in the shade, like sunlight on water. "It's too big," she fretted. He readjusted his hold on her boot. "Are you saying I have a big head?" She laughed and pushed herself up and off his hands, throwing her right leg over the horse's back. "If the hat fits." He stepped closer, his shoulder leaning into Daisy and his hand resting on Oakley's thigh. "You should keep it. It looks better on you." Her pink cheeks darkened a shade, causing the warm feeling in his chest to spread out and numb his hands and feet. "She's so pretty, she paralyzes me." "I doubt that. You're better looking as a cowboy than a computer geek." She kicked Daisy and they slipped away from his touch. Will watched her long hair sway. He scratched at his bare head. He didn't want to be a cowboy. He liked being a computer geek. Bree sidled up next to him. "I'm not sure if that was a compliment or an insult," he admitted. Bree shrugged. "Are we going to practice, or are you going to drool over my sister all day? You should be nicer to me." He headed towards his car. In the back seat was a wagon he'd picked up at IFA yesterday just for this exercise. "Why?" They crossed paths with Oakley, who was doing a fine job of keeping her toes turned in. Rodeo coaches have the right to dish out chores, he answered Bree. Joke's on you. Bree already does all the barn chores, said Oakley. She mows the lawn and weeds the flower beds too. Will was glad to hear that. Oakley worked herself to the bone with a full-time job, managing the rodeo dues, entrance fees, and travel plans, not to mention the housework. He'd wondered how she handled Bree. In his family, everyone had responsibility. The ranch couldn't function without each family member's contribution. I'll have to teach her how to change the oil in the truck. Will patted Daisy's flank as he went around her to the gate. It didn't take long to get the wagon in the arena and the barrels in place. Will handed Bree the wagon handle. You need to learn how much space a horse needs to make a turn. That's why you knock down barrels, you're cutting too close. You and the handle are the horse's head. The wagon is the body. When you can run the wagon through the clover pattern and not bump into a barrel, then you can try doing it with Daisy. Bree rubbed her palms together. Bring it. She picked up the handle and took off at a sprint. Will suppressed his smile. Running in boots and foot-deep sand would wear Bree out quick. She headed to the first barrel, managed to get past it, and then turned sharply and caught the back wheel. Will jerked his chin to let her know he'd seen what happened. The good thing is, you have your tracks in the sand now. You started out great but cut in too quick. Try again. She did, with better results, but the tires still scraped the side with a metal-on-metal screech. When she got it right, Will went over and kicked the tracks out of the sand. Go again. She sighed but complied, this time turning too soon. Stupid wagon. It's not the wagon's fault, and if you don't figure this out, it won't be Daisy's either. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Will shuddered. How many times had his mom told him the same thing? Great, I just became my mother. He had the urge to shake off the feeling like a dog jumping out of a lake and shaking water out of his fur. Beads of sweat gathered on his neck, and he swiped them away. Taking a step back from the situation, he cast his gaze around the arena. The setup was different from the arena he grew up with, and yet no different at all. He'd taken Bree and Oakley's Saturday morning, just like his parents had taken every spare minute of his childhood and filled it with rodeo. When his friends went to their first middle school dance, he'd been in Idaho watching his dad and Dallas rope. While other kids headed to the water park on a summer day, he was mucking stalls. He even had to turn down Tracy Adams for preference because there was a rodeo in Salina, and his parents thought he needed the points for state finals. Being here was turning him into everything he never wanted to be. He coughed into his fist in an effort to clear his throat and his thoughts. His skin felt all clammy and his shirt stuck to his chest. He pulled it away. Let's call it a day, he said to Bree. Oakley turned Daisy his direction. But it's only 10:45. Yeah. William cupped the back of his neck. I have some things that need to be done. He took 3 steps backwards. You can hang on to the wagon. He hurried to his car, hardly able to breathe with the noose tightening around his neck. Thanks, Bree called. Yep. He dropped behind the wheel and started the car, gasping for air and watching his hands shake. He moved slowly out of the driveway, not wanting to appear too anxious to leave, although he hadn't played that as cool as he would have liked. Oakley waved goodbye from the arena. Her brow puckered with concern. He suddenly couldn't breathe for a whole different reason. Seeing her sitting bareback on a horse was undeniably stunning. She was a queen, though not the kind who sat on a throne and dictated her will. No, Oakley was the type who rode wild and free, inspiring men to offer their lives in service to queen and country. The way she sat tall, her long hair lifting slightly in the breeze, caused his whole world to shift. The image burned into his heart, right into the cells, where it would stay forever. His foot hovered over the brake. A desire to run back and swing himself up behind her on the horse, where he could wrap Oakley up in his arms and hold on forever, burned in his chest. But the cost was too great. He couldn't do this, couldn't fall back into his old ways, into the old patterns, into the world that behaved like a jealous lover. The more time and effort he put into rodeo, the more it would ask of him. He thought he could coach Bree, teach her the fundamentals, and then walk away. There were camps and clinics in the off-season that would help her to the next level. She had 3 years of high school rodeo left. She didn't have to go to state this year. He thought he could do this and then back away, but it sucked him in. He had to face the fact that when it came to him and rodeo, there were only 2 options, full stop or all in. He wouldn't go all in, not again. He lifted a hand in farewell and pulled out. A couple of blocks away and the shaking subsided. He reached for his hat to throw it on the passenger seat, only to grab air. Oh yeah, Oakley was wearing his hat. She was an angel, in beauty and character. Not many women would throw themselves behind their little sister's dream the way Oakley had. She was strong and big-hearted. She would never go back on her word, and he couldn't bring himself to pull the rug out from under her. He'd get Bree ready to rodeo by next Friday, and then he'd re-ban rodeo from his life. If Bree could get a competitive time, then they wouldn't need him anymore. As much as he wanted to be Oakley's go-to guy, he had to put an end to all this before he became someone he didn't want to be.
Chapter 21. Dr. Robert Canton. Sunday morning, Robert ushered his son, Jax, into the pew. Jax settled next to Bonnie, scooting his little bottom as close to her as he could. Bonnie kept peppermints in her purse and handed them out during the meeting to anyone who wanted one. There had been a few meetings where Robert was grateful to have a mint. Pastor Rick was usually a lively speaker, but when he went into the book of Isaiah, staying awake was a challenge. Olivia came in behind Robert, her scarred fingers intertwined with his. She wasn't too fond of her deformity, especially because she could have avoided the accident. But she'd come to terms with things over the last few months, and a deep, abiding peace radiated all around her. Robert sat down, leaving room for Olivia next to Jax. John and Anna sat in the pew in front of them, and George, Carol, and their son Levi took up the row behind them. Porter was noticeably absent. He claimed to go to a church on campus with one of his roommates, but Robert wasn't sure he believed him. Not that it was his place to get involved. It was just that Porter was different since he came back from Nashville. The shiny polish of youthful innocence had faded. He hadn't played his guitar in almost as much time as he'd missed church. "Hey!" Levi tapped Jax on the shoulder from behind. "You should see the rock I found in the parking lot." He leaned back so he could fish the treasure from his slacks. His left pant leg was accidentally tucked into the top of his boot, and his shirt tail hung over his belt. Carol tried to smooth down the rooster tail of hair on the crown of his head, but it just poked right back up. She showed it to George, who laughed and rubbed his palm on Levi's head, messing his hair up even more. "That's what cowboy hats are for," George told her. Carol rolled her eyes. She leaned forward and said to Olivia, "This is what I get for leaving George in charge of getting Levi dressed for church." George scratched at his stubble. Apparently he'd had a difficult time getting himself ready too, since he normally shaved for Sunday services. "Hey, I was trying to give you a break." She leaned into him, batting her eyelashes. "We're going to have to work on your definition of break." George pressed a lingering kiss to her cheek and whispered something in her ear. Robert and Olivia turned their attention to Levi and his rock. "It's a trilobite." He brandished it in Robert's face. Robert pushed it back so he could focus on the small outline of a bug pressed into the rock. "I think it's called a trilobite." "Yeah, that's what I said." Levi nodded eagerly. "My teacher told us all about them. She said this whole state used to be underwater, but that was a bazillion years ago." Robert and Olivia exchanged an amused look. The choir director stood up to begin the prelude hymn. He was a thin man with a bald head and a pair of buck teeth who preferred bow ties and three-piece suits even in the dog days of summer. The choir began "Abide with Me," their voices filling every crevice and corner of the building. Ellie and Logan appeared at the end of the pew. Robert waved them in. Logan was more comfortable with Dallas and Bonnie than with his in-laws. The hurt he'd caused by eloping with John and Anna's youngest daughter faded with each day. Logan wasn't the type of man you could hold a grudge against for long. He could wear down a granite slab with his quiet good works. It helped that he adored Ellie and did all in his power to provide for her and bring happiness into her life. As far as Robert could see, Ellie was a bit of a firecracker, and Logan was the perfect calming balance. Ellie patted Robert on the shoulder as she brushed past his legs. She allowed Logan the seat next to Robert. Robert nodded in greeting. He still had a hard time believing Logan was his half-brother. Their father died shortly after Robert arrived at the Lime Peak Ranch. Logan's mother lived in St. George, but she had sent photo albums allowing Robert some glimpses of Joe Labrum. All three men had a cleft in their chin, chiseled cheekbones, and troubled eyes, as Bonnie liked to call them. Robert had his dad's sable brown hair, while Logan took after his mother with sandy blonde hair and green eyes. Both his sons had inherited his body type and height, though Robert was 2 inches taller than Logan. Robert didn't feel as though he'd missed out on knowing his birth father. His adoptive father had been a man among men who taught him right from wrong, to love Jesus, and to work hard. His values had paid off, helping Robert get through medical school and start a practice. He may not have been raised on the Lime Peak Ranch, but they were very much his family now. The choir finished the preludium and took their seats, and the choir director began his slow shuffle back to his seat. Pastor Rick waited for him until it became apparent that if he continued to wait, he'd lose the time intended for preaching. My mind has been heavily burdened this week as I've pondered what message to share with you. I started one sermon only to hop to another subject an hour later. He wiped his brow with the back of his thumb. And then I came upon this scripture. The pages of his well-used Bible crinkled in the microphone. Philippians chapter 4, verse 13, better is the end of a thing than its beginning. Robert chuckled right along with the rest of the congregation. Seems the Lord was telling me to get on with finishing the sermon. As I look out at your faces, I get the same feeling. Another ripple of laughter trickled through the parishioners. And so, as I labored over my words, another verse came to mind. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, I can do all things through him who strengthens me. He looked over his glasses. I figure that if the Lord can help me get through writing this sermon, he can help you get through listening to it. Robert settled back in his seat, ready to dig into the meat of Pastor Rick's message. The pastor continued his talk on finishing what you start. On Robert's left, Logan leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and ducking his head. Ellie rubbed his back, a look of sympathy on her face. Of the two brothers, Logan carried the weight of living with and caring for Joe Labrum while he drank his life away. The autopsy reports came back a couple weeks ago, showing Joe had died of alcohol poisoning. Robert pondered over the choices Joe had made in his young life and how the effects of those choices played out in his broken family and early death. He wished there was some way to take some of Logan's burden on his shoulders. That's what brothers did, right? Not that Robert would know, having been raised an only child. He wanted to be that kind of brother and spent the rest of the meeting looking for a way to finish things with Joe Labrum so Logan could shed the weight. It was time to bury their father, well, sprinkle his ashes or whatever. The brassy urn sat on Robert's counter in the apartment above the barn. No one else wanted it in their house, not even Logan. Saying the final goodbye was necessary. There had to be a way for Logan to lay his memories, the bad ones at least, to rest. For God gave us a spirit not of fear but of power and love and self-control. Logan's head came up. He stared ahead for a moment before sitting up and leaning towards Robert. I want to run something by you. Robert had some things he wanted to say, too. Let's talk after the meeting. Logan nodded. He reached for Ellie's hand and brought it to his lips. Robert put his arm across the seat behind Olivia. The choir director started his walk to the music stand. He made it just as the pastor began the closing prayer. Robert admired his timing. The family spilled through the green doors and onto the front steps. Bonnie and Anna grabbed Mrs. Bird to ask about her new grandbaby. John stood next to Dallas, discussing rodeo standings with a couple grizzled old men in stiff black Wranglers and belt buckles. Levi and Jax bounded up. Can I ride back with Levi? Jax begged. If it's okay with George and Carol, Robert answered. He glanced over at George and Carol, who nodded as if they'd heard his question. It is. Levi grabbed Jax's arm and hauled him off. Jax tripped right along behind him. Even with the differences in their ages, the two were thick as thieves. Thank heavens they're good kids. Robert watched them dart through the gathering crowd. Olivia grinned. Cute little scamps, aren't they? My favorite nephews, added Ellie. They were her only nephews, and technically, Jax wasn't her nephew. He and Olivia would fix that not quite soon enough. What's up? Robert asked Logan. Logan looked around to make sure no one else was within hearing range. I want to spread Dad's ashes. I keep feeling like he's hanging over my shoulder and will stay there until we do this. That explained the heaviness that followed Logan. Ellie rubbed his arm. Are you sure? Logan nodded. It's time. Okay. She gave him a watery smile. We can invite your mom and sister. I'm sure Pastor Rick would say a few words, added Olivia. He knew your dad before he died. Logan shook his head. I don't feel like that's what Dad would want. What do you have in mind, then? Robert asked. He doubted Logan thought a night of drinking in their dad's honor was a good idea. He also thought of and ruled out a half-dozen places to spread Joe's ashes. Logan looked at the sky, searching. I want me and you to take the horses out into the desert, push as far as we can in a day, and leave him out there. Olivia tightened her grip on Robert's arm. Logan, that sounds harsh. Are you sure that's what you want? Robert had to agree. Is this a revenge thing? He abandoned you so you abandon him? Logan grimaced. That didn't come out the way I meant it. He slipped his arm around Ellie's waist, seeming to take strength in having her by his side. Joe was always trapped. Trapped by his hatred for the Dumonts. Trapped by his addictions. I want to set him free, throw his ashes in the wind and let him fly. Ah. Olivia's grip loosened. I can get behind that. Logan smiled his gratitude. What about you? He asked Robert. Robert tugged at his short beard. I like the sentiment. We can leave Friday morning. Logan went to step away, obviously considering the matter settled. Wait, Robert called a little too loudly and with a note of panic. Friday's not good for me. I promised Jax we'd do something together this weekend. You did? Olivia's brow wrinkled. Just this morning. The next weekend, then? Asked Logan. That should work. I'll have to check the calendar, though. Ellie gave him a "you're acting weird" look. He smiled much too wide for the action to feel normal. A man of few words, Logan patted his arm. Ellie cast Robert one more worried look before heading for the truck with Logan. Robert did his best to appear casual as they made their way home. Sunday afternoons were quiet on the ranch. He and Olivia might go for a trail ride, but they usually spent the day playing board games with Jax or lounging on Bonnie's deck reading. He kept up on medical journals and she checked rodeo stats. The best part of Sundays was the opportunity to reach out and brush her cheek or steal a kiss. He wasn't looking forward to leaving her, even for a short overnighter with Logan. The thought made his hands go cold.
Chapter 22. William Dumont. Ba-boom! William jumped when a foil-covered plate landed on his desk. He'd been so engrossed in the product quality report that he hadn't heard Oakley approach. Pride beamed out of her in a happy cascade, tumbling over his paperwork and smacking him in the chest. He was shocked at the difference between the lightness she spread over him and the low feelings he'd wallowed in since he drove away from her house on Saturday. Cinnamon Roll Monday. Oakley ripped off the foil with a flourish. I made these. William lifted a brow. You? Yes, me. He chuckled. What? I saw the pre-made dough. I'm not sure that counts as real baking. He looked closer. I'll admit that for pre-made rolls, they are pretty fluffy. Her hands went to her thin hips, defining her gentle curves. Part of his bad mood this morning was that he couldn't forget the way it felt to rest his hand on her leg or touch her hip. Those moments had been seared into his brain. He'd be comparing every woman he ever touched to Oakley thanks to the strength of the current that ran between them. He was officially ruined for her. I'll have you know my mother made the best cinnamon rolls in the whole wide world. I spent all day Sunday with her recipe and she waved at the plate. Tada! Who knew I had my mother's oven mitts? Once again William was humbled by the way Oakley so freely shared a memory with him that she likely held close. She held a lot of things close. He'd like her to hold him close. Whoa, easy there. He was supposed to be distancing himself from Oakley and therefore rodeo, not looking for ways to dive right back in the deep end. All he had to do was hold strong for a couple more days, and then he could cut the cord. Instead of apologizing, he twisted his lips and inspected the cinnamon rolls. They smelled sweet, appeared light and fluffy, were smothered in cream cheese icing, and made his mouth water. Pulling off one end of a roll, he popped it in his mouth, chewing slowly at first. Soon, he had half a roll in his mouth. This is really good. He spoke right through the clump of food, making his words unintelligible. His look must have said enough, because Oakley smiled, triumphant. You go ahead and eat those words, Will. They'll be the sweetest you've ever had. She turned to walk away but stopped, glancing over her shoulder and then looking down. I don't know if I've said it, but thanks for helping Bree. She spent most of yesterday pulling your wagon around. I had to ban it from the house because she was killing the walls. Will tried to swallow his large bite, but his throat had gone dry. Oakley rarely got real and he was okay with that. They had great tension going to cover their attraction to each other. He'd planned on that tension helping him stay strong and not do something stupid. But the way she looked at him, like he was some sort of hero, smashed that tension to bits, and all he could do was stare at her mouth and wish there wasn't a desk between them. Anyway. Thanks. He stared after her, and then continued to stare where she had been. Once his blood pressure returned to normal, he gulped down the cinnamon roll. He needed to get a grip. He could not fall for Oakley. Nothing about the two of them made sense. He was supposed to find a nice girl who lived in a condo and enjoyed things like paddle boarding and running, not a woman who owned a horse, lived on a small ranch, and planned to spend the next 3 years touring the high school rodeo circuit. Oakley was wrong for him in so many ways. He would repeat that to himself. Every minute of every day. Maybe after a while, he'd start to believe it.
Chapter 23. Oakley Price. Oakley spent the workday hitting the censor button in her head as she read disgruntled user reports. The constant beeping gave her a headache. Nothing a little time in the arena can't cure. She couldn't help the grin that split her cheeks as she thought of the look on Will's face this morning. He'd been shocked by her culinary skills. Heck, she was shocked by them. She was also humbled to know there was a part of her mother inside of her that time couldn't take away. They say time is a gift, but when both of her parents died in the same moment, time became a curse. The days after the accident flew by, and yet every morning she woke up staring down the next 12 hours before she could close her eyes again and wondering how she would ever make it that far. Oakley had come to value time in that she was aware of how rare it was to hold a moment in your hand with someone you loved. At this moment, she and Bree were close. They shared goals and dreams and meals and buckets of ice cream on Saturday nights. Pretty soon, her sister would be dating, and those Saturday nights together would disappear. Would that she could grab onto them with both fists and hold tight. But that wasn't the way time worked. While she was grateful time had given her distance from the plane crash, distance that was necessary to find a new norm, she hated it for taking away the people she loved. So for tonight, she would run to the arena. Run to Bree and Daisy. Run to Will. Her face flushed at the thought, and she rolled down the car window to let the evening air cool her cheeks. Even though she'd been called many nasty names during work, simply for being the one who had the blessed job of translating F-bombs and B-witches into usable data, the thought of Will brought a smile to her face. He was different than she'd first thought. Yes, he was bossy, but she'd come to see something else in him. He wanted the best for Oakley's little sister, wanted to see her succeed. So he pushed her to do better, and she thrived under his intense tutelage. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her that lunch was 5 hours ago. She asked her phone to call the local pizza place as she drove and placed an order for delivery. A country music ballad came on the radio, and she turned it up to sing about how God made girls to blow the boys' minds.
Yeah.
He did. She would be lying if she said that the look of admiration on Will's face this morning didn't jazz her up. Boom. Take that, Mr. Makes My Bones Melt. She pulled into the gravel drive that separated the yard and house from the arena and barnyard. Bree was already on Daisy, having walked home from school, getting her warmed up for their lesson. Oakley waved and hurried inside to change into jeans. She double-checked her hair in the mirror and added a layer of lip gloss, popping her lips together before heading for the back door. She paused, considering Will's hat on the bench. With a wicked grin, she slipped it on. Wearing it the other day had felt like wearing a guy's Letterman jacket, thrilling and treasured. Just as she reached for the knob, the doorbell rang. She headed through the house and swung the front door open wide to find a 50-pound bag of flour, a bouquet of balloons, and a poster board with Bree's name in block letters. Leaning out the door, she looked for some sign of who had dropped the strange gift on her doorstep. It was a little early for Bree's birthday, and flour wasn't exactly a normal present. Gathering everything in her arms, she shut the front door behind her and made her way to the arena, not an easy task while manhandling 50 pounds of flour and balloons. Will pulled in just as she made it to the gate. Her heart pounded against the flour bag, and she pictured the particles inside dancing to the big bass drum. He jumped out of his car. Need some help? No, she set the bag down with a grunt and flipped her hair over her shoulder. With a flirty grin, she said, I could have used you 5 minutes ago, though. What's this? He looked over the blue and white balloons, but his gaze rested on his hat sitting on Oakley's head. A sly grin spread across his cheeks. Miss me? He tapped the edge of the rim, and the hat dropped over her eyes. She did her best to feign indignation as she shoved it in place, but she couldn't suppress the glee his nearness caused inside of her. I put it on to remind me to give it back to you. She lied right through her teeth and didn't even feel bad about it. Thanks. Will lifted it off her head and settled it on his own. The brim dipped low in the front, making his brown eyes all the more roguish. Hundreds of butterflies flapped in her tummy. Oakley brought the poster board card out from under her arm, hoping to distract him from her wildly beating heart. It's for Bree. Will's eyes went wide. Little Bree is getting asked to a dance. Oakley squinted at the bag of flour. How do you know that's what it's for? Because this is how it's done. Will rubbed his hands together. Who's it from? I didn't open it. She pointed to Bree's name on the front. Turning towards the arena, she called, Bree? Daisy trotted over. Bree's eyes brightened at the balloons. They grew as large as dinner plates when she saw her name on the card. Sliding off the horse, she shoved the reins at Will. Slowly reaching for the card, she opened it and read out loud. Dear Bree. Will you go to Cowboy prom with me? Look inside the flour to find my name. Bree's eyes dropped to the bag of flour. Seriously? Will spun his head back and forth between the two of them. Didn't you do this in high school? He asked Oakley. Oakley scoffed. If a guy was going to ask me to a dance, he manned up and asked me face to face. Will narrowed his eyes playfully. Hey, don't diss on this. Guys put effort into asking the ladies around here. You have to do something cool to answer him, too. Bree kicked the bag of flour. Should we take it inside? No. Oakley and Will said at the same time. Can you imagine the mess? Asked Oakley. Will passed the reins to Oakley and picked up the bag. Come on, we'll look through it in the corner of the arena. The girls, Daisy included, followed him. Oakley couldn't help but notice the way his muscles moved under the weight. He was a lot more graceful than she had been carrying the bag. Her neck grew warm and she fanned her face. Will set the bag where there was enough room for all of them to gather around. Bree started to open it, gasping when the paper sack flipped flour all down her shirt. Oakley laughed. Will tied Daisy up to the fence and came back. Oakley felt bad sidetracking him. After all, he was volunteering his evening to teach Bree how to turn barrels. Maybe we should wait until after your lesson. Will didn't come to watch us dig through a bag of flour. Will waved off her concern. This is more important than some silly lesson. He cupped his hand around his mouth and spoke in a stage whisper. Bree has a boyfriend. I do not. Bree shoved him. Her outrage held no value, because she was grinning too big to really pin him down. Oakley melted at how fun Will was with her sister, like the big brother Bree never had. Which did funny things for Oakley's feelings for Will. They weren't brotherly at all. In fact, they were as far from sibling feelings as a person could get. They scared her. She put a ban on dating so that she could focus on Bree. What she hadn't counted on was Will, the cowboy, horse whisperer, haughty, coach who spent his evenings helping a clueless cowgirl learn to turn a horse around a barrel without knocking it over. I don't think there's an easy way to do this. Bree stuck her fingers in the flour. I could grab some wooden spoons from the kitchen, Oakley offered. And a colander. Will snickered. Heaven knows they aren't going to get used otherwise. Oakley's eyes went wide and her heart pounded in her chest. Did you just insult my cooking skills? You can't insult what isn't there, he quipped. Bree offered him a fist bump. Oakley grabbed a handful of flour. I know what to do with this. She threw it at his shirt. The white powder made a beautiful arc through the air before covering the bottom half of his face and down his shirt. He spit several times. Yuck. Oh. Yuck. Oakley and Bree laughed. You think that's funny? Will asked Bree. He scooted nearer to the bag. Anticipating his attack, Oakley dove forward, smothering the bag under her body so he couldn't get his hand inside. As the bag fell over, a white cloud puffed up. Daisy whinnied. You made Daisy mad, Will teased from somewhere over her. He was probably waiting for her to move so he could get her back. She shoved her hand under her stomach and tossed flour his way. It rained down on her, but she'd scared him off. Or so she thought. Will grabbed her boot and pulled. She gripped her toes and went sliding across the ground. You let go, Will Dumont, she laughed the words. She twisted her leg this way and that, but he had a good hold on her. When she was 10 feet from the flour, he dropped her foot and raced back to the bag. Oakley positioned her hands beneath her shoulders, ready to shove to her feet and take off. Will filled both fists and charged.
Ah!
He yelled. Oakley scrambled to her feet, her boots struggling for a grip in the sand. Are you going to help me? Oakley ran past Bree, who was rubbing Daisy's nose and apologizing for scaring her. You started it. Bree laughed. Did not. Oakley made it to the gate before she was ensconced in a cloud. Closing her eyes, she rushed to the side only to slam into Will's impossibly solid chest and have his arms wrap around her. He picked her up and walked towards the poor bag of flour that looked like it had been left in the woods and torn apart by wild animals. Have you ever heard the term whitewash? Will said. Oakley shivered, not because she was afraid of a little flour, but because his breath was warm on her ear. You wouldn't dare, she managed to rasp out. Will stopped, and Oakley took the opportunity to plant her feet. Well, plant them as best she could in the sand. She twisted and ended up with her palms against his chest. Time slowed down and she could feel every particle of flour under her palms. Will's eyes dropped to her lips and then back up to her eyes, silently asking if he could kiss her. Her body sagged against his as her knees gave out at the very thought of their lips making contact. Desire flooded her being and her lids grew heavy. Will held her up even as his head dipped. Oakley's breath hitched. Her eyes dropped shut, no longer able to remain open. Will's lips brushed hers, so soft and barely there, and then he was gone. Like, gone. Oakley stumbled forward into the empty space where he had stood, catching herself before she planted her face in the dirt. She shook her head, sending up a cloud of flour but not jiggling loose. The memory of how Will went from holding her to going all the way across the arena to help Bree tighten the cinch. His kiss had been a jump through space and time. Had she stood there with her eyes closed and the heat of his kiss on her lips for as long as it took him to walk 15 feet? Wow. That was some kiss. She brushed her fingers over her still tingling lips. He'd barely made contact and she was totally loopy. She took a deep breath and searched for something to do that would keep her busy. Will acted as if nothing had happened. He teased Bree about her boyfriend and adjusted Daisy's bit as if the world hadn't slowed down, and then tipped when their lips touched. Maybe Oakley wanted his kiss so bad she'd imagined their lips coming together. That might explain why no one but her noticed it had happened. Except, her lips tingled. Bree, lightly dusted in white, listened as Will reminded her to keep her toes turned in. Oakley couldn't be much help with that, nor with Bree's writing. She wasn't as cool with a quick, stolen kiss as Will. Kisses were supposed to mean something. Sure, the moment was there, thick with anticipation. But Will should know she didn't hand out kisses like Halloween candy. She rubbed her arms, feeling the first chill of fall as the sun disappeared behind the house. The flour bag called to her as an excellent distraction and a way to appear as unfazed by the kiss as Will. Even though she wasn't. Wouldn't be. Kisses changed things. She made her way over to the bag, her legs feeling like wet noodles. She dropped to her knees and ran her fingers through the powder over and over again, looking for a slip of paper that would tell them the name of Bree's secret admirer. The repetitive, mindless activity was exactly what her head needed to catch up with everything that had transpired. 10 minutes later, she had to admit that the name was lost. Oh man, Bree was going to flip. Oakley vaguely remembered some guy asking if Bree had been asked to Cowboy prom. Fargo was his last name. If worse came to worst, she'd track him down at the rodeo this weekend and find out if it was him. She glanced up from her project. Will was rolling a barrel into place and Bree was doing the same. Oakley jumped to her feet and hurried to get the third one lined up. When they were all to Will's liking, she made her way through the sand to stand near him. Hey! Hey, yourself! He glanced at her from the corner of his eye. She couldn't tell if he was flirting with her or not when he wouldn't look at her. Bree trotted Daisy in a circle and then took off for the first barrel. She cleared it easily. Oakley did a fist pump. She grazed the second barrel, but it stayed up, and she gave the third one a wide berth. Good job. Will offered Bree a fist bump. Oakley clapped. That was awesome. Bree's grin lit up the arena as she bumped Will's fist with her own. I guess that means my work here is done. Will crossed his arms. Oakley blinked several times. Done? Wha? Her question was cut off by a truck horn honking. A blue Dodge barreled down their drive, the windows down and a couple guys in the cab. Wondering who had come to see them, Oakley made her way to the gate, patting the flour out of her shirt and pants as she walked. It was hopeless, but she had to try to look good for guests. The guys climbed out, one of them carrying a bouquet of flowers. He was thick but had the look of youth in his full cheeks. Oh, man, he said when he caught sight of Oakley. She laughed to put him at ease. The other guy came around the truck. He was familiar. Mott, she asked, trying out the first name that came to mind. He burst out laughing at the sight of her. I'm so sorry. I would have stopped the whole flower thing if I'd know it would be. He waved his hand to indicate all of her. She rolled her eyes. This wasn't your fault. She cast an accusatory glance towards Will, who wasn't looking her way. Bree was suddenly at her side, her eyes on her boots. Hi, Judd. Hey, Bree. Sorry. I dropped off the wrong flower earlier. He held out the sweet bouquet of purple, pink, and cream flowers. Bree's eyes went wide, and she exchanged a look with Oakley before the two of them burst out laughing. Matt and Judd both relaxed and laughed too. When I didn't find the name, I thought for sure we'd lost it. Oakley swiped at her lower lashes because her eyes leaked when she laughed hard. She'd laughed a lot tonight, more than she had in a long time. I'm glad you're not mad, said Judd. It's all good. Bree stared at him. We had fun. When is Cowboy prom? She asked, and the two were quickly engrossed in their own conversation. Matt looked Oakley over with a note of appreciation. I was thinking, while these two are at the dance, maybe you and I could go into St. George for dinner. Oakley rubbed her lips together. Matt was a nice enough guy and she didn't want to alienate him, but he didn't send her heart on a stampede. Not like. Will cleared his throat right behind her. Oakley and Matt both jumped. William. Hey, I didn't see you there. Matt offered his hand and they shook, veins poking out on both their hands from squeezing so tightly. What you doing here? He's coaching Bree, Oakley answered for him. Roping? Matt looked over Oakley's shoulder to Daisy. Wait. You're coaching barrel racing, isn't that Ellie's forte? Will's jaw tightened and a thick vein on his neck bulged. She's a little busy, you know, since she got married. There was a sharp edge on the word married that had Oakley wondering if she should step out from between these two. Will continued, I heard you asked her out just before she got engaged. I never pegged you for the type of guy who would go after someone who was already taken. Oakley's head swung back to Matt. She got the feeling Will was talking about more than his sister, that he was staking some sort of claim on her. That couldn't be right. Wishful thinking and all that. Matt's green eyes sharpened. From what I understand, no one knew Ellie was dating Logan, not even her. He lifted one eyebrow. Favorite brother. But then, I haven't seen you around for a while, so maybe you were out of the loop. Matt tipped his hat to Oakley while Will stewed. It was good to see you, Oakley. You and Bree going to Panguitch? We'll be there. Oakley's smile was wooden and splintery. Come on, Judd, we've got horses to feed. Judd said,
Goodbye.
To Bree. Oakley didn't miss the way he touched her arm or how she ducked her nose into the flowers and her cheeks flushed at the attention. William. Will ground his teeth. Matt. Oakley, Will, and Bree watched the truck circle the drive and head out. Once it was out of sight, Bree squealed and threw her arms around Oakley. The plastic wrap around the flowers crinkled against her back. That was Judd. He's, like, the best bulldogger in our rodeo club and he's
So
cute. Oakley put aside her confusion over Will's behavior to focus on this moment that she'd never get back with Bree. Is he now? They jumped up and down in sync a couple times. Their hair bounced and their boots clumped and they giggled like crazy. Oh my gosh, Taylor's going to be so mad. She was sure Judd was going to ask her. She's already bought her dress and everything. Bree released her. Oh my gosh, I need a dress. Oakley laughed at her dramatics. Your birthday is coming up. We can go shopping. Bree nodded. Okay. Okay. This is so cool. She grinned. I'm going to put these in some water. Sounds good. I'll take care of Daisy, Oakley offered. She could use a few minutes to sort out her thoughts. Thanks. Bree practically floated to the back door. Left alone with Will and his bad mood, Oakley decided to take a page out of his book and ignore him. If he could kiss her and pretend it didn't happen, then she could pretend he wasn't there. Easier said than done, especially when the guy dogged her steps. It was a good thing he didn't try and talk. She was in an I want answers but I am not sure which question to ask place and was just as likely to let him have it as she was to kiss him again. Daisy wasn't upset about only doing one run tonight. She pranced into her stall, swishing her tail like a debutante worked a fan. Will dumped a pitchfork full of hay in the feeder while Oakley took off the saddle. He removed the blanket and took it to the stall where they stored tack. Oakley reached up and removed the halter, allowing Daisy to shove her face into the hay, looking for the sweet leaves that trickled to the bottom of the feeder. Oakley hung the bridle on the wall. Will shut the door behind her with a click-clack of the latch. That must have been a signal, because Will started talking. Bree looks great. If you want more lessons, I can give you Ellie's contact info. She'll probably need to have express for another month. Good luck this weekend. He patted the door to Daisy's pen and made to leave. I don't understand what's going on here, Oakley blurted before she thought better of it. Are you saying
Goodbye.
forever? Because it kind of sounds like that's what you're saying. She forced the panic that threatened to take away her ability to breathe back into the corner. Like a lion tamer, she stood in front of it, whip at the ready. She'd gotten used to having Will around in the evenings, looked forward to it, even. She thought they'd moved past all the fighting and, at the very least, had become friends. There was a lot going on under that friendship that they had yet to explore, and then there was that kiss. Bree's done. He cupped his neck with his hand. I'm not worried about Bree. Or the horse. She bit her lip, summoning her courage. You kissed me, she accused him. His hand went up and down the back of his head. His Adam's apple bobbed and he nodded. Do you kiss a lot of women? She demanded. No, his voice was hoarse. Good. She hoped he was struggling through this too, because she was being torn apart at the same time her heart soared with hope. Am I a game? Is this all a game? He stared hard at her and then stared at the ground. Oakley couldn't take any more of the blistering going on inside. You know what? You should go.
Chapter 24. William Dumont. She told him to leave. He should have. He should have walked right out of that barn and never looked back. Had he the strength, he would have done just that. Oakley reduced his resolve as easily as pouring water over sugar. William had to put up a fight, had to make a stand. I can't have you, Oakley. He lifted his palms. I left all this behind. If I let you suck me back into rodeo, I'll be lost in it. You're one of the great Dumonts. How can you be lost? That's just it. I'm a Dumont. I'm not even Will to them. You heard Matt, I'm William. Because that's what my mom called me, and so no one ever called me Will. He fisted his hair and then dropped his hands. My family is a force of nature, and if I hadn't gotten out of the way, then I would have been lost in the storm. Oakley folded her arms and glared at him. I thought you were a smart man, Will, she said. But, he snapped. He didn't mean to sound so harsh, but the obvious challenge in her stance triggered his defenses. But you're complaining about having a family to the wrong person. She moved to stomp past him, banging her shoulder into his as she went by. It physically jarred her more than it jarred him because of her small frame. Emotionally, it rocked him to the core. He had to put up a fight because his mind knew all the arguments against being with Oakley, but his body, his very heart reached for her. His hand hooked her elbow, like it had a mind of its own. I need something before I leave. His voice came out husky, thick with the desire running through his veins. You want a check? She'd meant to throw the words in his face. He could tell by the storm in her eyes. But they came out barely above a whisper. No. He drew her to him. She stumbled into his embrace. Her body was loose, limp even, and oh so warm against his. I want a goodbye kiss. His lips were on hers before she'd processed his request. He didn't pull away or disappear this time. No, this time he took his time exploring her soft lips. His head floated down a lazy river of desire. Oakley responded slowly at first, and then her passion exploded like fireworks, turning the lazy river into a raging river. She wrapped her arms around his neck and dug her fingers into his hair, eliciting a low growl from deep in his throat. His hands were on her sides and around her back, drawing her closer and closer still. He walked her backwards until she was pressed up against the rough wood beam. Oakley gave herself over to Will and he deepened the kiss. When they pulled apart, they both gasped for air. Oakley pressed her hand to his cheek, her eyes bright with passion. Life with Oakley and that look would be amazing. He wanted to hope for that, wanted to believe that things could work out between them. Will brushed his finger down her cheek. Goodbye, Oakley. Yeah. For a brief moment, he thought she'd hold on to him and asked him to stay. He hoped she would. He wanted her to fight for him. Then again, she could be waiting for him to fight for her. After so many years on her own, she might not be able to ask for what she needed. What if this wasn't goodbye? He asked. She bit her lip. I'd like that, she whispered. Will kissed her temple. Me too. He leaned into her body, and she welcomed him. A feeling of belonging circled about him as if Oakley had caught him with a rope and pulled the slack tight. He didn't mind at all.
Chapter 25. Logan Labrum. Logan wiped a drop of water off his forehead. He and Ellie had worked with Express for an hour and a half. Some would say the horse was high-strung, but he could see the fear in Express's eyes. The horse was constantly waiting for someone to hurt him, and that put him on edge. After they finished, he and Ellie washed up and headed out to dinner. Cooking in the small trailer was fine, but sometimes they needed an out and headed to the diner. Ellie stared out the truck window, her thumb tucked between her teeth. She'd picked up that habit lately. Or maybe she'd always had it, but he'd never seen her stew before. Their courtship had been full of long kisses, stolen kisses, whispers under the stars, and everything wonderful. Marriage wasn't as easygoing as dating had been, what with her family hating him and all. They'd crossed that bridge. Building the house was stressful because it was so much money, and the longer they took, the more interest built up on their construction loan. He didn't want them to be house poor. He'd had enough of being poor in his life. He didn't want to talk about all those things, though. What Logan wanted from this evening was to court his wife, to make her laugh, to see her eyes sparkle. Talking horses was a good place to start. We're going to have to get this girl up to the ranch to work with Express sometime soon. Ellie hadn't told him much about where Express came from, except that William was involved. He didn't know William that well, seeing as how William didn't make it up to the ranch. Ellie? He took her hand, weaving his fingers with hers, when she didn't respond. She blinked as if coming out of a daydream. We'll need to have Bree on the ranch to work with Express. I haven't met her. She's young, though. Ellie's eyes clouded. And inexperienced. I hope she's had some time to work with Daisy. Logan steered them onto Main Street. The diner was at the other end of town. If she's inexperienced, then Lime Peak is the best place to put her on Express for the first time. He needs to feel safe. Ellie made a sour face. William would rather have his wisdom teeth pulled than bring someone home. Our deal was that I get Express ready and he takes her back. Can you change the deal? Ellie tapped her chin. He'd want to renegotiate, and I like our terms just the way they are. Maybe there's another way. When you find it, let me know. Ellie grinned at him. We'll think on it. Sooner rather than later, then. He thought about their calendar. What about next week, before Robert and I head out? Ellie frowned. She stared through the windshield and through the town. What? He laughed. You look so serious. Ellie turned to the window. I want to go with you and Robert. Everything inside of Logan screamed no. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel with his left hand, leaving the right loose in Ellie's grasp. His father had given in to every emotion that floated over him, a victim of his lack of self-control. Robert would not be his father. He made circles on the back of her hand with his thumb. Ellie, this isn't, he couldn't find the right words. There were so many things this trip was not. It was not a proper funeral. It was not a send-off for a good man and a beloved father and husband. This is about letting go of Joe. I know that. I just want to be there to hold your hand while you do it. Ellie's eyes pleaded with him. He gave her a little squeeze. You were right about sharing my past. I've told you things I would rather forget because we are married now and we share one another's burdens. But this is about more than Joe. It's about being with Robert. He bounced their hands on the seat between them. I have a brother and I hardly know him. This is my chance to do that away from the ranch and outside of all that's happened between me and your family and between Robert and your family. Ellie sat back against the seat. I don't like it. She withdrew her hand. I don't like you being something or someone outside of us. Logan pulled into the four-stall parking lot and cut the engine. There wasn't an easy answer. He had to do what he felt was right, even if Ellie didn't like it. He wished she would try to see things from his side. He wasn't going behind her back or shutting her out. Sometimes, a man just needed to do what a man needed to do. I don't know what to tell you, Ellie. I feel like doing this with Robert is the right thing, but I don't want to hurt you. Ellie sighed. Me neither. She scooted over and lay her head on his shoulder. Her soft blonde hair tickled his arm, and desire stirred in his belly. I like going out, but I love staying in. How about we order our food to go? Ellie smacked his arm in feigned shock. Logan Labrum, are you getting fresh with me? You know it. He growled and reached for her. Ellie giggled, easily falling into him. This doesn't change how I feel about you taking off with Robert. Didn't expect it to. Logan kissed her temple and then her cheek. I won't forget to bring it up again. She ran her fingers down his cheek, her eyes softening. I'll plan on it. Logan hovered near her lips, drawing out the moment before they made contact. As long as we agree we'll disagree later. Logan cut her off with a kiss. He kissed her with all the love and hope he had inside of him, even though he knew they'd have words over his leaving. He also knew he may have to do something that she wouldn't understand. So he continued to kiss her right there on Main Street, praying they were strong enough to conquer all the obstacles in their way. He wasn't fool enough to believe marriage was going to be easy, even with all the love they shared.
Chapter 26. William Dumont. Will kicked his boot up on the bleacher in front of him. The movement allowed him to get closer to Oakley on his right. She shuffled her cards around before leaning against his chest. A small pile of saltwater taffy lay on the bench in front of Oakley. One taffy to ante, and the betting could go up from there. They played 5-card draw to keep it simple. So far, William was up 17 pieces. With Oakley this close, the sound of horses' hooves thundering through the arena, and the announcer's lame jokes, Will was on top of the world. The indoor arena had good light and enough heat to be comfortable. Bree leaned back like she was stretching, but her eyes lingered on Oakley's cards. You're a dirty cheat. Will laughed to soften his accusation. Twice Bree had seen his cards and folded. Bree dropped her jaw and her hand flew to her chest. Me? Oakley shoved her sister's leg. Yes, you. And you have a horrible poker face, added Will. She did. Her eyes lit up every time an ace crossed her fingertips. Bree dropped her cards in the scratch pile and brushed off her hands. Well, I'm taking my taffy and going to find someone who appreciates my poker face. Will exchanged a knowing look with Oakley. Stay with his family or bring him up here to play, but no sneaking off together, Oakley admonished. Bree rolled her eyes. Like I would. Oakley's hand went to William's knee and she squeezed like she was channeling her argument into her fingers. Do you have your phone? She called. Bree didn't turn around, waving the phone in the air as she made her way down the metal bleachers. Her departure was loud and drew a few curious stares. One guy stared at them for an extra long time. William turned his shoulder, blocking Oakley from his view. Oakley gathered up the cards and shuffled. You'd better watch out now. Oh yeah? William lifted one eyebrow in a challenge. You think you can beat me without your sister looking at my cards for you? She elbowed him lightly. I don't need to cheat to beat you. Movement in the corner of his eye caused William to turn. The guy who had stared at them made his way up the stairs. Since they were the only people up here, it was obvious he was headed their way. Oakley glanced at William, a question in her sky-blue eyes. William shrugged in response. Are you Olivia's brother? Asked the guy from 3 steps away. He carried himself like a casual soldier. He was built, impressively so, and he looked familiar. William jerked his chin in affirmation. William, he provided. He wasn't exactly thrilled about having his family's fame follow him around this weekend. Hanging out at the top of the bleachers had kept most people at bay. He'd returned a few waves, but no one interrupted their card game or called him down for a chat. That was just fine with him. In William's eyes, this was the best rodeo he'd been to. Clay Thomas. He closed the distance, extending his hand. Olivia and I roped together in college and the other weekend. Recognition jolted William's memory. Clay had been out to the ranch a few times for practice. He was a decent guy, intense, but he pulled his weight. Good to see you again. This is Oakley Price. Oakley smiled. Nice to meet you. You too. Clay tapped his fingers to his hat brim. I won't keep you. I just wondered if Olivia was around. William brushed off his pant leg. Nope. Shoot. Clay snapped his fingers. Well, tell her congratulations. William moved his boots to the baseboard. For what? On her engagement. Clay's head tipped. I just heard about it. William swore under his breath. Oakley's hand landed on his knee, and he held back the urge to shove it away on instinct. When he got mad at his family, he wanted to be left alone. There's no way Olivia got engaged and didn't tell him. Come on. Sisters didn't do that to their baby brothers. Blood was thicker than water and all that. At least it should be. Dumonts were supposed to stand together. Clay must be mistaken. How'd you hear about that? Clay cupped the back of his neck. She called my mom asking about a dress shop in Ogden. Huh, was all William could manage. Thanks for coming by. I'll be sure to pass on the message. He knew he sounded rude and he didn't care. Thanks. Clay turned and headed back to his family. Will? Oakley's hand moved from his knee to his back, where she rubbed big circles. What was that all about? I don't know. Will gritted his teeth. But I'm going to find out. He pulled his phone out and dialed Olivia. She answered on the second ring. Hey, little brother. Her smile burst right through the phone and he pulled it away from his face. Hey. What's up? I should ask you that. He drew in a rushed and ragged breath. Because I just had a stranger tell me my sister is engaged. That couldn't be right, because my sister wouldn't get engaged and not tell me. Oakley increased the pressure on his back, her hand moving faster and faster, matching the harried pace of his heart as the sense of betrayal swirled inside of him. Olivia didn't answer. The longer the silence stretched between them, the surer he was that he'd been overlooked, once again. Congratulations, Olivia, he said, his voice as flat as the boards beneath his boots. He hung up before she had a chance to answer and hung his head. Oakley slipped the phone out of his hands and placed it on the bench in front of them. She leaned her head on his shoulder. I'm sorry, Will. Her long hair hung down his back like a warm blanket. William wanted to run. He didn't want Oakley to see him weakened by the sting of Olivia's carelessness. He tamped down on the need for space, the need to be away from all things Dumont, including this rodeo. It's always the same, he muttered. I should be used to being invisible by now. Oakley's hand came to his cheek. You feel pretty real to me. A smile tugged at William's lips but couldn't stay. His phone rang. Oakley leaned forward. It's Olivia. I'll bet it is. She met his gaze. You don't have to answer. Will rubbed his palms up and down his pant legs. He could ignore the call. He could turn off his phone or block her number, and just be done with the stupid feelings of insecurity. I don't understand why I care so much. He balled his hands into fists. Oakley chewed her lip and studied the ceiling. There were words about to jump off her tongue. He could see her biting them back. He sighed. Just say it. She grimaced, and he knew he wasn't going to like what she had to say. She's your sister. She shrugged as if that explained everything. It sort of did. Sisters could get away with so much. Bree even convinced Oakley to swallow her pride and ask William to coach her. He was glad she had, because being here with Oakley, being anywhere with Oakley, was so much better than being alone. And because she was here, he felt brave enough to call Olivia out on her mistake. He swiped the screen just before the call went to voicemail. What? Just because he answered didn't mean he had to sound happy about it. I am so sorry. Olivia sniffed loudly. The ugly kind of sniff that said she'd been crying and didn't have a tissue. We haven't told anyone outside of the ranch. I only called Clay's mom because she does alterations. I didn't think about her telling Clay or him running into you. William flexed his hands. They were sore from gripping fists so tightly. Last time I checked, we had the same last name, Olivia. I'm not some old high school friend. I'm your brother. I shouldn't be outside the ranch. He glanced at Oakley. Her lips were pressed tightly together, and her forehead wrinkled as she listened to his side of the conversation. He grabbed her hand and held on tight. I know. I just meant that I've only told people I've seen in the last couple of days. I was planning on telling you on Sunday, in person. William shook his head. The last place he wanted to be was the ranch. Being overlooked once in a weekend was enough. He could already see the dinner conversation circling around wedding plans. Plans he wouldn't have a part in. Oh sure, he'd probably be in a tux, but not because he was essential, but out of obligation. Heck, Olivia hadn't even felt obligated to call him. You should have called, Liv. I know. She hiccuped. Cut me a little slack, would you? This is my first engagement. I don't know all the rules. Mom should. He squeezed his eyes shut. His mom should have made sure she called him. Or Bonnie. Did anyone think to call me? I'm sorry, she whispered. Oakley brought the back of his hand to her cheek and shared her warmth with him. He stared at her and suddenly realized that he felt more at ease, more valued with her than he did with his family. A deep, abiding warmth sprouted in his chest. He shook his hand free, cupped the back of her head, and kissed her right there while Olivia sniffed on the phone and the announcer called out a time. William? Olivia asked. Are you there? He broke away from Oakley, who ducked her head. I'm here. Even though he was in the stands at a high school rodeo, there was nowhere else he'd rather be. Olivia, I have to go. He didn't wait to hear her goodbye before cupping Oakley's cheeks and kissing her. She tasted of peppermint taffy, all cool and hot at once. They had to wrench themselves apart to get a breath. What? Laughed Oakley, her chest rising and falling quickly. William traced his finger across her cheek, his pulse pounding in his ears. I just realized that I'm happy when I'm with you. Oakley twisted her lips. You just realized that? He kissed the twist right off her lips. On a conscious level, yes. So you've been subconsciously kissing me up to this point? He tickled her side, making her giggle. Hooking his arm around her middle, he pulled her against his side. I like you, Oakley Price. Would that be on a conscious level? He buried his scruffy face between her jaw and collarbone. She laughed and tipped her head back, giving him access to her neck. You are infuriating and stubborn. He trailed kisses along her velvety skin. You know all the words to make my heart melt, she replied. He could feel the laughter, the lightness in her body, and loved that she teased him. She turned in his arms and placed her hands on both sides of his face. Her eyes were bright, electrifying. I like you too. The sting was still there from the wound Olivia had inflicted, but for the first time in his life, William didn't feel like an outsider. He had a place, And that place was right here with Oakley. She didn't know his family, didn't have them to compare him to. He'd have to make sure they didn't meet anytime soon.
Chapter 27. Bonnie Ruggles. The week seemed to pass in a blur of activity for Bonnie. Though Dallas could get around better now than he could right after his stroke, he still required help. Logan came over a couple mornings a week to give him a close shave because his hands shook. Bonnie offered, but Dallas said he preferred a man to do the job. A few months ago, Bonnie would have taken that as an insult, and she would have absorbed the hurt. Not anymore. Not after New York and experiencing freedom. After having a maid make her bed for a week, Bonnie discovered the joy of being served. For years, she'd given and given of her time and her talents and herself to everyone on the Lime Peak Ranch only to find that her well had gone dry. If Dallas wanted Logan to shave his whiskers every other day, then she was happy to let the man do it. Since caring for Dallas, she'd rediscovered the joy of serving, too. Perhaps because she chose where to serve instead of feeling like the choice had been made for her. She could have left Dallas in that hospital bed. He certainly growled at her enough that no one would have blamed her. Instead, she looked at the man, his pride in pieces, fear of the unknown draped over him like one of those thin blankets, and she yearned to soothe his troubled heart. As she did, a new love sprouted between them. Not the kind of first-time love that consumes all their thoughts and desires. This love was fresh and hopeful and sweet and strong, standing on all the hard times they'd endured and growing in the rich soil of experience. Sundays were the easiest because the family was constantly in and out of their house and visitors dropped by. Mondays were for putting the house back in order. Tuesdays were for shopping. Except this week. Dallas had a small cold and Bonnie didn't want to leave him, so she bumped shopping to Thursday, when he had his appointment with the physical therapist. Dallas tired quickly during his appointment, probably due to the 24-hour cold. She pulled into the Costco parking lot and put the truck in park. The weather was getting chilly, and she'd worn a zip-up hoodie to ward off the cold. Dallas stared out the window at the gaping entrance full of oversized shopping carts and people streaming in and out. "I think I'll stay in the truck." Bonnie opened her mouth to argue but realized how much faster she could go without him. And he needed to get home. She retrieved a blanket from the back seat and tucked it around his legs and lower body. "I'll be back soon." She kissed his cheek and his eyes grew warm with gratitude and love. "Don't forget the muffins." "I won't." Bonnie would have felt guilty about leaving him sitting there, but Olivia had bought him a Kindle paper something or other and downloaded a bunch of westerns. He'd always been a reader, so he enjoyed flipping digital pages and browsing the bookshelves online. She scurried through the store, ignoring the free samples. After checkout, she managed to load the bulk of the groceries in the back of the truck, a task she'd done for most of their marriage. It didn't bother her to heft the economy-sized boxes of laundry detergent, but the look on Dallas's face said it bothered him that he couldn't help. She climbed in and patted his leg before starting the truck. "How's the book?" "It's good." Dallas turned off the device. He hated when the kids had theirs on at family dinners and had finally banned them from the deck and dining room. "We'll have to move dinners inside soon. The forecast says we're getting cooler temperatures this weekend." Dallas nodded. "I can feel it coming." He rubbed his left arm. Bonnie's heart slammed on the brakes at the gesture. "Dallas?" she asked, her voice shaky. "Yeah. You okay?" He nodded. "Dang therapist pushed me hard. My arm is aching." "Does it feel different than the stroke?" She hadn't been there, didn't know what he looked like when he was having a stroke. "Yeah, it's just a muscle." He leaned against the door. "I like it when you worry about me." He chuckled. "I should have played that a little better, could have gotten you to make me brownies." She rolled her eyes. You are such a man sometimes. And you're the best woman I know. He flopped his left hand on the seat between them. She smiled softly and took his fingers with hers. They drove home like that. Bonnie found herself content in a way she hadn't been for a long time. Unsure if it was her who had changed or a shift in priorities or Dallas's softer words that brought it about, she didn't want to look too closely for fear that it would disappear on her. They pulled into the ranch and parked. Logan was at Dallas's door before the noise from the engine faded away. "Howdy, Dallas." He reached out a hand to help Dallas down. "What's the latest?" "I'm still here." "Well, that's good for everybody." Logan stepped with Dallas towards the house. "Don't help me. There's groceries." Dallas threw a hand over his shoulder towards the back of the truck. "I've got it." George came trotting out of the Dumont barn. He ran the Dumont half of the ranch and Logan ran the Ruggles end of things. More often than not, the two of them were in the yard when Bonnie came back from the grocery store. She patted George on the back and gave him a grateful smile. Dallas would have waited for Logan to help unload, but with George there, he went willingly inside. Bonnie lowered the tailgate, and the three of them worked like an ant colony going back and forth between the truck and the house. They finished and George headed right back out to the barn. Ellie had come into the house when Bonnie was outside, and Bonnie gave her a quick hug. She grabbed a couple cereal boxes and stashed them in the pantry. "What's this for?" Ellie asked, pointing to the sheet cake on the counter. Bonnie shrugged. She'd had a strange feeling when she walked through the bakery section, like she was forgetting something. The only item that spoke to her was the cake. "I had a craving." Ellie laughed. "Costco is the worst place to get a craving." She hefted the ginormous container of mayo. Everyone chuckled. "Bonnie?" Dallas called. "What? Do you want to take a road trip this weekend?" Bonnie paused mid-step and pivoted to face Dallas at the breakfast table. He hadn't finished his workout with the therapist because of his health. Dragging him off to Timbuktu was not a good idea. "Where to?" "Spanish Fork." Dallas tapped his hand on the table. "We need to be there." Bonnie glanced at Ellie and then Logan. She and Dallas hadn't told a soul about their day trip to Vernal and meeting Oakley and Bree. Ellie was the one who finally asked. "Is there a horse you want to look at, Uncle Dallas?" "Logan and I can go." Dallas lifted one cheek. "There is a horse I want to see, but there's a cowgirl I want to cheer on, too." "Wait." Ellie set down the poppy seed muffins. Bonnie didn't love them, but Dallas and Levi liked to split one when Levi came to visit. "Who?" Bonnie pushed her hands down. There was no sense hiding what they were up to. "We're going to watch Bree. She's the one who has Daisy." Ellie's jaw dropped. "You know her." She looked back and forth between the two of them. "How do you know her?" "Bree," Logan supplied. "How do you know Bree?" Ellie repeated. Bonnie hedged. She and Dallas didn't want William to know they'd butted in and made the trip to Vernal. But then, keeping secrets had never served her well. Remembering the peace that came with telling the truth about her past, she said, "We introduced ourselves. Bree is a darling girl, and she wants rodeo so badly. Her sister's sweet too," Dallas added. Ellie's hair flew out as she spun back and forth between them. "And you're going to meet them again this weekend?" Bonnie nodded towards Dallas, giving him the push to answer. "They wouldn't know we were coming." "I've got a feeling we're supposed to be there," Dallas added. "We're coming too," Ellie announced. "And we're bringing Express." Logan stepped towards her and cupped her elbow. "Are you sure about that?" "He needs to be around other horses but needs to be with us." Plus, Spanish Fork isn't that far. This is kind of perfect. Ellie bit her lip. What do you think? He rubbed his forehead. Yeah. It's good. What's good? Asked George as he came through the back door, carrying 2 boxes of garbage bags. He set them on the counter and lifted his hat to scratch his head. We're going to watch William's friend's sister ride Daisy at the high school rodeo. Ellie skipped back to the counter to finish putting away groceries. Ah. George settled his hat in place. What time are we pulling out? Bonnie threw her hands in the air. At this rate, we'll have a convoy. I love convoys, said George, deadpan. Dallas barked a laugh. A sweet joy tickled Bonnie. It had been months since the family had gone to a rodeo all together. She and Dallas weren't the only ones missing the scene. Bonnie did a quick head count. Olivia and John had a roping on Saturday and wouldn't be able to make it. Anna would go with them. She'd been traveling with John lately and taking time off from the factory. Robert and Jax would want to be with Olivia, which left the smaller crew standing in her kitchen. The guys had things to do around the ranch, and Ellie had to work Friday. They'd most likely miss Bree's ride that day. We'll pull out early Saturday. Bonnie glanced around at the excited faces. Nothing like a rodeo to get the Lime Peak Ranch hopping. And that's what everyone did. George and Logan left, a determined slant to their steps. Taking time off meant finishing up projects before Saturday. Ellie finished stocking the pantry, pecked a kiss on Dallas's cheek, and went back to the factory. Bonnie made a trip out to the deep freeze with the ice cream and came back. Hey, Bonnie. Dallas's voice was warm. She'd bet this weekend would do him a world of good. That is, if Bree did better on Daisy and showed everyone that Dallas Ruggles was the horse trainer he'd professed to be. Don't forget the cake on Saturday. The cake. Bonnie looked down at the vanilla cake with raspberry filling she'd bought on a whim. Seriously? Dallas tapped the side of his nose. Trust me. Bonnie shrugged. When Dallas got a feeling, it was usually right. Lord, she muttered under her breath, if this is your doing, give me a little help transporting the cake, would you?
Chapter 28. Oakley Price. Oakley rolled over, trying to block out the light. She was freezing in her sleeping bag. The idea of getting out of the bag sent her into a set of shivers. And yet, she was dying to be up and in Will's arms. He was sleeping in the truck, which was parked right next to the trailer, creating an alleyway between them. They'd done the same thing in Panguitch, and it worked out well. With an "I must really like you, Will Dumont," she threw the cover back, making the zipper screech. Come on, sleepyhead. Oakley kicked the lump she assumed was Bree's backside. Before Daisy kicks a hole in the side of the trailer. That's what your boyfriend's for, muttered Bree. Oakley bit back her response about all the wonderful things having a boyfriend was for. Chores was nowhere on the list. She didn't bother to check her smile at the memory of some of their kisses. There had been many since their first, but that first kiss was the kind that flipped the world upside down. She layered on a long-sleeved shirt, then a hoodie, and finally a poofy vest. One look out the trailer's window told her the sky was still overcast and drizzly. Spanish Fork contestants had to warm up on a small piece of ground the size of Oakley's arena. That wouldn't be so bad if the dirt wasn't soaked. Large puddles reflected the gray sky. The horses were still able to traverse the ground because it was mostly sand, and water didn't make it slick like it would have if the track was just plain dirt. The best thing the Spanish Fork Rodeo Club had going for it was the indoor arena. The rough stock and bulldoggers had to compete in the outdoor arena, the doggers getting covered in mud as the steers dragged them through puddles. The teenage boys wore the splatters like medals. All the other events were indoors. Thank goodness. Oakley, William, and Ellie had taken up residence in the stands yesterday, staying dry and warm until bedtime. Daisy wasn't so lucky. She had to stand out in the weather with a blanket over her saddle. At least the blanket kept her warmer than if she'd been without it. Oakley was probably silly for worrying about a horse in a little bit of rain, but she didn't care. Daisy had grown on her. Oakley shook off the last of sleep and bounced on Bree. "Happy birthday!" She kissed her cheek 3 times. "You're 16. Bree shoved her. "Don't you know teenagers are moody in the morning? Price women are always moody in the morning. Teenager or not." Oakley grinned. She wasn't feeling moody, despite the hour. A couple trucks rumbled past, their big engines felt in her chest cavity as much as they were heard in an ear. "What time is it?" Bree asked. She fished her phone out of her sleeping bag. "Oh my gosh. It's 9:20. "What?" Oakley flew into action. She shimmied out of her pajamas and into a pair of cold jeans and thick socks. "Go check your draw." Bree may have already missed her call. "I can't go out there like this." Bree motioned to her crazy hair. Falling asleep with a wet head hadn't been the best beauty treatment. Oakley groaned. "I'll go." She yanked her hair back into a ponytail. "But get ready. Daisy hasn't even eaten yet." Oakley removed the baling twine that held the door shut from the inside and handed it to Bree to put back in place so she could get dressed without the door swinging open. Oakley ran towards the boards and gasped for breath when she got there. Her hands shook, and she had to trace the names with her finger to keep from losing her place. Almost to the end of the last page was Bree's name. 257. Great. Oakley shivered. She'd warm up once she got inside the arena, but a hot shower sounded like heaven. Since Bree was almost last, they wouldn't be pulling out anytime soon. Her gaze lingered on the live-in trailers she passed on the way back. Keep wishing, she told herself. Only one more rodeo weekend in September. The next rodeo was in Cedar City. Hopefully it would be warmer than Spanish Fork. They had October off and all the rodeos in November were in St. George, where it was a good 30 degrees warmer. She could tough out sleeping on a cot in the trailer for a few more weeks. Lifting on her toes, Oakley spied on Will through her truck window. He had a pillow against the passenger door. His long, lean body was curled up under several blankets. The back window was fogged over and all the others had a rim of condensation. He had 2 days of scruff on his chin, all dark and dangerous. Sometimes, she thought he looked so intense, but right now, he was intensely sexy. There was no denying the fact that she was falling for Will Dumont. She hadn't planned on letting anyone into her heart, let alone the bossy cowboy in a cubicle. Will had done exactly what she needed, he'd become a part of her everyday life, the best part. If there was a man who could fit into her upside-down world, it was him. He'd proven that time and time again. She wanted to crawl into his arms and enjoy the warmth of his body next to hers. However, she couldn't do that because the truck was locked and Will had the keys. She tapped on the glass. Will jerked awake, his arms flying out to the side and his feet kicking the door. He groaned and rubbed his face with his hands. Oakley giggled at his confusion. He dropped his hands at the sound and grinned through the glass. Leaning forward, he lifted the lock and beckoned her inside with the crook of his finger. Butterflies filled her stomach and made her skin tingle from the inside out. She opened the door and climbed in. "I'm not sure getting into a truck with the windows already steamed up is a good idea." Will's arms came around her and he kissed just behind her ear. Since they're already fogged over, he moved to kiss her cheek and she turned her head so his lips found hers. Will's hand slid into her hair, loosening the ponytail, and she took hold of the front of his shirt. With as liquid as he made her feel, she was likely to slide right off the seat. Someone knocked on the window. Oakley squeezed her eyes shut even tighter. I'm not setting a good example for my sister, she said between kisses. I'm not your sister, I'm his, came a chirpy voice from the other side of the glass. Oakley and Will froze, their faces inches apart. Did she say your sister? Oakley's ears lit on fire. A flash of alarm zinged through Will's dark brown eyes. He leaned slightly to look over her shoulder and his jaw tightened. Ellie, he growled. Oakley twisted in her seat and fumbled with the door handle. The beautiful blonde on the other side laughed and opened it from the outside. Hey, William. You might want to hop out before Bonnie and Dallas pull in. They're a few minutes behind us. Will cursed under his breath. Ellie laughed again. She held out her hand. I'm Ellie Dumont Labrum, William's younger sister. Her blue eyes danced. That guy in the truck is my husband, Logan. Oakley glanced back and forth between Will, who was all dark hair and dark eyes, and this girl, who was the picture of American apple pie with her blonde hair, blue eyes, and smattering of freckles. The strongest resemblance between them was the mischief in their beings. It wasn't right there on the surface. One had to look for it in Ellie, but in Will, she had seen it right off. Oakley Price. They shook hands. Oakley brightened. Wait, Ellie? Oh my heck. Thanks for loaning us Daisy. She's been great for Bree. Where is Bree? She hasn't written yet, has she? We were going to leave early this morning, but Dallas wanted to shave and that takes a little time. You haven't missed her. Oakley smiled. Bree is going to freak. She's your biggest fan, and today is her birthday. You couldn't have picked a better rodeo to come to. Are you going to let us out or keep chatting? Will groused. Oakley elbowed him playfully in the stomach. I thought you were supposed to be a morning guy. She leaned back and whispered in his ear. We can always refog the windows later. With that, she pecked a kiss on his cheek and slid out of the truck. Is there room? Called Logan from the truck that idled in front of Oakley's setup.
Yeah.
You can pull right through here. Ellie directed him to bring the truck and trailer alongside Oakley's and by the fence. Everybody should be able to fit. You guys picked a great spot. Oakley looked around. They were on the outskirts of everything. If the knee-high weeds creeping out from the fence line were any indication, this area was low traffic. The nearest truck was a good 50 feet away. Will climbed out of the truck. He'd shoved his boots on, making his pants bunch up on top of them. What are you doing here, Ellie? Ellie spun on her cocoa-colored boot. We brought Express down. He needs some time in the rodeo environment, and we wanted Bree to care for him today so he can get to know her. Ellie threw her arms around Will. You look like a mountain man. She rubbed her knuckles on his cheeks. He scowled and stepped back from her. Oakley slipped her hand in his. I like it. She caressed her fingers along his jaw. Will shivered at her touch and gave her a small smile.
Aw.
Ellie pressed her hands over her heart. I already love you, Oakley. She gave Oakley's forearm a squeeze before going to guide Logan as he backed in. A truck horn blasted down the line of trailers. They turned to the sound and saw Bonnie and Dallas waving. Will lifted his hand in a half wave, while Oakley could have cleaned foggy windows with her exuberance. She thought often of the couple and the way they took time out of their own struggles to be there for Bree. Her heart lifted, thinking of the cheering section her baby sister would have today. While she tried not to focus on the things they missed out on without their parents around, counting her blessings and all that, there were days that were especially hard. Like Christmas. No matter how many gifts were piled under the tree, there was still an emptiness. Oakley's birthday. Because she had to buy her own cake. And Bree's birthday. Because she had to host the party instead of attend the party. Speaking of the birthday girl, Bree made her way out of the horse trailer, looking all put together and beautiful. She watched in awe as Ellie and Logan unloaded express. Ellie hugged her hello, and Logan patiently answered her rapid-fire questions. A third truck pulled in, this one spilling a Spitfire little boy out its door. He charged Will and threw his arms around his legs. Will bent over and picked him up by his sides. Instead of holding him close, he held him at arm's length and looked him over real good. "I thought I told you to stop growing." He tickled him and the kid squirmed in the air. The tension that had created lines around Will's eyes melted away. "I can't help it," the boy gasped. Will set him on his feet. "Who's she?" The boy pointed at Oakley. "This is Miss Oakley." Oakley waited for some sort of identifier. "My girlfriend would have been perfect. She would have been okay with my friend, though not as giddy." No further introduction was offered, though. Oakley gave Will a sidelong glance and held out her hand. "I'm Levi." He shook her hand once and let go. "That's my dad and mom in the car. We didn't bring horses this morning because I'm not competing." Oakley liked the way Levi talked. He had a truckload of confidence and not an ounce of shyness. "What's your event?" "I'm a roper. I heel like my dad." "Good to know." Oakley exchanged a "he's adorable" look with Will. A couple came up behind Levi. The woman held up a camo jacket and Levi's face turned down as he put it on. "Not the best weather for a rodeo, but we've sat through worse. I'm George and this is Carol. You've already met our buckaroo." Oakley looked at Will for an introduction, but the tightness and lines were back. She told them her name and shook hands in an effort to smooth over his rough welcome. If you could call what he gave his brother's family a welcome. His downturned mouth made it more of an unwelcoming. "I hope you don't mind all of us showing up." Carol tucked her auburn hair behind her ear. Her eyes were bright green that shone like jewels. Oakley hadn't ever seen eyes that color before. They were stunning. "I don't mind at all. But I can't say the same thing for Will." She nudged him out of his grumpy stupor and continued, "I'm really excited for Bree. Usually it's just me in the stands. It'll be great to have so many people here for her today, especially today." Bonnie called to Will and George, and soon they were setting up an awning the size of Oakley's living room and rolling out a stretch of fake grass where they could get out of the rain. The turf was especially useful to Dallas, who was still using the walker. Oakley followed close to him, not sure of her place in the group yet but feeling safe next to the quiet teddy bear of a man. Tension rolled off Will and made her nervous. Bree bounced over to Oakley. "Did you set this up?" Her face was alight with birthday magic. Oakley shook her head. "Nope." "Did you invite them?" she asked Will. Will harumphed. "No," he went back to attaching the clear plastic sides of the awning to block out the chilly breeze that came through every now and again. His shoulders hunched and he focused on the job instead of talking to his family. Bree threw her arms around Oakley, pinning her arms to her side. "It's a birthday miracle. Best birthday ever." Oakley laughed in response. She had to admit, this was the biggest birthday celebration they'd had since Ellie graduated elementary school. And, she couldn't help but wonder if her angel parents had something to do with it. Logan produced a propane heater. They left the side of the tent facing the arena open, but that heater soon had the area toasty. Ellie and Carol worked together to unload a table and a cooler from Bonnie's truck. Bonnie wiped it down with a towel before setting out an array of breakfast snacks. She laid out a huge cake and Bree gasped. "How did you know?" Bree threw her arms around Bonnie. Bonnie returned her hug. "I picked out the cake but it was Dallas who wanted to bring it for you." Bonnie paused, the lines in her face seeming to disappear as she cupped Bree's face in her hands. "He's sensitive to the spirit. And, since the cake got here in one piece, I can testify that God wanted you to know He is mindful of you on your special day." Oakley had to turn away to hide the tears trailing down her cheeks. God was so good to them. She swallowed down the lump in her throat and took a deep breath before facing the group again. "You might want to turn the heater down," Ellie said to Logan as she winked at Oakley. "We don't want to fog up the tent." Oakley's cheeks warmed at Ellie's teasing. The great thing was, she didn't feel at all like Ellie was putting her down but more like the teasing was meant to include her in the group. She glanced at Will to see how he felt about the fogging windows comment. Will ground his teeth. Surprised by the hostility in his stance, she mouthed, "What's wrong?" Will sighed. "Everything."
Chapter 29. William Dumont. "We're going to head over to the arena." William hooked his arm around Oakley. He needed an escape and he needed it now. "We can stay for a little bit." Oakley smiled warmly at the makeshift home Bonnie managed to construct in a matter of minutes. They'd just gotten here, and that took work, especially with Dallas. "I don't want to leave Bree," she whispered. Will was having major flashbacks to his teen years. The crowd of family. People talking over one another. Saying something and being dismissed. All that was missing was the line of visitors. "I thought I recognized that ugly rig out there." Matt Fargo ducked into the tent, followed by his sister, Breezy, his brother, Judd, and their parents. "Speak of the devil," Will muttered. Ellie jumped up to give them all hugs. "You're just jealous," responded Ellie to Matt's jest about her trailer. "Of the hot pink lettering or the glitter accents?" Matt asked, faking offense. "No respectable bulldogger would let his horse step foot in a trailer like that." "Then it's a good thing you're not respectable," quipped Breezy. She made her way over to Dallas and Bonnie for hugs. "Who's not respectable?" asked Mrs. Fargo. "I'm not." Matt offered his hand to Logan. "It's good to finally meet you." They chatted about Logan's gig training horses. Oakley leaned against William's side, inviting him to put his arm around her. He did so, happy to have her close at any time but especially happy to hold her in front of Matt. If Matt couldn't read this go-away sign, William had a few others he could pull out. Matt didn't pay them any mind. He joked with Ellie and Logan and teased Bree and Judd about the upcoming dance. It was still over a month away, but judging from the wide eyes, covert glances, and inside jokes between the two, they were spending time together at school, too. "So much for our quiet day playing cards." Oakley's voice was warm and at the same time full of amazement. "Is that who I think it is?" asked Jennifer Tilson. "Carol!" She rushed through the group to chat with her longtime friend. Jennifer's husband and kids hung back. They'd inherited their father's shy nature. You'd think with 5 kids one of them would get their mother's personality, but they huddled together looking like lost boys in the misty rain. Dallas waved them in, and they approached him with caution. Andy, the oldest, shuffled his feet. "It's good to see you again, sir." Dallas's lips rolled for a moment before he answered. "How's that mare treating you?" "Who are these people?" Oakley whispered. Her breath was warm on his neck. William ran his hand down his face. Dallas trained a calf roping horse for them. A young one. He cleared his throat, taking in the worn jeans and faded shirts the kids wore. They took a second mortgage on their home to pay his fee. When he found out, he tried to give it back, but they wouldn't take it. Their dad said the horse was good enough to last through all 5 boys and he considered the money well spent. "Oh," Oakley breathed. "How long has he been?" Her question trailed off as she tipped her head towards Dallas in his walker/wheelchair. "A couple months. Must be hard for him. But then, from what you just told me, he wasn't a prideful man to begin with." Oakley's puffy vest made crinkly noises as she hugged his side. William ran his fingers through her hair, dislodging the ponytail completely. Her obvious acceptance of his crazy family was a gift he didn't know he wanted. She fit in here, had already won over Ellie, who once threatened to cut off any girl's hair who messed with her brother. He shook his head at his spunky little sister. "Bree is in heaven." Oakley directed his attention to the growing group of teen boys vying for her attention. The Yates family called hello as they rode by on horseback. The group returned the greetings and went back to their conversations. Oakley Han, can you help me hand out these muffins? Bonnie asked. Sure. Oakley slipped out from under his chin and William was immediately assaulted by the cold. He shivered and dug his fists into his pockets. Ellie was introducing Logan to everyone, recounting their elopement, and showing pictures on her phone of the house they were building. William followed her for a minute but felt ridiculous traipsing behind the happy couple. Bree was flirting with Judd, and he didn't want to embarrass her by crashing into her circle. Dallas watched a video on Jennifer's phone, probably of one of her children's rides the night before. Carol told Levi he had to leave his jacket on if he wanted to stay in the tent and not sit in the truck. William headed towards George, who was working his way through the food, when Matt stepped up and punched George in the shoulder. William veered off, picking up a ham and cheese croissant like it was the food he had come for and not someone to talk to. He stood there, by the table, alone, while he chewed, hating every moment. I don't have to be here. William ducked out and made his way around the trailer. Daisy was almost done with her breakfast. They'd need to get her over to the track for a light workout this morning. He ran his hand down her neck, feeling lonely. He hated this feeling. Yesterday had been good. He and Oakley set up their little camp and sat together in the stands. People said hi but no one moved in. Just like they always did, his family took over. They were like swarming locusts. They'd stolen his little spot of heaven, put up a tent, and invited the world inside. Worst of all, they'd taken Oakley right out of his arms. Come on, Daisy. He pulled off her blanket. Let's get out of here. No one noticed him saddle the horse and ride off.
Chapter 30. Bonnie Ruggles. Here, eat this before you fly away in the breeze. Bonnie pressed a muffin into one of the younger boy's hands. His eyes got big, like a kid with his hand caught in the cookie jar. I can't take this, ma'am. My mama would skin me. Bonnie chuckled. The Tilson kids had enough to eat, she checked on that from time to time. But they still looked like a group of starving children. If they didn't wear belts, their pants would fall to the floor upon standing. They got their body type from their father. At 6'5" and 160 pounds, he could eat half a cow and not weigh an ounce more. Jennifer would do no such thing. Eat up. Oakley handed him a napkin and an encouraging nod. He took a big bite and earned 2 smiles in return. How do you know all these people? Asked Oakley as she handed a poppy seed muffin to Bree. Thanks, Bree chirped. She broke it in half and handed one side to Judd. Oakley and Bonnie moved on to the next person. You see someone at a rodeo time and time again and you get to talking. Before long, you have a friend. Bonnie gave Dallas a muffin, helping him get a hold of it in his left hand so he could use his right to eat. Where's Olivia? Asked Jennifer. Everything inside Bonnie perked up with happiness. These were her friends. Many of them had watched Olivia grow up. Oh, I haven't told anyone. Excuse me. She waved her arm over her head. The tent quieted, not even the sound of chewing could be heard. I'm so happy to be the one to tell you all, Robert and Olivia are engaged. Jennifer whooped. Her husband muttered what must have been congratulations. Bonnie couldn't hear him over the cheers. Bonnie took off Dallas's hat and kissed the top of his head. Hey, everybody. I gotta tell you a story about this Robert fellow. Matt set down the cup he was holding and proceeded to tell them all about how Robert and Olivia had come to Breezy's rescue a couple weeks ago. Breezy stared into her cup the entire time. Matt continued, so I'm gonna lift my cup to the happy couple and wish them well. To Robert and Olivia, cheered the group. Bonnie's eyes stung with unshed tears. She hugged Matt. Thank you. Matt had done more than tell a story, he'd brought Robert into their group and made him one of them. She'd worried about Robert fitting in because he'd come from the city. Not that you'd know it to look at him these days. Still, some people would judge him on things that were beyond his control. The story would spread, and the tight-knit rodeo world would welcome him as a hero. Bonnie's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and laughed. It's Olivia. More cheers went up. The group was flying high on good news and drunk on reunion. Bonnie answered, placing her palm over her other ear so she could hear. Where is everyone? This place is a ghost town, Olivia said after the hellos. We're in Spanish Fork at the rodeo. There was a pause, and all Bonnie could hear was someone grabbing at the phone. When Olivia spoke, the echo of being on speakerphone was gone. Did you say rodeo? Mom, Bonnie and Dallas are in Spanish Fork, she said to Anna on her end of the call. What are you doing down there? Anna called. We came down to see Daisy May and the Price girls. They're friends of William's. Bonnie's hand went to her mouth. She'd just cracked open a hive of bees. William is there? Asked Anna. She was back on speakerphone. He's right, Bonnie spun around the tent, but William was nowhere to be found. She asked Oakley, who was listening to one of Levi's stories, where he was with a look, and Oakley lifted her shoulders. He must have gone off with the horses, she told Anna. Classic William, said Olivia. Bonnie bit her lip. Classic William was a problem. She'd hoped they had moved beyond his disappearing acts, that the way he and Oakley were getting cozy earlier meant things were different. I should get back to visiting. Bonnie chewed her lip. Someone needed to find William. Oakley slipped out of the tent. She zipped up her vest and lowered her head against the light rain. Bonnie breathed a sigh of relief. Wait. Anna was back. Has he been going to rodeos all season? What's he doing there? How did he meet this girl? Are they dating? Are they serious? Maybe I should come down. Bonnie lowered herself into the seat Oakley had just vacated. I'll give you all the news when I get back, and you'd better do the same. I want details about this dress you all were talking about the other night and the wedding. Oh my gosh, Anna. We get to plan a wedding. I know. I need to talk to Robert's mother, adopted mom, about things, too. I was thinking I'd call on Sunday. Bonnie could see her friend twisting her fingers together. Robert hardly said a word about his parents. It was like they were part of a whole other life of his that none of them knew anything about. She'd assumed that she and Anna would plan the wedding, but there was another woman who should be included. Bonnie wasn't sure how she felt about that. She said goodbye and hung up. Dallas reached out and took her hand, the gesture full of sweet tenderness. Are you happy, Bonnie? Bonnie thought of how empty she thought her life was 6 months ago, how she longed for change. As she looked around the tent filled with her husband, old friends, new friends, and felt the love for her son and soon-to-be daughter-in-law and her grandson, she couldn't imagine a life more blessed. I am happy, Dallas. And I love you. He answered by pressing a kiss to the back of her hand, his eyes telling her 1,000 times over that he loved her back.
Chapter 31. Oakley Price. Oakley circled around the indoor arena on foot, looking for Will. She checked the warm-up sand area and then made her way to the larger arena. The rodeo moved along at a quick pace. A bronc rider was thrown from his saddle and landed with a thud. He scrambled away in the mud while the pickup men took the horse around the perimeter fence. Oh, that's a no time for Daryl, said the announcer. Daryl skulked back into the bucking chute and the gateman shut it behind him. Oakley scanned the few faces in the stands, not finding Will. She couldn't shake the sense that something was off. He'd told her he had a hard time with his family, that he didn't see them much by choice. If he hadn't invited them. She checked the stalls and the parking lot, but no Will. With no idea where to search, she made her way back to the trailers. Will had been so upset when Olivia didn't tell him about the engagement. He didn't say much about his family situation, but there was an underlying feeling that he'd been wronged. And now, Oakley was a part of all that. Her heart settled somewhere down in her boots. The group that had been there when she left was switched out for a new one. Bonnie motioned her inside the tent. She made quick introductions to everyone before pulling Oakley aside. "Did you find him?" Oakley shook her head as she checked the time on her phone. "He'd better get back soon. Bree needs the horse. He'll be here in plenty of time." Williams never missed a call before. Bonnie wrung her hands. "I wish he hadn't taken off. Why would he do that? He gets overwhelmed when there are a lot of people around. He feels invisible." Bonnie nodded slowly. "I can see how that would happen." Oakley scanned the group. Ellie had 3 women wrapped up in a story. George and Logan had moved into the misty rain and were throwing a rope at a dummy. No less than 7 teenage boys hung on their every word. Even Dallas had a captive audience as he reviewed video of a horse on an iPad. All the wonder and respect these people paid the Dumonts was just the same as Oakley and Bree had given Will as he taught them about barrel racing. He'd loosened up as he trusted them to listen to him, letting his true, playful nature shine through. "It's hard to be seen when you stand among giants," Oakley said more to herself than anyone. Bonnie leaned closer. "What did you say?" "Will is a giant among men, but what is a giant when compared to other giants?" Bonnie's eyebrows came down as she thought things over. They didn't have time to finish their conversation, because Will rode up on Daisy. "You've got about 15 minutes, he called to Bree. "I don't have time to warm her up." Bree flapped her hands like a bird trying to take flight. Will pushed her towards the stirrup. "She's all ready to go." "Thanks." Bree swung herself into the saddle. Logan adjusted one stirrup while Will did the other. Ellie held the bridle and whispering something to Daisy. George took Carol's and Levi's hands and started across the parking lot. The ropes and dummy had been tucked under the back end of his truck to keep them out of the rain. Will yanked on the stirrup and brought Bree's boot into place. "Remember, it's all about getting a clean run." Bree nodded. Ellie tossed the reins over Daisy's head and handed them to Bree. "Take it one barrel at a time," she admonished. The blood drained from Bree's face. Dallas must have noticed too, because he called, "We'll be cheering for ya, no matter how many barrels you knock over." A relieved chuckle went through the group. "She's not hitting a barrel, she's had a great coach." Oakley smiled at Will, feeling all warm and fuzzy over him. He put as much time as Bree into this ride and deserved to be recognized for his efforts. He deserved to feel like a giant. He glanced quickly away, sending a dart into her heart. "I'm going to drive Dallas over to the arena." "Does anyone want a ride?" asked Logan. Bonnie and Ellie climbed into the back seat of the truck. Oakley waited to see where Will was going to go. He waved Logan off and headed towards the arena on foot. Logan turned to Oakley for an answer. "Thanks, but I'll walk over. I could use the exercise, I'm so nervous for her." Oakley shoved her shaking hands in her vest pocket and hurried to catch up to Will. She splashed through several puddles, not caring about the wetness accumulating on her jeans because a warm shower was within sight. "Hey, is everything all right?" Will's long legs chewed up the long walk to the indoor arena. "It's fine." He held the door open for her. Oakley blinked as her eyes adjusted to the indoor lighting. "You don't sound like it's fine." She pulled him up short by the fence. Inside, a girl flew through the pattern, smacking her horse's behind with a crop between barrels. "What is it?" she asked. Will's answer was cut off by the announcer booming Bree's name over the speaker. They put their conversation on hold to watch her come racing through the gate. She made a good, though wide, turn on the first barrel. Her second turn was tight, perfect. Her third was close enough to make the barrel sweat, but she made it through clean. Oakley threw both arms over her head. It was Bree's best ride to date.
Woohoo!
Her cheers were echoed by Will's family sitting in a group on the front row. Ellie high-fived Logan, then Bonnie, and finally Levi. Too happy to hold back, Oakley hugged Will and he hugged her back. When she went to pull away, he hung on and she snuggled against him. 23.7, came Bree's time. Another cheer went up. Oakley would have joined them, but something in the way Will held her didn't allow for celebration. He dropped his arms. Well, I guess that's that. Oakley didn't like his tone, it sounded final. She tipped her head. That's what? That's the end of our coaching sessions. He turned towards the exit. Oakley dodged around him. Wait, she hasn't been on Express yet. Will waved off her concern, but he wouldn't meet her eye. Ellie can take it from here. Bree's better off learning from her anyway. She's the pro. Oakley wasn't sure what to say. This feels off, Will. It's like you're trying to tell me something and I can't hear. Will sighed. He looked at her with such regret that her heart beat a painful rhythm. I'm cutting to the chase. I know what will happen with my family. They'll fall in love with you. He brushed his fingers over her cheek. Because you're the type of girl to fall in love with. Oakley swallowed. Will and love in the same sentence had a physical effect on her. You'll fall in love with them and they will eventually take over our lives, just like they always do. In no time, I'll be invisible to you too. Oakley's hand went to her chest. How can you say that? Will, I've never felt this way about anyone. She wouldn't throw the L word out there, not when she felt vulnerable and edgy. Will narrowed his eyes. How long was I gone before you noticed? Oakley opened and closed her mouth. You disappeared without saying a word. You could have told me you were leaving. I went looking for you. PFT. You must have looked so hard. Oakley straightened her back. I did look. You left me. She poked his chest. I didn't come to be with your family, Will, but I'm not going to turn them away. They gave up their whole Saturday for a girl they don't even know and to spend time with you. No one asked them to. She couldn't help but remember saying those exact words to him the day he brought Daisy. He was so much like these people, butting right in where he wasn't invited and expecting people to accept him. He didn't see it though. You didn't have to ask. They're your family and they love you. Do you know what I would give to have that in my life right now? Then you can have them. Will stomped away. Oakley hurried after him. Not that you asked, but just so you know. If I'd been given the choice between them and you, I would have picked you, you big jerk. She shoved his arm, hard. With that, she hiked towards the women's restroom, where she could calm her shaking hands and quaking heart in privacy.
Chapter 32. Ellie Dumont. Good for her. Ellie grinned at Dallas as Bree's time was announced. She'd chosen to sit by him instead of Logan. He hadn't budged on the campout, insisting that he and Robert needed to go on their own. The issue grew between them like a cactus. He was never this stubborn when they were dating. Being mad at Logan was as uncomfortable as peeling off her own skin, which was a gross analogy but spoke the truth. The feeling was worse when she was near him. All she wanted to do was hold him close and feel his arms around her. He was more than willing to give her all the physical attention she desired, but when she wanted to share in those things that really mattered, he shut her out. Did you know Robert was going to propose? Ellie asked Dallas. The arena was nice and warm, and no one was in a hurry to get back to the trailers, especially since they'd just gotten Dallas settled. Sometime today, Ellie would need to ride express around the grounds, but he could wait a while longer. Dallas grinned slyly. And you didn't tell me? She bumped him lightly. "You're as bad as Logan." Her tone was full of nasty allegations. She hadn't meant to sound so bitter, but her heart was hurting. The conversation around them died down. "Ellie." Logan leaned across Dallas. "Let's talk about this on the way home." Ellie clenched her fist. She glanced back at Carol and George. Carol had held firm to what she believed marriage should look like, and she and George were better off because of it. Ellie could be strong too. "What? They already know you're trying to keep me out of the most important day of your life." "Els." Logan's voice was firm. "The most important day of my life was our wedding day." She huffed. He was so impossibly perfect it drove her nuts sometimes. "Fine. But I'd consider laying your dad to rest a close second." He shook his head. "It's not. Els. It's just not." Ellie got to her feet, her arms stiff at her sides. "If it's not a big deal, then why are you so determined to keep me out of it?" Logan took off his hat and threw it on the seat next to him as he got to his feet. Ellie felt a surge of satisfaction that she'd finally gotten a reaction. His name should have been Logan the patient or Logan the stoic or Logan the never get angry. Sometimes she just wanted to have it out. Lay her feelings all across the floor and stomp around in them. Once he faced her, any anger in his body was wiped away. "This isn't about you, Ellie Dumont Labrum." He snatched his hat and headed for the door. "Why don't you just head on home, Logan? I'll get a ride with someone else." His mouth dropped open. "If that's the way you want it." "It is." "Okay." He took 2 steps and stopped. "Be safe," he said quietly before walking away, his broad shoulders tight. Ellie gritted her teeth and charged the opposite direction. Her family watched the two of them with open mouths. Slamming her palm against the ladies' room door, she shoved through and ran right into Oakley. "Sorry. I'm so sorry." Ellie took a step back. Oakley's cheeks were splotchy. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." She half smiled. "I don't bruise that easily. A little bump won't take me down." Ellie studied her for a second more, seeing the puffy red eyes and the pink tinge around her nose. "You look like you're bruised somewhere." "Excuse me?" "I mean, you look sad." "Oh. Oakley stepped back and looked at herself in the mirror. "Dang. I thought I had that under control." She yanked on the paper towel sticking out of the dispenser and put it under the cold water. A second later she twisted it out and pressed it to her cheeks. Ellie hoisted herself on the counter, her back to the mirror. "Let me guess, my ever-loving brother said something stupid." "Men." Oakley barked a laugh. "Yeah, he said goodbye." "What?" Ellie's yell echoed off the tile. They probably heard her in the arena. After the show she and Logan put on, no one would blink an eye. Oakley nodded. "Adios." She bit her lip. "I'm going to wring his pretty little neck." Oakley laughed. "Thanks, that means a lot to me. No one's had my back in a while." "Well, except for Bree, but she's not much of a threat." The redness in her cheeks started to fade. Ellie patted her arm. Oakley had an inner calm about her that reminded Ellie of Logan. Logan got his calm because he'd been through and survived a whole lot of crap in his young life. The same might be true for Oakley. Ellie would like to hear that story, but she was already neck-deep in Logan's issues. By the way Oakley fluffed her hair, she was in the mood to move forward, too. "This is off subject, but can I get a ride home with you?" Ellie asked. "Don't you want to ride with Logan?" "Not particularly. He's being adorably frustrating." Oakley gave him in. "I roll." "Sure. Great. You'll get to see the ranch and Bree can work with Express. You're going to spoil her." Ellie hopped off the counter. "It's her birthday. Everyone deserves to be spoiled on their birthday." "I couldn't agree more." Oakley pulled the door open. Ellie sent a quick text to William. Stop being a moron. If only she could send the same text to her husband. Guilt grabbed her by the shoulders. Logan wasn't a moron. What she didn't understand was why he was digging his heels in on this. They were married, for the love. If it had been her dad, Mom would have already packed her saddlebags. And when Dallas had his stroke, Bonnie flew all the way back from New York to be by his side. All she wanted to do was be the best wife she could be, and Logan wouldn't let her. And then he has to go and be all sweet about wanting her to be safe on the ride home. He loved her, but why wouldn't he let her show him how much she loved him? The man was an infuriating mystery.
Chapter 33. William Dumont. After congratulating Bree, William told her to go find her friends while he unsaddled Daisy. The girl was more than happy to celebrate with a cup of hot chocolate and a cute boy. It hadn't escaped William's notice that Bree had more guy friends than girl friends. Olivia had been the same way. She'd always leaned towards roping, and roping had been a man's sport for too long. Bree may not be interested in roping, but she would make a great goat-tear. Regret washed over him at walking away from Bree. She had a lot to learn. Then again, now that the Price women were part of the Dumonts, she'd have all the instruction she could ever want. Oakley was harder to justify leaving. He hated the idea of anyone taking his place in her life. No doubt Matt Fargo would see the opening and make a play for her. William kicked the mud, splattering the side of the trailer. Logan trudged by, head down, headed for his truck. "Where you going?" Will called, halfway hoping for an argument with his brother-in-law. He didn't know Logan all that well. He'd been a quiet kid in school, kind of a loner. "Home." Logan didn't bother to look up as he began unhitching the trailer. "Wait, now?" Will set the saddle on the saddle stand in the trailer's tack room and headed to Logan. If Logan and Ellie were headed out, he could catch a ride and avoid an hour in a confined space with Oakley. Had he thought things through, he would have waited to break up with her until they were at her place, but that was beyond his control now. Besides, being near her and knowing he was going to say goodbye would have been torturous. "As soon as I can get unhitched." "Where's Elle?" Logan ducked his head. "She's getting a ride." Hence the reason Logan was unhitching the trailer. Ellie wanted to work with Express at the rodeo, but would need a way to bring the horse home. As for Express, he seemed to be taking the foot traffic, trailer traffic, and horses trotting by in stride. Maybe there was a decent horse inside of him yet. Or maybe his sister and Logan had done a fantastic job. Logan started up the truck and pulled forward. He came back to take the hitch out of his truck and put it in Bonnie's. Will's phone buzzed and he read the text from Ellie. "Stop being a moron." Great. Now Ellie would be on him about the whole Oakley thing. "Mind if I catch a ride?" Will blurted. The faster he got out of here, the better. Logan looked at him, really looked at him, and Will had to work not to squirm. "Sure. I've just got to grab a few things." He headed to the truck where his blankets and pillow were still in a heap from this morning. As the door flew open, Oakley's perfume washed over him. He grabbed onto the wheel and fell into the blankets, burying his face. Oakley's words came back, echoing through him like a lost child's cry in the wilderness. "I would choose you." He pushed them away with all the Dumont determination he possessed. "Let's get out of here." He threw everything in Logan's cab and shoved himself in after it. He shot a quick text to Oakley to tell her he was riding home with Logan and then turned off his phone.
Chapter 34. Ellie Dumont Labrum. Ellie waved goodbye to Oakley and Bree as they pulled out of the ranch. The trailer shifted and bumped on the dirt road and they took it slow. "She was nervous about being on Express, wasn't she?" asked Anna. She'd burst out of the house, anxious to meet the woman who had convinced William to put on his cowboy boots. Oakley was polite, but there was something in her demeanor that caused Mom to tamp down on her questions. She put her arm around Ellie's shoulders. Ellie tucked her hair over her shoulder. "I don't blame her. You should have seen the video of her getting thrown off. I'm surprised she wasn't broken. She's tough. Anna covered her eyes to block out the fading sun. The light hit her shoulder-length hair, highlighting the lighter ends. So's her sister. Tougher than you think. Ellie stuck her hands in her back pockets. She'd been dying to fill her mom in on what happened today, but there was no time to do it in front of Oakley and Bree. William broke up with her, but by the way she smiled all afternoon, you'd never know. Anna dropped her chin for a moment as if gathering herself. She's used to putting on a brave face. Anna dropped her arm and headed for the barn. She'd told Ellie she would put off training homecoming so Express could have the arena to himself. If they stood around all day talking, she'd end up riding under the lights. Ellie tagged along, not ready to face her husband. She felt bad for exploding on Logan the way she did. I wonder what happened to her parents. She'll tell us when she's ready. Anna opened Homecoming's stall and stepped in with a halter and lead rope in hand. Homecoming threw his head a couple of times before bending forward to accommodate Anna. You invited her back, didn't you? Yeah, they'll be here every weekend in October if I have anything to say about it. Maybe you should talk to your brother about that. Anna led Homecoming out of the stall. He broke up with her. He doesn't get a say. Anna gave Ellie a hard look. I like Oakley and Bree as much as you do, but family comes first. Don't get your priorities messed up. Ellie frowned. William's being a jerk. Yes, he is. And he will be again, knowing him. But that doesn't make him any less your brother. Find out what he needs. If he really likes Oakley, then he's hurting too. Ellie rocked back on her heels. The words "find out what he needs" had echoed in her head as if her mother had shouted them. They smattered across the part of her heart that loved Logan. Find out what he needs. I'm going home. She said a quick goodbye to her mom and walked down the lane. Her home was a half-mile from the barn, just far enough to give her time to think over the situation with her husband. She'd been absorbed in what she thought their marriage should look like. No one could blame her, really. It wasn't like Logan had an example of a good marriage in his life. His father was a wreck from day one and his mom was timid, allowing the man to run over her for years. Although, maybe she was stronger than Ellie gave her credit for, because she did leave him. That had to be applauded. And Ellie had two wonderful examples of strong marriages to pattern after. Because of that, Ellie would naturally be the one to take the lead in creating a happy marriage. Not that Logan was all that bad at being married. He made time to sit with her on the porch swing, told her at least once a day how beautiful she was, and worked to build them a future. Some women would kill for a man like him, and here she was griping that he wasn't acting married correctly. The trouble was, she had needs too. She wanted a marriage like her parents, where they were essentially one in all things. She craved it, even. Somehow, she'd have to come to terms with the fact that Logan may not be able to give that to her. She pressed her fist into her stomach as tears ran down her cheeks. She wouldn't trade Logan for anyone. Their love was strong and true, and so was he. Marrying him was the best decision she'd ever made. She just never thought much past the wedding and helping her family accept Logan. Suddenly unable to face the idea that she'd married a man emotionally unable to connect on a deep level, she swiped her cheeks clean. Being the wife Logan needed was still her goal, she just wasn't sure what that kind of a wife looked like. Feeling worse than when she'd started down the dirt road, she opened the trailer door and stepped inside. Their house would be done before winter and they could move out of the live-in horse trailer, but for now, this was home. Logan hunched over their tiny table, stirring a bowl of chicken noodle soup. He only added half the water the directions called for, and the result was a strong chicken bouillon flavor and smell. He broke several crackers on top of the noodles. Hey! Hey! Ellie took off her boots and slid into the seat across from him. She covered his hands with hers and licked her lips nervously. Sorry about today. Me too. He brought his troubled blue eyes up to meet hers. What do you need out of this, Logan? Ellie searched his eyes and then his face, tracing every line right on down to the cleft in his chin. I need to say a final goodbye to my dad. But mostly, I need my big brother. Robert has made all the best decisions in his life. He's a doctor, for crying out loud. What am I? I'm a ranch hand. Manager, Ellie corrected gently. Logan lifted a shoulder. Still have to shovel the same crap. He shoved his bowl away and switched their hands so he was holding hers. I want to be more than this for you, and for me. I think Robert can help me succeed, but we're not close enough to ask. I thought this trip would provide an opportunity for us to feel like brothers. Ellie stared at their hands. Even when she thought he was being selfish, Logan was thinking of her. You're inconveniently wonderful. You know that, right? One side of his face lifted in a roguish grin, and her heart flipped. Ellie stroked her thumb along his rough knuckles. This will be the first night we've spent apart since our wedding. I'll miss you. Logan brought her hands to his mouth and gave them a kiss. I promise to make it up to you when I get back. Ellie giggled. You can start making it up to me right now. He leaned over their tiny table and kissed her nice and slow, building the fire and desire between them.
Chapter 35. William Dumont. William scrubbed his face for the 10th time that morning as he stared at his computer. He couldn't think hard enough to solve the problem before him, because his head was all wrapped up in his heart's sorrow. His beard scratched against his palms, reminding him that he hadn't shaved. Why hadn't he shaved? Because Oakley said she liked his mountain man look. That was the only reason. And since he didn't have Oakley anymore, he kept the beard to remind him of her. You look like crap, said Gary as he dropped a stack of papers in William's inbox. Yep. William swung back to his computer. An instant message from the receptionist popped up. You have a visitor at the front desk. William's heart sped up and then crashed hard when he realized Oakley wouldn't need to announce herself at the front desk. She could walk over here at any time. And yet she hadn't. He got slowly to his feet. Maybe it was Bree come to ask him to continue to coach her. He broke into a jog. He'd do it. He'd be there tonight if she needed him. Working with Bree had given him a sense of purpose he hadn't had in a long time. Add to that the way Oakley looked at him, like he was worth the moon and stars to her, and he'd felt like the man he was supposed to be. He rounded the corner and came to a sudden halt. Mom? Anna Dumont was dressed in her casual finest. Her belt reflected sparkles all over the walls. She had on a pair of jeans, but they were pressed. He would bet money that she ironed them. She was the only woman, the only person, he knew who ironed her jeans. Around her neck, hanging from a leather chain, was a silver replica of the Lime Peak Ranch brand. Her feathered earrings matched and had Bonnie's jewelry-making skills all over them. William! She stepped forward and offered an awkward hug with 2 pats on the back. I came to take you to lunch. Mom didn't ask, she told. William sighed. He could tell her he had a lunch meeting. He could tell her he didn't want to eat at all because he'd lost his purpose in life. Lost? More like threw away. Mom would see through any excuse. Her mom radar was that good. You'll have to drive. I left my keys in my desk. I'll drive, you pick the restaurant. Her heel boots clapped against the tile, the fringe making a gentle whooshing noise with each step. Heads turned as they walked out. Mom fit in on the ranch, on a horse, and at a rodeo, but she'd never blend in on the silicone slopes. Like Oakley, she was a step outside the average, in a good way. It didn't take long for them to place their order and find a table at the village baker. The black table was still wet from a busser's rag, so they kept their hands in their laps. How are the wedding plans going? William asked. Mom smiled, though her eyes retained the strain they always took on when she had to talk to William. Surprisingly easy. Robert wants Olivia's dream wedding to happen, so he doesn't put up a fuss, says he'll even wear Wranglers to the reception with his tux if she wants. Instantly, the picture of his parents on their wedding day came to mind. his mom in a white dress dripping with thick lace. Her hair was darker than, all one color and permed. His dad in a black tux jacket with tails, jeans, a 10-gallon felt hat, and shiny-toed boots. Is that what she wants? William emphasized the she, knowing his mom could take over a wedding in no time flat. She hasn't decided. I'm trying not to pressure her, there are hundreds of decisions to make. We're focusing on finding the right dress, and then we'll go from there. Their food arrived and William was saved from any more wedding talk. He bit into his turkey sandwich. He was several bites in before he realized his mom was picking at her food. His senses went on alert. What happened? Did Porter run away again? Did Dallas have another stroke? Is Carol pregnant? Olivia? Anna held up her hands. Nothing's wrong. Everyone's healthy, Porter's still at school, and as far as I know, Carol isn't pregnant. William tilted his head forward. Neither is Olivia. Anna snapped. You shouldn't assume the worst about your sister. Will picked up his sandwich again. Anna cleared her throat. I had a conversation with Ellie the other night, and I've been thinking hard about it. Okay. Anna flapped her hand. I'm going to sum up. I told her to figure out what you needed before deciding for you. And I realized that I gave her the advice I never followed. The paper crinkled as William abandoned the idea of eating and set his sandwich down one final time. So, I came to apologize and to ask you, what do you need from me, as your mom? Her voice shook. William's first thought was to tell her it was too late. Where was this conversation when he was 13, gangly, and lost in a crowd of brothers and sisters? He waited out the need to verbally lash at his mom, to make sure she hurt or felt neglected too. As he stared at the table, he decided that wasn't the man he wanted to be. If his father had taught him anything, it was that he got to choose who he was. He was not a victim of circumstances. He knew that all the way down to his gut. Which is why his parents' lack of interest in him had hurt so badly. He knew that they chose to act that way. Now, here was his mom making a different choice. He ran his hand down his short beard. I need you to relax about the rodeo stuff. Even if my name isn't on a banner at the NFR, I'm still a Dumont. She leaned forward slightly. You're so good at it, William. There are parts of rodeo I like. Being with the horses. Pushing myself to be better. But I don't enjoy the crush of people. Mom stared out the window, watching the cars dance in and out of parking spaces. You always were the quiet one. She turned to him. It was difficult to get into your world. William shrugged. While his brothers and sisters would tease and joke and chat all the way to St. George for the Dixie Six, he'd be in the corner of the back seat, reading. Mom picked up her fork and poised it over her salad. Okay. No more pressure to rodeo. But I'm going to tell you that Panda is barely in shape. If you want to come ride him, the barn door is always open. William shook his head. You don't give up, do you? Mom winked. I wouldn't be your mother if I did. They ate in silence for a few minutes. The tension in William's chest that was usually there when he talked to his mom ebbed slightly. He was always waiting for the other shoe to drop with her, that other shoe being a cowboy boot with the toe pointed to rodeo. Mom had given her word that she wouldn't bring it up, and William could trust her. Anna Dumont didn't say things she didn't mean. I met Oakley, Mom said while focusing intently on her salad. William's head came up slowly. His palms became clammy. So this was the other shoe today. He should have known something Mom had to say would get to him. She continued stabbing at her salad and talking. Bree is working with Ellie and Express this month. They hope to be ready for the Dixie Six. Daisy will be sad. I think she's had a good time being back in the event. She loves it as much as Ellie does. William's stomach churned and he pushed his plate away. I'm sure Ellie will do a great job with them. She will. Maybe you could come watch a practice? Mom finally lifted her gaze from the salad bowl in front of her. William threw his napkin on the table. Geez, Mom. 3 seconds ago you told me you were done pressuring me about rodeo. This isn't about rodeo. Really? 'Cause the last time I checked, barrel racing was a rodeo event. Mom put both palms on the tabletop. It's not about the rodeo, William. It's about the girl. Bree will do fine with Ellie, probably better than she did with me. I'm not talking about Bree, I'm talking about Oakley. And Oakley isn't rodeo. Not at her core. She's an amazing person who has flipped her life on its side to provide for her little sister. I don't know a lot of young people who would willingly take on that kind of responsibility when they were barely 20 years old. On top of caring for her, she's learning a whole new sport and doing a darn fine job of it. You don't want to be in rodeo, fine, but don't be dumb enough to let Oakley slip through your fingers. Mom sucked in a quick breath. Don't let the past, and whatever wrongs you've been nursing, create new ones. She got to her feet, crumpling her napkin and dropping it onto the salad. Oakley's already had enough hurt in her life. She's strong. But she doesn't deserve to be dumped because she owns a horse. William stared at the nick in the table's edge. Oakley's words came back to haunt him. I would choose you. Thanks for lunch. She smacked his shoulder. Give me a hug. A small chuckle escaped his lips. You come in here and stomp all over me and still want a hug. He pushed the chair back and stood. She wrapped her arms around his middle. William patted her back, realizing how small his mom was physically. She always seemed like such a giant. She squeezed tighter, and so did he. Mom? Yeah? Call me Will. She pulled back to look at him, and he dropped his arms. Why? William is so formal. He mockingly shivered. I like Will. William was your great-grandfather's name. It makes me sound like a great-grandfather. Fine. She rolled her eyes, reminding Will of Ellie at her finest. I love you, Will. Will slung his arm over her shoulder and steered her towards the door. I love you too. Are you coming out to see Oakley? I can see Oakley at work. He teased. Will. She warned. I'll think about it. He opened the driver's side door for her before going around to get in the passenger seat. She dropped him at the front doors of the building. He auto-scanned for Oakley in the lobby before heading back up to his desk, the one place in the office he knew she wouldn't be. Once there, he pulled up a document to make it look like he was working, but instead he was thinking about all his mom had said. An hour ago, he wouldn't believe a conversation like that could have happened between them. She was right about several things, one of them being that he'd panicked when he thought of a life full of rodeo with Oakley. He'd never even asked her what she thought her future would look like. He'd assumed that once a person was baptized into rodeo, they were committed for life. That may not be the case with Oakley. She seemed to enjoy rodeo enough, but maybe she wasn't in love with it. He may have been too hasty when he walked away from her. Okay, panicked was a better word. He'd panicked thinking he was dating someone like his mom. Yeah, that was a truly scary thought. Oakley had many of the same qualities as Anna Dumont: determination, optimism in the face of hardships, the ability to pull her family through a crisis. But that didn't make her the same as Mom. Will groaned. Maybe the thing with Oakley wasn't worth fighting for. They'd only really dated for a little over 2 weeks. Yeah, an express could grow wings and fly around the barrels. Being with Oakley was like finally finding the one place in this crazy world where he fit. Oakley didn't ask him to be anything in particular, but was proud of all that he was. He wanted to be her knight, her hero, her best friend, and her go-to. And he would be, if she'd give him another chance. Please, Lord, tell her to give me another chance.
Chapter 36. Oakley Price. Oakley crossed her fingers, her arms, and her legs as she waited for Bree and Daisy to come through the gate. Ellie was on express, hovering near the gate and letting the horse get a feel for the excitement without having to run the pattern. Her lips were pressed tight and her eyes made into slits as she kept a firm hand on the reins. The Cedar City Rodeo was downright cold. Oakley shifted on the heavy blanket, protecting her sit bones from the bench. She had on a winter coat and a scarf and couldn't imagine sleeping in the trailer tonight. Ellie and Logan had brought their live-in and invited Oakley and Bree to crash on their table that turned into a bed that night. Oakley had hesitated to accept their offer, until her fingers cramped from the cold. She thought about sending off a text to Ellie, accepting the table/bed, but cancelled that idea when Bree's name was announced. Oakley wrapped her arms around herself, wishing she had someone to sit by her. Dallas had a cold, so he and Bonnie stayed home. This was his second bout of sniffles, and Oakley worried that his immune system wasn't up to snuff. Going into a Utah winter without strong antibodies was like walking into a snowstorm without shoes on. George, Olivia, and John were going to a roping in South Jordan, and their significant others were going with them. Which left Ellie and Logan. She'd overheard them talking about a trip Logan had postponed to be here, and she was thankful for their support. She chewed her lip. Even after all the time she'd spent on the Lime Peak Ranch the last week, Oakley still thought of everyone in relation to Will. Which told her that no matter how many times she banished him from her thoughts, she wasn't quite over the reluctant cowboy. Bree came in like a streak, bursting from the bright light of the open door into the dim interior of the indoor arena. Oakley lifted out of her seat, holding her breath. Bree looked good, so in control of herself and the horse. Her toes were turned in, her knees gripped Daisy's sides, and she kicked like mad on the straightaways. "Take her home!" Oakley yelled as Bree turned the last barrel. "Go! Go! Go!" She screamed as if she were chasing Daisy out of the arena. Bree cleared the timer and Oakley unwound all her twisted fingers and legs and jumped up. 22 even, came her time. Yes! Oakley ran down the steps and out of the arena. She'd told Bree to meet her at the trailer after she ran. Oakley was too hyped up to feel the cold, but she could see her breath. Thank goodness her sister wanted to run barrels. She couldn't imagine having to sit outside waiting for several events. The parents out there used portable propane heaters under blankets and had on several layers of clothing. Bree and Daisy trotted fast to the side of the trailer, and Bree slid off the saddle and into Oakley's hug. They jumped up and down. Daisy twisted her head to take in the show they put on. Though no one was holding her reins, she knew better than to wander off. 22 flat. Ellie called from atop Express. Logan took control of the horse and Ellie dismounted, joining the girly hug and jumping with them. "That's about as fast as you're going to get out of Daisy." She grinned from ear to ear. "And now we have a whole month to get you and Express gelling. Bree beamed. "Thank you so much." She hugged Oakley and then Ellie. "Judd," she yelled over Ellie's shoulder, before bounding off to greet her sort of boyfriend. Oakley refused to call him a boyfriend until he actually took her on a date. Ellie rolled her eyes, saying she was old-fashioned. That was fine by Oakley, so long as she understood the importance of expecting to be respected. Ellie and Logan worked to unsaddle Express. They were such a good team, reminding Oakley of all the times she and Will had done the same task. She had to turn away as her throat clogged with emotion. It didn't unclear until she'd unhooked Daisy's cinch and breast collar. The sun dipped, casting shadows and golden light over the tops of the trailers, all lined up like a haphazard neighborhood. Down the middle of the lane between two rows of trailers came a lone rider in a black hat. Oakley's eyes lingered, and then she quickly glanced away. There was no use daydreaming that some guy on an ugly horse was Will. She went to the back of the trailer and got a pitchfork full of hay for Daisy. When she came back, the ugly horse was in her way. He snorted at her and she stared at his black-rimmed eyes, too pink nose, and short ears. Yanking the forkful of hay away from his curious nose, she sidestepped the horse, ready to give the rider a talking to for stopping there. But when she looked up, she found Will smiling down at her. He looked every bit the rogue cowboy in his black hat, week-old beard, and dusty black boots. He reached up and touched the brim of his hat, and her grip on the pitchfork went slack. The fork clattered to the ground. Heat flooded her cheeks. Will chuckled. "Don't think I've ever knocked you speechless before." Oakley glared up at him. He had knocked her speechless, but his ego didn't need the boost. I'm not speechless, I'm ignoring you. She retrieved Daisy's dinner and went around Will's ugly horse. Come ride with me. He put out his hand in invitation. Oakley glanced over at Ellie and Logan, who were staring at Will with the same amount of shock as she had moments before. Bree and Trevor shuffled closer to hear the conversation. Teenagers and their subtleness. Oakley tossed the hay on the ground in front of Daisy. Give me one good reason. Will's deep brown eyes filled with sincerity. Because I miss you. Oakley's belly became molten lava chocolate.
Go.
She leaned on the pitchfork in order to keep her balance. Will must have thought she was still avoiding him, because a flash of impatience crossed his face. All righty, then. He was suddenly on the ground in front of her, standing so close their jackets rustled together. I want to take you for a ride and kiss you good, Oakley Price. But I can kiss you just as well right here if that's what you want. His hand brushed her cheek before sliding back to cup her head. I can't kiss you, Will. She breathed in his nearness and the heat off his skin. He was always so warm and he smelled so good. You can. You're really quite good at it. Good? I'm just good, she pressed, properly offended as his summation of her kissing abilities. Will's other hand went to her waist and pulled her even closer. Stop changing the subject. His eyes dipped to her lips and her breath caught. What is the subject? I'm trying to say I'm sorry for running. I took the coward's way out and it hasn't been sitting well. Well, I didn't want to say anything. He chuckled, the sound deep and throaty. That's a first. You really stink at this apology thing. She brought her hands to his chest, loving the solid feel of him beneath her palms. He tucked her hair behind her ear and leaned close, his breath warm on her skin as he whispered, I'm sorry I walked away from us. I want there to be an US. Can we be us again? Oakley nuzzled his chin and cheek, trying to convince herself this was really happening. That she was in Will's arms and not daydreaming. I'd like that. Come ride with me. He kissed her neck, sending delicious shivers through her body. Not on that ugly horse. Will jerked back. Ellie burst out a laugh. Logan did a better job of keeping his laughter inside, but his shoulders shook. Bree's hand was pressed over her mouth and Judd nodded in agreement. Will took her hand and pulled her around to the horse's left side. She didn't mean it, Panda. Oakley hadn't meant it, and happily put her foot in the stirrup. Soon, she was seated in the saddle with Will behind her. His arms circled her waist and his head rested on her shoulder, where his lips were next to her ear and where he pressed kisses every now and again. They didn't ride long, just far enough to get away from the arena and be on their own. They stopped on a bluff overlooking the valley. Oakley twisted in her seat so she could see Will. She placed her hand on his cheek. You look good in a beard. You look good without one. She smacked his arm, and he laughed. This. He grabbed her face and kissed her fast. I missed this, with you. I missed it too. He moved his hand to wrap her up again. Okay, confession time. She lifted an eyebrow. I don't love rodeo. I kind of figured that one out. But I do love to ride and work with horses. I can see that. So far, your confession is lacking the shock and awe factor. So what I'm wondering is, where you stand in all that. Do you want to be a rodeo mom? Or a soccer mom? Or a baseball mom? His eyes went wide. Do you even want to be a mom? Oakley put her palm over his mouth. Yes, I want to be a mom. His arms relaxed around her. As for the rest of it, I'm not sure. I wouldn't have gotten into all this if it wasn't for Bree. She slouched. To be honest, it's a little much for me. But if my kid wanted to do it, I would be there for him or her. Will nodded slowly. I think that was what was missing from my rodeo experience. I never got the choice. Oakley watched as he thought over everything. She could practically see him decoding the information and reorganizing his original thoughts. Amazed at how well she could read him, she pressed a kiss to his cheek. You're kind of adorable when you think hard. How about less thinking, more kissing? She smirked. I'm game.
Chapter 37. William Dumont. Will took his time leaning in and brushed the side of his nose against hers. Waves of heat and desire moved back and forth between them. She sighed against him, and he gathered her in his arms, unable to hold her tight enough. He buried his face in her neck, breathing in the scent that was uniquely Oakley, before brushing his lips over her forehead. He wanted to drink all of her in and memorize the feel of her skin against his. Oakley wrapped her hands around his neck and closed the distance between their lips. Will had once said he liked that Oakley knew what she wanted. As he kissed her, slowly, only breaking away to smile now and again when he was too happy to hold it in, it seemed he'd finally figured out what he wanted. And what he wanted was them. Which worked out well, because they finally had each other. Will worked his way across her jaw, brushing his thumb over her slightly swollen lips as he did so. Oakley whimpered and dragged him back to her mouth. Will couldn't hold back the joy that burst forth knowing that what she wanted was him. Not his family. Not his horse. Not his roping skills, just him. For her, he was enough, he was her hero. She made him feel like a giant. Not because she looked up to him or put him on a pedestal, but because she'd seen his faults, and still thought he was worth loving. A woman like that didn't come along every day, and he planned to make sure she understood just how much of a gift she'd given by giving him her love.
You've been listening to Dating the Rogue Cowboy, a Lime Peak Ranch family drama romance novel. Written by Lucy McConnell.
Welcome back. What did you think of your time on the Lime Peak Ranch and William and Olivia's story? Let me know in the comments below. I read all of them and I try and respond as quickly as possible. Please also like and subscribe to the channel. I don't know where those buttons pop up, but they will be here in just a moment. And if you like this story, give it a thumbs up. So this is technically, at this point in time, the final book in the Lime Peak Ranch series, but I will have an exciting audiobook for you next week. Always uploading Wednesday mornings, hopefully around 8 a.m. Sometimes life kicks in and it's more like 10, but we're going for 8. So I will see you here next week. Thank you. Remember that you are loved and have a wonderful week.